Solana Accelerate will begin shortly. Please silence your devices. Good morning. Welcome to Accelerate 2025. Please claim your seats. Accelerate will begin in 5 minutes.
All right, welcome to the West Coast stage of Accelerate 2025. It's a good time to be alive. Make some noise! Oh, no. You can do better than that. I said make some noise! All right, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, welcome to the West Coast stage. My name is Eno. I'm the Chief Vibes Officer over at Sanctum, but today I will be the Chief Vibes Officer for the West Coast. And on the West Coast, of course, is the best coast, so that means that we're going to be going through back-to-back product announcements and innovations, and that's what we're gathered here for, right? Is to talk about the innovations on Solana to the rest of America, and from the USA to the rest of the world. Make some noise. Come on, let's go. Right. So we got back-to-back announcements and innovations for you, and so these first two speakers actually literally need no introduction, but we're going to give them one anyways. The first speaker is the literal co-founder of Solana, Raj Gokal. And not only is he a giga tech optimist, but also a fierce and loyal friend to the ecosystem. And the second speaker is the CEO and founder of Helios Labs, not Helium or Helio, but Helios, the provider of some of the best RPCs in the game. So it is my great pleasure to give a warm welcome, and please stomp your feet, make a big applause, for a big Solana welcome for Raj and Mert.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming to the first ever major Solana conference in America, in the USA. There we go.
Hell yeah.
And let's actually start right there, Raj. Obviously, all the previous ones have been in, Amsterdam, Portugal, Singapore. We have one in Abu Dhabi. Why the US right now? What's the reasoning? How did this come to be?
Yeah, so on a personal note, like I'm American. I was born in the U.S. I was born in South Georgia. Anatoly emigrated here when he was 11. In many ways, we feel like we've lived the American dream, and what we want to do now is just help other people, fulfill that American dream. And what that means to us is, swinging for the fences and building something really great. So, we started in 2017, and it hasn't always been clear or easy how to build a compliant business in crypto in the US. But, we committed pretty early on to, keeping our headquarters. We have our largest Solana Foundation headquarters here in New York City and Lower East Side. We remain in America, and we've always really been super excited to bring something like Breakpoint back to the US soil. Especially to focus on all the wonderful product builders that built Web 2 that have been kind of standing by the sidelines and waiting for that moment for crypto to be ready for prime time. And then, super excited for Policy Day tomorrow as well. What we're seeing is the regulatory landscape is really opening up, and policymakers want to meet these builders. So that's what this conference is about.
Well, yeah. USA. That's not the only thing that's different about obviously this conference, but Solana conferences in general. We have a lot of product talent coming up. We have Nikita, the co-founder of Venmo, some guy named Toli. What would you like to see in terms of like products and the consumer focus from the Solana builders in the audience?
Yeah, I mean, I think, when I was in San Francisco, I was around for like Uber getting created and then quickly replacing all of the taxis. I was there for Airbnb, opening up all the latent inventory of apartments. And these businesses in Web 2 and these marketplaces were not always in a perfectly clear regulatory landscape. And I think what we're seeing now is, finance is going to get rebuilt. Capital markets will get rebuilt in the same way that these other marketplaces got rebuilt. And so what I look for is founders that build products that people want, and they're building ahead of the regulatory clarity and ahead of those changes. And they're starting in a consumer-centric way. So, we're having Nikita and a few others come on later. Some of these builders have already made huge strides. They're topping, the charts in the App Store with products that just, people want that start to trend in the direction of internet-native capital markets.
Cool. And then we have the consumer talent like Nikita, we have Solana people, we have developers, builders, and we also have policy people, right? So for people who are maybe looking to build new things or make these connections, how can they get the most out of kind of this diversity of people?
Yeah, I would say the biggest difference with this conference versus other conferences we've had is there's literally legislation actively making its way through Congress right now to give a clear regulatory pathway for stablecoins. We expect more to come on market structure and other things. And the people shaping this legislation are here. They're going to be here tomorrow for Policy Day. Solana Policy Institute is here. These are the folks that have been championing, fair and clear verbiage in that text. And these people want to meet the people building, really valuable applications in crypto. They're not always, folks who've been following along for the last 7 years. So they really get a lot out of meeting people who, feel like it's the time to take a swing and build something valuable, or people that have customers that have changed lives with their products. So I'm really excited to see a bunch of product builders and lawmakers come together and, pave the path for the future. Cool.
And right before we run out of time here, I do want to ask on behalf of new startups, product builders, and everybody on Solana, or everybody who should move to Solana in case you're not, what's one piece of advice you'd just give to product builders on how to make the most of this?
Line up to talk to Mert at this conference and pitch him on your startup and get him to invest. That's my advice.
Oh, God. Thank you. All right.
All right, thanks, guys.
Let's give one more round of applause for Mert and Raj, everybody. Let's go! All right. This next talk is going to be a doozy. There's two speakers here and, of course, a very sexy moderator, and we're going to let you know who they are. The first speaker, of course, is another co-founder of Solana, Toli. He's pushing all kinds of PRs, personal records in the gym, and also pull requests. I don't know if he's coding anymore, but we got Toli. He recently actually launched a blog post, so that's actually quite interesting. Hasn't written in a while, so we got Toli. And of course, we have Nikita Beer, who is now an advisor to Solana Foundation. He's launched a bunch of apps, and I think 40 of them didn't do so well, but his last two apps actually were acquired, and we're very lucky to have him at Solana. And of course, it's going to be moderated by the head of consumer, Pedro from Solana Foundation. This talk is all about how to go viral on the App Store. Make some noise!
Good morning. How's everyone doing today? They're pumped? Super excited for this talk today. As Eno, our amazing MC, mentioned, my name is Pedro Miranda, formerly lead the consumer growth team at the Solana Foundation. We have Anatoly here, the co-founder of Solana, Solana Labs, and now focusing on Solana Mobile. And as Eno mentioned, first time, I think, publicly, Nikita, that you're here representing the Solana Foundation in an advisory capacity. Nikita, you're one of the most in-demand experts on the growth and the consumer side. So we're extremely excited to talk about how to go viral in this new digital age. But first, we have some news this week from Solana Mobile. A few things that you all announced. When mobile, you guys actually answered that. So August 4th is the shipping date for the new Seeker Solana mobile phone. You announced a net new native asset.
Look, it boots up.
That's awesome. In the Seeker ecosystem. You announced a new security architecture called TPIN. Maybe we'll get into that, what that actually is. And my personal favorite, you also announced that the Solana mobile software stack is available for other OEMs and hardware manufacturers. So I guess, Toli, we'll tee it off to you. What does the new news mean for users and mobile app builders in the Solana ecosystem and beyond?
So I don't know if I'm cursed, but like I love hardware. I spent most of my career at Qualcomm, so I was there during kind of the initial mobile boom in the early aughts. I was working on these 2 megabyte devices, and I saw the transition from those flip phones to iPhone. And that was really kind of like, I think one of the most exciting times in tech, because in my view, a phone is almost like the final form of what a computer should look like. I don't think in 100 years this is going to change. I think we'll still be holding little slabs of computing devices with a touch screen that give us information. Then maybe they'll be a lot cooler, but I think it'll basically still look like this. So I really want to work on these devices and build something awesome. And when I started crypto and got into it, just of how these devices are manufactured, it was immediately obvious to me that you have secure element and secure enclave and all the properties that you want out of a wallet already baked into the existing technologies that people like Qualcomm and Apple were shipping. We just need the software to expose it. So this is where that idea kind of warmed itself into my brain. We need a crypto phone. That was 2017, 2018. And years later, when a Solana finally got big enough to where we have folks like Pedro doing all the work, I have the time to go work on this. That's where Seeker came from. That's where Saga came from. And what's cool, we can basically have hardware level, cold storage, security, and a device that you use as a hot wallet, your daily driver, your daily signing device, with the UX of Apple Pay. So we can give developers this really, really nice conversion flow that you get on Apple and normal mobile devices, but it's crypto. And I think this is one of the biggest UX challenges in crypto to onboarding people is how do you get them to spend money, and if they have to go switch to a wallet, load a wallet-specific web app and all this stuff, I'm sure Nikita can tell you, the conversion rates are just dropping. Every one of these little UX friction points, you lose 10, 20% of your customers. So until the UX is as good as Apple Pay, there's no way we can actually get crypto fully adopted. And crypto is all about removing intermediaries. How do we remove the people in the middle and replace them with math? So TPIN is that. If you think about it, that little piece of hardware also determines what in the entire operating system that boots up on your iPhone. Because of that little piece of hardware and the math that signs the certificate for the operating system, this is how Apple can actually enforce 30% fees in their App Store. This is why Epic can't sideload an app on the iPhone. They can't bypass that store and the rules that they want to enforce. And this is all because of the keys that Apple, the corporation, controls. But those keys are just math. We can put that math on a blockchain, and we can create a full loop that's cryptographically secured between the user that holds the Seeker token and the wishes that they want to express in the rules in the App Store without any intermediaries. You don't have to rely on any people to actually enforce those. It can all be done with math. That's the exciting part. It's kind of a classic protocol Rube Goldberg machine, but it is purely just math and a bit of silicon.
So a lot of mentions in terms of the UI, UX challenges and whatnot. Nikita, I'm curious, how does this sound to you as someone focused on virality and product growth?
Well, as a developer, if you're a mobile developer, your biggest existential risk is the App Store. And it's particularly acute for crypto companies because they get the bulk of the rejections. Any developer who gets that email from Apple that says your app's been rejected, it's kind of like your heart skips a beat. You're like, is this the end of my company? So I think on the developer side, this is a huge opportunity. I think the other side is the ability to do microtransactions passively, potentially. As we've all seen, all social networks are now flooded with spam. So the ability to charge for posts in a small way to prevent spam bots flooding your X replies with LLM-generated responses. I think those types of UXs will be really conducive to the next 10 years. The hop from your app to Phantom is like probably the biggest cognitive load ever. Like, what is signing this certificate, approving this transaction? If that can be seamlessly happening inside of these mobile experiences, I think that's going to have better conversion rates, but also unlock whole new business models.
I guess, I've been wondering, as you all have been speaking, what makes this the right time to bet on this type of product experience? Like, why now? Is it the regulatory environment? Is it that the product embedded wallet infrastructure has gotten better? I'm curious about your answer to why now, Nikita.
I think there's going to be challenges, certainly, because the reason people come to the App Store is the distribution. But I think crypto, Solana has expanded its reach with meme coins, and there's more people have wallets now because of trading with Moonshot, and so I think there's an opportunity to where users want this, and if all social networks are going to be flooded with spam, and this is one of the vehicles to stop it, I think there will be there'll be experiences that might not even be possible on iOS or Android.
Totally, I'm curious your thoughts. You mentioned this journey from 2017 onwards and your love of hardware, but what's your answer to why now in terms of making this investment in this bet?
I honestly don't think founders think about like timing. They just get the bug and then they try to build stuff. So there wasn't like is this the right time in the market? It's just none of those thoughts like actually crossed my mind. It was more, I have a chance to go build this thing that I think should exist in the world, and then you work your ass off to try to make it true. And it is like basically then up to the gods if the timing worked out or not, which is why you see a lot of things launch too early and fail. So I think that part is really hard to predict. I think why now is because, why we were able to succeed in actually building a phone is because manufacturing for phones has kind of become commoditized. There's the supply chains, all the technologies, the materials to get to something that looks and feels as good as an iPhone have basically all been commoditized and accessible to people outside of Apple, to like any engineer can kind of, it takes a lot of work, but it is doable effectively. So I think you can build something that's as good as competing products and then figure out how to get traction and all of that is, a bit up to the gods.
I want us to focus a bit now on general virality in crypto, so zooming out. And Nikita, with your experience with Gas and TBH, you have been consulting and looking at crypto companies now. I'm curious if you see a difference in virality trends in the Web2 traditional app ecosystem versus in crypto. Will virality look different on Solana and in crypto compared to a Be Real or a TikTok, or will they fundamentally follow kind of the same pattern matching initiatives?
I think what we've seen in terms of virality in crypto has been the tokens going viral. It's like, you could say Pump Fund is a viral app on crypto, but most people aren't trading on the Pump Fund website. They're trading with their own on their own dexes and everything like that. But one of the key attributes for an app to go viral is I have these parameters in my head. It's like 15% of users share content from your app, or you have users sending 4 invites. Crypto doesn't really have content in that sense, but there's been a great kind of first case study of it with the Believe app, where minting the token is a tweet, and that's created this kind of viral flywheel for them. But I think the other part is we haven't really had an easy way to get apps into the App Store, crypto apps into the App Store over the last decade, until recently, Apple is now starting to approve many crypto apps, launchpads, and that's changed in the last quarter, basically.
Totally, I'm curious your thoughts since founding Solana, and you've seen different iterations and attempts from Magic Eden during the NFT craze, Drip House, Pump Fun, and now Believe app. I'm curious if you have any thoughts in terms of, are these crypto applications going to look like these like Web 2, TikTok, Be Real viral trends, or is it the tokens as content going viral that we may be seeing early signs of?
I think it's still like my instincts about meme coins is that it's like a Keynesian beauty contest, if folks know what that is. It's people betting on what everyone else they think will bet on. So you're trying to figure out what is actually going to be viral versus you have real signals of something that's viral, right? You're trying to predict what everybody else thinks is viral, which is that's the product. But how do you surface that and in an environment where you can create 50,000 potential tokens per day? There's a lot of spam. So a lot of the success, I think, of the apps that actually crack this and figuring out how to limit the spam and surface the things that are legitimately going viral versus not. And the content that's attached to them, I think, is almost less important than that curation process. And this is where the magic is. I don't know if there's a algorithm, right, to do it. I think the kind of content that it's most suited for is probably more things like streaming and things like that, where there is a personality that people can kind of get behind and for a long enough time to where the token's lifespan is actually valid. If it's just a short 6-second video, that's not enough time for people to, I think, actually all be watching the same thing at the same time. You're just kind of flipping screens every 6 seconds. Your attention isn't on any particular thing long enough for that to matter. But this is still a super hard nut to crack.
Final 30 seconds here, Nikita. What's on your wish list for viral applications for almost like a mini RFP for builders to attempt to run through the wall and try out certain concepts?
Well, totally kind of touched on it. Right now, there's huge amounts of trading activity, basically speculating on how long a joke will stay funny. And that has, to me, if you squint your eyes, crypto still has always been about crypto, and it's never been about other things. And until recently, now we're having some symbolic sense of ownership of products and companies with the Believe app, this internet capital markets meta that's started to take off. I think when it starts penetrating these other spaces beyond just being speculation within crypto, we'll see more widespread consumer adoption. So there are actually a few other ones that I wanted to highlight that because it would be cool if some people built these. But I think there could be creator tokens is another category that I think no one has cracked yet. There's been 5 different versions of this. I think there's a host of issues of creators feeling responsible and creating a security. But my biggest, the thing that I think is going to really unlock a lot for crypto is how can it ever represent public equities, or how can I create a hedge fund where I'm investing in a variety of things. The regulatory environment hasn't caught up there, but I do feel like founders may need to kind of put pressure by releasing things and take some risk along with that. But one of my biggest skepticisms, though, is products that try to tokenize every piece of content. I think that over-fragments things. And I've seen a lot of different apps come to me saying we want to make a token per post. And I think you really have to concentrate things under a broader movement. And I'm really excited about Pump's live streaming feature. When that's on mobile and people are streaming, creators are doing that, I think that's going to be a really great content experience.
So there you have it, folks. That's a call to action in terms of specific things to actually focus on and build at. Please give a round of applause, and great thank you to Anatoly and Nikita. Thank you all for sharing your insights.
Give it up one more time for Pedro, Toli, and Nikita. All right, so we have tens of thousands of people watching the live stream. If you're at home and you're tuning in, thank you so much for joining us at Accelerate 2025. And also for anybody who's a little hearing impaired, it's a little hard to hear, we actually have hearing aids and implements in the back, so you can just go pick them up. Now, I have a question. Who here in the audience uses Venmo? Anybody? Venmo? Okay. So this is going to be a power talk for you. And the reason why it's going to be a power talk is because the former co-founder of Venmo is going to be having a fireside chat with Sam Lessin. Sam, of course, is a very early investor in Solana as well as Venmo. And we have Ikram, who is the former founder of Venta. Now he's working at a project, it's his own project, called Jelly Jelly. And the way that he likes to describe it is we had so much business that we left off at Venmo, and we're continuing that mission over at Jelly Jelly. So please give a big round of applause to Ikram and Sam.
Mic check. Hello, everybody. Hey, Sam.
What's going on, dude?
Not much, man. I gotta say, we've been at this for 15 years.
We're getting old.
You were. It's an honor to have you here with me.
Oh, please.
You're my guest.
Love to be your guest.
As the founder of Slow Ventures, first investor in Venmo and advisor. So I want to kick it off. Tell me, reflecting on kind of our past life, building Venmo, from your vantage point as Venmo's first investor and advisor, what was it like watching it grow into what it is today? And give us some of your biggest takeaways from that.
You know, there's a movie from the 70s called Being There about this guy, Chauncey the gardener, who just kind of wanders through life and happens to be in these amazing moments and be part of special things. I think one of those things was, you know, meeting Cortina originally, your co-founder on the
You met him on a subway.
Met him on a subway here in New York. And then kind of going to bars with you guys, figuring out we were annoyed we couldn't pay the bartender.
Right.
This was before when mobile phones were taking off and how to do that. You know, I've been annoyed by that problem for 20 years, which is why, again, I was one of the first investors in Solana, Jelly Jelly. Like, it's all kind of part of, being there and wandering through and pushing.
And one of the crystal clear moments there was the inception of trust.
Yeah.
Where, we could trust each other and share money, which is a lot of what we talk about. And now we talk a lot about kind of like what Venmo 2.0 could look like. And we're here in this amazing crypto area. Tell us about the meme coin that you geniusly came up with. We all supported and posted on Twitter and all of a sudden went viral, and what it means for...
Yeah, I mean, this is again in terms of the being there moments, right? So you and I, we've had this long joke for 15 years of how do you do like with money, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so when Venmo was first getting started, I think I probably did one of the first 10 transactions, and I sent you a note being like, this is liking things with money. This is so cool. And, fast forward, that kind of, there's a connection to crypto. And then we ended up with Jelly Jelly, where you and I have been iterating for a year on calls on how do we build a new form of social media, how do we, like it's gonna be lightweight, that kind of works in this era. I spent a lot of time at Facebook, I care a lot about social media. And then I had just gotten off a call about meme coins, and I was like, we gotta launch a meme coin, right?
Yeah, and I mean, instantly viral.
So the logo for Jelly Jelly that we launched with is literally a screenshot of the Jelly Jelly conversation we were having.
Yeah, exactly.
It went from 0 to $250 million market cap in like 4 hours, right? Been crazy. People got, candidly, way overexcited about it. But the underpinning was how do we use Solana? How do we use a meme coin? How do we use a currency, right, to do what we always wanted to do, which is like with money and tip with money?
And I have to be honest, like when you're in the trenches, and one of the reasons, shout out to you as an investor, because you're one of the few investors that'll come in the trenches with a founder like me and just build from the bottom up, as opposed to set it and forget it. But being in the trenches, one of the things that we know we all look for is that kind of inflection point. Would you say the meme coin for Jelly was a big inflection point for us? And a lot of people are concerned that people put these things out there and they disappear. Talk about like how we're actually building something and utility into Jelly.
So I think there's like two things I've experienced in my career as an investor and as a builder that are both the really exciting moments, right? Exciting moment one is when like something clicks and you're like, this is gonna work. Like this just works. And you watch a chart and and you're just like, all right, there's gonna be a lot of work to do, but like this is gonna do its thing. There's another thing which I actually think is even more exciting, which is what I call like the knock-knock, right? Where like you're kind of figuring out the universe, you're figuring out what's gonna work, you're figuring out pieces, and then you kind of like go knock, knock, knock on something, and like it goes blah, right? Like the whole world just kind of opens up. And that doesn't mean you're done, right? But that kind of like, oh my God, there's something here, is like an incredibly exciting moment when you're building. You're like, it works, it's gonna work. This is like, we have a new vector. And to me, that's what the launch of Jelly token was. We've been spending a lot of time bullshitting and playing and figuring out how these pieces work together. And we knew there was like directionally right, but not specifically. And then we had one of those knock-knock moments where we weren't done. This thing got out of control. It's now kind of regrown to what, a $30 million market cap. There's a lot of engagement. You're like, this really does help drive. This feels great in the app. So like we're delivering and doing what we said we were going to do, but it was what I call like one of those moments where like, oh shit, there's a lot of energy here. This works, the infrastructure works, and like it's time to go.
Yeah, it works. It's almost like Venmo 2.0, like we've talked about.
I mean, that's yeah.
And here's the thing: it's like one of the things I learned from that is, one, crypto can be a great way to build a community. Like we got from that launch alone 10,000 signups in 2 hours, and they've all now come and kind of become ambassadors to the app. They watch the coin grow, and we're just building it in. And now you tipped some of the people for videos they make. It's amazing. Here's the next question, and I know a lot of people in the crypto world are always thinking about that, myself 24/7. How do you take something that seems so complicated, almost inaccessible to the mainstream, and how is Jelly going to be one of the pioneers of that?
Look, at the end of the day, I think memes rule everything around us. That's always been true, but I think we've gotten a better and better grasp on the truth of that and then how to express it and what to do with it, right? And like, what do you think, what are the core properties of memes, right? They need to be highly transmissible as ideas. They need to be simple. I get pitched crypto companies all day long. I'm a professional investor. The thing about it is when they are too complicated, your eyes just glaze over. And it's kind of mean, honestly, because these people have like really good insights into how something specifically works and how to do it. But if you can't communicate it simply, right, then it's not gonna go, right, in a lot of ways. Bitcoin, candidly, a very easy thing. Like, and it doesn't need to be transferable to everyone, but there needs to be a pocket of people who are like, oh shit, oh yeah, right? And then you also need something that is like highly collaborative to be a meme. Like memes work because they're usable and remixable, and people can take them and make them their own and adapt them in ways which then make them feel and bring them in. People are desperate to be part of communities and meetings and do new things together, right? And so what's really exciting about Jelly and tokens and how these things intersect is you get on, and there are all of these people who are like really excited to be part of it, right? They want to be part of it. They want to hold the coin. You got to reward them for holding the coin, for building the community. There's a way to create this symbiotic relationship, which is very memey, and like I think that's very exciting.
So imagine we're talking now to a coffee shop barista.
Okay.
And you're trying to get them, onto Jelly or to understand like how does crypto work? Like, convince me as the barista that I need to be playing with crypto. Why should I be?
Aren't you the entrepreneur? You're supposed to be convincing me. I'm just the editor. At best. Look, I think that Bitcoin is the most successful thing in crypto by a mile, right?
Right.
I love Solana. I blew Solana orange, blue, pink, whatever, but like it's clearly Bitcoin. It's like, why? It's the easiest thing to explain, right? It's like the most powerful meme that's existed yet. Solana is, the way I look at it, become, at least in this part of the world, there's a lot of components to what Solana is, but when people think about Solana, it works when they understand, they're like, oh my god, that's the really easy, awesome platform for trading memes. Or like, they're not as interested in the memes, they're interested in, like, but there's something they have to find and glom onto.
Right.
In the case of Jelly Jelly, I think crypto is an incredibly important engine for it, right? Because it feels amazing to get tipped, right? You put a video up, you get a bunch of random people liking something, or someone's actually sending you money. Or by the way, when you're like, here's 1,000, I'm like, oh my god, that feels so much better than like a random like. And so you feel this like engine of engagement.
It's like a dopamine hit. It's like,
it's like more meaningful. Like it's kind of wild that you can now in a tap using Solana send someone real economic value.
You got me thinking. If Venmo was like with money, Jelly is love with money, baby.
Sure.
Because you could go all the way.
Well, it just feels so. I mean, early on, you guys, by the way, Ikram and Cortina, who co-founded Venmo, are nutcases. They're amazing, but you guys are crazy. But like, they would roll around and go to a baseball game, and Ikram would be like, I love that shirt. Here's $1,000 for it, right? Just give me the shirt.
And I'd be like, what's your phone number?
You once bought a shirt off me in a bar, right? And so the idea that was like a fun social. This is like that, but so much more realistic and scalable. Of like, how do you kind of really quantify engagement and share? And I think that's what people are actually in it for. Is like social media. As much as I love it, and like I've been a big part of kind of my career. Like, it's very alienating to a lot of people. And what you see on Jelly Jelly and what you see with kind of the expressiveness of using crypto to send things to people is like this different dimension of feeling connected, which I think is really interesting.
That is it right there. So I'm going to extract one key takeaway from what you just said, which is how do we take crypto mainstream, make it social, and make it fun, and make it engaging? So, bam. For those of you listening to that, that's a key takeaway.
And I'd also, and this is the thing for the crypto community broadly, which I love, is crypto is full of very intellectual people and degenerates, right? Total degenerates and very, very intellectual people thinking about like the underlying. What you need is product building, right? Which is, I think, what Jelly Jelly is. I think there's a lot of other stuff going on, and that is like the real thing where you're like, people don't show up. To an app because it's intellectually correct. They show up to it because it makes them feel awesome, because it does something for them, right?
We used to have this, I mean, this may be corny, but we used to have this line at Venmo. Venmo makes money taste like honey. Maybe Jelly makes money funny, baby. I don't know.
Sure.
But here's the thing. Okay, so
stick to web development.
In the vein of having fun, you and I are very generous. So we're going to, by the way, by a show of hands, does anyone in the crowd hold Jelly Jelly, Jelly My Jelly coin?
Did anyone make money on that crazy run-up of Jelly Jelly? Yeah, good job.
Okay, so we want to fix this. So I'm only seeing 3 or 4 people here. So Sam and I backstage, we were like, okay, we had to announce something. And what we're going to announce today is, look, go on the Jelly Jelly app. If you have an iPhone, coming soon to Android, but go on Jelly Jelly. If you don't have Jelly, or even if you do, for every post you make, as soon as the app is updated, you're going to get 10 Jelly, and you're going to get 100 Jelly if you do 5 in a row, and you get Jelly for bringing your friends into Jelly. So at the very least, have some fun with it.
And Ikram will run around the app giving people ridiculous tips of Jelly.
Yeah, and if you find me, I'll give you 1,000 Jelly. So find Sam, too. He'll give you 1,000. Trust. So Sam, what are your parting words for, let's look 5 years from now. What do you hope to see at a conference like this, or for crypto in general?
Look, I mean, 5 years ago, right, Solana barely existed. I mean, it did exist, but barely, right? And it was, it was a really exciting time. I think a lot of the ideas were the same, right? Like, it's not like, even if you unwind to 10 years, 15 years in crypto, colored coins on Bitcoin, the ideas have always been there, and the ideas are good, and the ideas are important. But the big thing in my mind right now is like, just build good stuff. Like, the infrastructure works finally, right? Which has been a long time coming. And you can now build things like Jelly Jelly and think about how to use crypto, use the fact that I can just tip people in these currencies in great product-oriented ways is what gets me really excited. And I think that's kind of what to do and where to spend time and why we're having fun.
Well, I love that, man. So, hey, thank you. That's going to wrap up our chat. Always a pleasure talking to you, and let's keep doing it, man.
Always a pleasure. Thanks.
In the modern telephone, we have overcome this difficulty.
Once terminals are installed overseas, that trade can happen from any place in the world, with the system providing equal access to all traders, regardless of their location.
Brought us something called Bitcoin.
Brother, can you spare a Bitcoin?
It's a digital currency that's gaining popularity. It exists only online. Tell you the truth, I honestly don't get it.
It's just $1. Get some Bitcoins.
Coin is now up to $111. It's an all-time high, and it's continuing to rise. This is the highest that it's been. It's ridiculous.
It's really proven that it's ready for real-world assets and everything else, but you're not going to get there until you have enough consumers that have self-custody, that care about transparency and access to these applications.
This next speaker is the founder of Time.Fund. Time.Fund is a shining example how to create new capital markets on Solana. Monetize your time because time is money. Give a big Solana welcome to Kaz. Woo!
Hey everyone, how are we doing today? Welcome to Time Capital Markets. I'm Kaz from the Time.Fund team, and today I want to talk about how and why time is money. Waiting for the next slide. Okay. If you look at what some of the most successful people on this planet say today, if you look at some of the quotes and clips from videos, you'll see that they all somewhat say the same thing, which is that time truly is the ultimate currency, right? When you're trying to make it in crypto or Web 2, you're trying to make a lot of money, generational wealth. What is that money really good for, right? It's for freeing up more time in your day. At Time.Fund, what we're trying to do is make your time valuable in the sense that if someone wants to connect with you, they have to pay you for access to you. I'm sure some people here in this crowd, we look at cold direct messages, emails, and all of that, and throughout the day, we end up wasting like an hour or two just looking at spam, right? So we're trying to make it where if someone wants to reach out to you, they have to pay. It's as simple as that. You'll cut out so much spam by doing so. So when you're on Time.Fund, the products themselves are really similar to the Web 2 comparables, right? But powered by Solana and being on crypto rails, there's a lot more that can be done with it. So when your time is on Time.Fund, it's first tradable, meaning that there is a capital market created for it, and people can buy and sell and trade your time, and ultimately, you as a creator earn fees off of those trades. Next, it's your time, but ownable, meaning that you can imagine if Mr. Beast was just starting out in his YouTube career right now, you could buy his time right now, and then maybe in a few years, he becomes the #1 YouTuber on this planet, and you can cash in a profit or perhaps use that time to book a call with him and see how he became so successful. And then lastly, it's your time, but programmable, meaning that Time.Fun right now is just the first platform being built on top of tokenized time, but we do envision a future where there's multiple apps and products and platforms built on top of tokenized time. And at the end of the day, this really helps creators because their time is being used in multiple platforms, multiple products, and ultimately that just makes more volume for their time. So when you sign up for Time.Fun, it's, again, really similar to the Web2 comparables out there today. It's a global market from day one. Solana's global. You have users and builders all across the globe. And you can pick and choose which products you want to provide. So for example, you can get paid for every direct message that you answer, group chats for you and your time holders, voice and video calls, auctions. It's really up to you what you want to offer your fans. And obviously, the more engaged you are with your fans on the platform, the better you'll do. And probably the last takeaway, the most important thing from this conversation here, is that when you tokenize your time, what you're really doing is unlocking equity in your time. I know it's a little bit abstract, but I'll try to break it down. In 2018, I'm sure most of you know who Naval is. He had a really famous thread about how to get rich, right? And part of his thread said, you cannot get rich by renting out your time. You must own equity or a piece of a business. 6 short years later, our very own Nikita Bier, he wrote, what happens when time becomes equity with dividend yields? So if you really think about it, when you tokenize your time and you give upside to your fans and early believers, you're unlocking that equity. You're taking them on that journey with you. And of course, you're earning passive fees when people trade your time and the market decides the value of your time. So that's all I have today. I really hope to see every one of you tokenize your time on Time.Fun. I hope you replace Calendly and take calls on Time.Fun. There's a lot of products that we're building that will make it a lot easier for you to connect with your fans, your early believers, and truly unlock that equity in your time and let your fans go on that journey with you. So thank you, everyone.
Give it up one more time for Kaz, everybody. Woo! All right, this next talk is all about why tech founders should be launching on Solana. Over the last year, there's been a huge influx of builders from all around crypto coming to Solana because we have the most users, we have the most volume, we have a lot of TVL, and our stablecoin are growing quite a bit. We're at an all-time high of around $13 billion. A lot of things to be bullish about Solana. And these next 2 speakers, of course, we have the CEO of Dupe.com, Bobby, and he's going to be joined in conversation by the founder of Alliance DAO, one of the best ways to fund your startup as well as find your network of founder friends. So please give it up for Imran and Bobby.
All right.
How are you doing, Bobby?
Doing all right.
Awesome, awesome. You know, I think for those that don't know Dupe.com, could you give a quick bio of what Dupe.com is?
It's really hard to see people here, but I always like to know if I'm getting a new audience. How many people here have heard of Dupe.com? Raise your hands. Let's go, guys. That's awesome. I like to say that there's not a whole lot of Venn diagram overlap between our DAUs at Dupe.com, but so many people have come to us in the crypto community and told us that they use it. When we launched the coin 20 days ago, they were excited about it because they've saved money. Basically, what Dupe.com is, like we like to think about it as the front door to deals on the internet, right? So like, we want to own the mind share of internet users for people who want to save money, whether it's their first mile shopping journey where they have some idea of what they want to buy and they want to look at options for less, or they know exactly what they want to buy but they want to get it at a discount. You come to Dupe.com, you save a ton of money. We've had millions of users use the product. We have 1 million monthly active users, thousands of brand partners. So it's doing well, and it's exciting to be in the Solana community talking about it.
And so I love your story about how you actually got into crypto, because you got into crypto 20 days ago.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So tell me about how you launched your coin, and like how did you accidentally get into crypto?
Yeah, so Nikita Beers is one of our advisors at Dupe. We actually launched the product last April. We worked with him Feb through April to unlock some of that virality in the product. I am totally Web2 all the way. I own some crypto and Robinhood, but like being in crypto is like a real thing that I didn't fully understand. When I saw Nikita tweet about the launch coin Rails, I was like, ooh, another nifty Nikita hack. I want to try it out. And we put up a tweet. Like I thought I was doing the equivalent of buying a domain name.
Sure.
So I went to Dupe's account and I tagged the whole launch a coin thing. And by the time $6 million were traded into the coin, I had to kind of figure out what I just did. So I think that was my entry into crypto was a total accident.
So why did you continue to stay? Like, you know, you could have just said, oh, well, that was a fun experiment, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
You continued with it, and in fact, you became one of the biggest advocates for tech startups to launch using Believe. So I'm curious as to what you saw that made you go towards that direction.
Yeah, as you know, Imran, that first week when we launched, I was talking to you a lot, and I was talking to Ben a lot, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to go to jail. You know, because it wasn't clear to me that what I just did wasn't, you know, was legal or not. I started getting excited after I spoke to a lot of lawyers about it who said, this is great, you're fine, you're good. Spoke to you, spoke to Ben. And that's where, you know, after that, I really started to pay attention to the possibilities because of the enthusiasm in the crypto community around Dupe's coin. And we saw at least 2, maybe 3 paths where this could be, you know, a marquee moment for a Web2 company to enter into crypto the right way, right? And I think what's different about Dupe is we had product market fit in Web 2 before we came to Web 3. Maybe the tables would be a little bit differently turned if, you know, we were a kind of 0-day app launching in crypto. And I think what people have rallied around ultimately is that they've heard of us before and they trust the coin more.
Amazing. So, you know, like in crypto, it's, you know, whenever we see startups launch their token or whatnot, you know, they're on the journey to finding product market fit. But in your case, it's actually very different. You have product market fit, and you're using crypto as a way to accelerate your go-to-market strategy, your customer acquisition strategy, and even acquiring customers.
Yeah.
So tell me how you're thinking about using a token as a way to accelerate each of those funnels.
Sure. So first of all, I have to caveat by saying, like, when I'm talking to kind of the Web 2 cohort of founders. I think like crypto native people have a very different understanding of what's possible. What I'm mostly excited about is the first week, the amount of feedback we got from the community because they were, you know, invested in the coin.
Sure.
Oh, they bought the coin. And that kind of helped me speed run my understanding of crypto and how we might be able to fit it into our product. We launched a whole series around the tokenomics of the product. The 3 specific areas that I'm very excited about for Dupe's coin and how it fits into dupe.com is bringing these like 1 million monthly active normie users who are not in crypto into crypto with seamless sort of invisible UX and using the coin as a way to incentivize daily, weekly active usage of our product to do things that we care about the most. Like we care that you're running successful dupe searches. We care that you're clicking on our brand partner links. We care that you're buying from our brand partners. We care that you're saving the most money. We can use tokens to incentivize those actions. That's kind of the first thing I'm very excited about. The second thing I'm really excited about, and this is entirely net new to how dupe.com works, we don't currently curate the best products or the best dupes using tokens as sort of an incentive structure to create a curated marketplace where, you know, we have a lot of interior designers, for example, buying furniture on Dupe, for getting them to stake tokens, Dupe tokens, behind the best products to show up on our homepage. And if those products sell well, we return their stamp to transact either in USDC, Dupe Coin, Solana, et cetera, feels like a really big opportunity as well. That's why we stuck around. That's why we're investing in it. That's what makes us the most excited.
Yeah, to summarize, like what I'm hearing is, especially for founders outside of crypto, you're using crypto tokens as a way to incentivize people to come and use the product.
Yes.
It's like a pseudo acquisition cost.
Yeah, we're paying rent to Facebook. We're paying rent to Google. We have all these ad placements that we're doing, using the token as a way to get people to be incented to bring their friends, family, neighbors, co-workers into Dupe, and then rewarding them from it reinforces their ability to earn, but more importantly, the quality of users coming in with the lowest possible CAC is actually pretty explosive.
So you have that as number one. Number two, and we spoke even, I would say like the first or second day you launched.
Yeah.
And what you mentioned to me was that you did have aspirations to go global, and you were talking to maybe someone in Japan, or thinking about kind of the expansion, but
yeah. Let's not talk about the country.
Oh, sorry.
Let's not talk about
but you were thinking about expanding to these countries, and, but I think the biggest problem was like on-ramps, right? Like actually taking payments from users outside of the US. Now with Dupe and Solana, you're able to take these payments globally and be able to serve those customers, which I think is exactly what every tech founder should be thinking about.
Yeah.
If they want to expand globally, or if they want to serve a global audience.
It's definitely one of the things we're most excited about.
It's one of the, on a side note, it's one of the reasons why Polymarket's really popular globally.
Yes.
Is the fact that they're taking stable coins as a way to serve a global audience.
Agree.
So I could kind of see where Dupe can go moving forward.
Yeah.
All right. So for those that for the people that are listening, if you don't know what Believe is a place where you could launch your startup. If you have a really strong product or vibe coded product, you launch on the product, you get your first 100 believers, and they help you with growth and marketing and things like that. So what would be one advice that you would give to founders that are tech startups that are outside of crypto? What would you tell them, and how would you pitch it to them in terms of using Believe?
Yeah, so we actually put out a tweet about this yesterday.
Sure.
Follow Dupe_Solana if you want the notes from this. But the high levels, the things that I'm starting to talk, because a lot of Web2 founders reach out to us, asking us whether this is a good thing and whether they should get into it. It's like, I think about all the people in the early stages of building where capital formation is a very complicated thing. You don't have the network, it feels like a country club, you don't know the right people, you might be smarter, but that doesn't matter. Money moves because of relationships in Web 2. You're alone kind of building in your room, you're kind of LARPing as a founder, you're hoping and praying, crossing your fingers that someone notices you. And I think what's so interesting about the Believe platform is you instantly mint your product. The capital stack for things like Believe is code. You get to exist, and people either give a shit or they don't, and it happens instantly, and I love that. I've never seen anything like it, but also I'm 20 days into crypto, so maybe something has existed, and I just haven't seen.
Yeah, so look, Alliance runs an accelerator program. We've been around for 5 years, and so we help a lot of our founders fundraise.
Yeah.
So, and typically, on average, it takes them 6 to 12 weeks to get their first check-in, like first capital commitment.
You have to be really good for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Like really good. Yeah.
And that's Web 2, right? Crypto is a bit easier because there's a path to liquidity.
Yeah.
But on average, outside of crypto, it takes 6 to 12 months, 6 to 8 months to fundraise. Yeah. And you have to go through hundreds and hundreds of pitches. You have to improve your product. Sometimes the investors will give you feedback as far as what they think the future should be, but the founders actually know what the future should be.
Yeah.
And so what you're saying is what the product can do is essentially collapse all of that into, hopefully within a week.
Yeah, you can do that really quickly. The other thing that's like super yes to all of those things, I just want to get through a couple other things that I think Web2 founders should be thinking about. Things like product market fit, which is the white whale. It is the hardest thing to do really with any product. And you kind of look at your churn numbers, you look at your NPS score, and you have, you kind of wave a stick in the air, lick your finger, stick it up, and hopefully you have product market fit. What I think is like super interesting about Web3 is maybe, again, liquidity is a proxy for product market fit, right? Like, do people actually care about your product enough where they vote with their wallets unprompted.
Yeah.
I think that's like really, really interesting. And again, like I think if you're in Web 2, you're sort of building a loan, you need to raise money. This sort of raise through the Believe platform feels like an opportunity. We came to it differently again because we launched sort of accidentally on the Believe platform. But if we were starting at zero, knowing what I know now, I would take this opportunity very seriously, even just to kind of test the waters to see if anyone cares about your product. And in a world in which we are quickly moving into vibe-coded apps with one founder or three people, those are the future decacorns. And those are not really venture-backable companies, right? Sure. And so if you're looking for a completely different take on how to get money in, this might be the way to look at it.
So we have 30 seconds left. I want to ask you, what does Dupe look like effectively using crypto rails to its fullest extent?
Yeah, so I think bringing a lot of normie moms and girlfriends. I like to quip that crypto Twitter's girlfriends heard about Dupe before crypto Twitter did, and that might be one of the first products to ever do that. I want to bring a bunch of normies, millions of them, into crypto without talking about burning shit and fees and stuff that's just way over their head. Yeah. Make it fun, make it seamless, make the UX invisible. That's something we're going to do. We've kind of amassed a large bag of dollars to use in marketing. We're going to be able to triple, quadruple, quintuple our user base very quickly because of it. And then building our app, building our website with the integrated kind of tokenomics that we have promised we are going to build, it will massively lubricate the rails for DAUs, retention, and hopefully marketing as well, because people will just market on behalf of Dupe. If the thesis plays out, this is explosive.
Let's go Dupe.
All right,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, give it up one more time for Bobby and Imran, everybody. Woo. All right, this next talk is very special because it's the first keynote on the West Coast stage of Accelerate 2025. Again, if you're tuning in on the live stream, thank you so much for joining. And if you're a little hard of hearing and need a little bit of help understanding what's going on, we have earpieces right in the back. This next talk is going to be by the CEO and founder of Privy. Privy, of course, is securing over 50 million wallets. We're talking billions of dollars worth of volume. And so it is my absolute pleasure to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Privy, Henry Stern.
Hello. Excited to be here. Thank you for being on the West Coast. I'm Henry. So I'm one of the founders of Privy. We build basically everything you need to bring users on chain, no matter how much they know about crypto or not. So this is wallet infrastructure for every user. Broadly, we build user onboarding methods, so your users can come in with the means that are most familiar to them, be it coming in via WhatsApp or coming in with their existing Phantom. We build embedded wallets. This is the underlying key system that allows you to build self-custodial wallets for any user, even if they've never heard of crypto. We build the low-level key management that goes under the hood here, as well as all of the on-chain automations that go with this. And you might wonder, what is this? Why are we talking about infrastructure in what is meant to be about app development? The initial name of this talk was called Closing the Gap. And it was, what do we need to do to actually take crypto products mainstream? And I think when we raised our Series A, this was one of the core slides. Do we really need more infra when all that there seems to be in crypto is infra? And I think the reality is Closing the Gap is no longer a good name for this talk track because the gap has effectively been closed. Over the past 3 years, in huge part in the Solana ecosystem, we've basically seen major improvements across scalability, usability, and security of these systems. And so the talk instead is all your users on chain, specifically rules that we've learned serving over 1,000 developers and 50 million users in how they actually take these rails and build compelling experiences with them. So the bottom line, if nothing else from the talk, is I think we've kind of run out of excuses Today, it used to be we always said, well, crypto is in its infancy. Solana is not ready yet. We need whatever. And that is just not true anymore. All of the systems are here, and we can build the types of experiences that we want to use in crypto today. So with that, I'm going to get into the rules that we've learned working with teams like Pump, like Jupiter, like Yapster, and a number of other incredible builders in the space. So the first rule is meet your users where they are. And maybe I'll say the last talk with Bobby and Imran was interesting because it was a what do you have to be thinking about if you're coming in from traditional app development and coming into crypto? I think here I'm looking at what are crypto builders often thinking about that they need to take a step back on and realize what the rules of product building are for any mainstream user. So the first rule is meet your users where they are. Broadly, you go to the user, they don't come to you. Trying to create new user behavior is exceptionally hard. Trying to sort of bend your user to the technical primitives that you've chosen is more or less not going to happen for the most part. And so you have to pick your battles, and for the most part, you have to understand and walk back from who are you building for. There's this tweet that I read every night before going to bed. It's from Ilmoy from Vector, a builder that we love, that we work with. And Ilmoy built Tensor, he's building Vector, and he talks about the fact that there are two ways to win in crypto. You can build extremely close to compliance. This is payments, this is centralized exchanges, this is RWAs. It attracts big boy capital and is optimized for fun, is optimized for being regulatorily compliant. Or you can build as far away from compliance, as close to basically letting the user choose their own path as possible. And these are DEXs, self-custodial wallets, Pum.fun, and it attracts a very different type of user experience. And so there's obviously shades of nuance in between, but the truth is, crypto is a bit of a tale of two cities today. You've got, to really simplify it, stable coins on the one hand, meme coins on the other. And for the most part, your product is going to fit into one of these two paradigms in terms of what the core constituency you're trying to build for is. So over time, you can nuance, but I would urge you to be brutally honest with yourself in terms of what is the core paradigm that we inscribe ourselves to. If you focus on the user, you start to understand what the opportunity you're building for is. So if you're building in stable coins, the opportunity is to reshape financial rails on the world stage. Like, it stands to reason that the first $1 trillion fintech company is going to be built on these rails, and that's because this is the first time that we get to build financial services that are not otherwise sectioned off by currency. And so, if you look at Microsoft's market cap is $3.5 trillion. About $0.5 trillion, which is JP Morgan's market cap, is based in the US. The other $3 trillion is global. And now, for the first time, we can build financial services that operate like software. So if you're building on the stablecoin side of the house, you have an absolutely massive TAM. You're building for billions of users, but it means your average user probably doesn't own a Phantom wallet yet. They probably are coming in via WhatsApp or via their email. And it means that the LTVs that you're going to be looking at, how you monetize that user, is going to be very, very different than if on the other side, you're building towards crypto natives. Here, the interactions that you should be focused on is the emergent behaviors that come from the rails that have been built. It's focused on mechanism design and how you can leverage these rails to build new consumer experiences. It's a much smaller TAM. You're going to be talking to millions, not billions of users. But the opportunity to build network effects through the assets that you're composing in your app and the LTV of any given user through trading is absolutely insane. And so the core takeaway for me when I look at the folks who are doing it absolutely amazingly in the Solana ecosystem is just know who you're optimizing for. Is your user here for the rails? Are you, like Sling, building basically a global Venmo on Solana? And your core user does not care about crypto fundamentally. The value prop is about sending and receiving money worldwide. Or are you like Jupiter, where you can see the UX here on the screen? It's much more geared towards an audience who is thinking about tokens, who understands these things, and who's engaging with a connect button on the top right. So I would urge you to be really as dumb as possible in initially defining your user. Break it down in the simplest way so that it feels too unnuanced, and then work your way backwards from there to understand what you're optimizing for. Everything that you do to move away from the optimization is extra friction that your user is going to be surprised by and having to contend with. The second rule, very related, is like prune your product. I think we see this all the time. We see basically founders that we launch with and we sort of help on their product. And they basically come in saying, I am going to launch with all of these features because this is going to be the unlock. I need to be able to serve, for example, the long tail of wallets out there and so on and so forth. That'll be the difference between the system working or not working for me. A decade ago, I built a mobile app. We made the disastrous mistake of choosing to build for iOS and Android. There was no sort of cross-platform at the time. We were a small team. We built for both environments, thinking, well, it's just more users. It'll make the product better. And it slowed down our development cycles hugely. So less is more. Focus on the core interactions and build up from there. A very simple example, obviously, is on wallet connector screens. If you're trying to get users with wallets to come in, don't overwhelm them with options. Give them less. I think generally, I kind of think that tribalism in crypto pushes people to try to show just like how OG they are. And by trying to show how OG they are, you're trying to really show how the sausage is getting made in the underlying systems that you've built. And your user does not care. Like broadly, your user is not interested in seeing that you support all of these different things. They want to know that you support their use case extremely well. And so whatever you can do to cut down choice, because choices hurt conversion for users, have what is the golden path in your product, and then build in escape hatches. Because part of the point of building these apps is they are built on open systems. They are built using composable primitives. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't have an opinion about what is the right way or the common way that a user will come in. Yeah, as I said, you don't get brownie points, basically, for showing your users how complex or interesting the product is. Crypto does not have different laws of physics from like general product building. It is not because there is a token that you get to absolve yourself of like what it means to craft a tighter product. On the contrary, in fact, I think because the primitives are so powerful, our job is to break them down, is to simplify them to their really core, what is the job to be done? Why is this here? What is the moment that my user is in at this moment in time that they're sort of getting through the conversion funnel? And then the last piece, I say humbly, I guess, as an infrastructure purveyor, but that is that the product informs the infrastructure, not the other way around. If you are building because you know the tools that you want to use and you're designing your product basically based on the tooling itself, you know you've taken a wrong step. It should be that you have designed the end-to-end user interaction. And from there, you'll pick the best tools for the job. And I would say there is kind of the Mitwood curse that you can recognize if you go deep enough into the product journey building this with infrastructure, which is you end up kind of squinting and looking at your stack, and it's insanely complex. And you convince yourself that it's insanely complex for all of these reasons. But basically, along the way, you've kind of bought into multiple assumptions that really don't hold when you put yourself back in the foot of the users. So this notion of, I really wanted to use this primitive, and so I had to use this other primitive to make it usable. Question your own premises. Try to simplify as much as you can, and as always, sort of grounded in the user. So broadly, these are the three rules. If we go back, it is understand your constituency, sort of pick a lane, decide who you're building for as a prime customer, and then go from there. The second is cut everything but the essentials and work your way up. And then the last one is the infrastructure comes second. You have to start with the product journey that you're building. And again, I think then there is a question, which is what remains. If we go back to this notion of closing the gap, we've just talked about a number of things that are fairly common user experience rules in building products on the web. What's different about this space? What do we still need to do? And I think my sense is that over the coming years, we'll get to see the gap between the two constituencies, between the stable coins and the meme coins, between the degens and the mainstream users break down. The magical part about crypto are the pieces of composability and self-custody that require new mental models. And we're finally at a point where you don't need to introduce these new mental models to build a good crypto product, but it would be such a shame if we don't get back to a place where we have these mental models to kind of get users to think about the products that they've used in ways that they couldn't before. So I'm using a neobank, and it turns out my neobank account built on crypto rails is usable on an exchange that's completely unrelated, or I can stake it for yield here on a separate surface. These are things that will require new patterns to train users in the facts that the in-app experience is actually not locked in. It's opened up to the external world, and that is the thing that we have to build now. Broadly, it is building basically better intuitive composability across apps. It's looking at security and making transaction simulation and drainer prevention more simple. It is looking at privacy as a default. And this gets me to my sort of next point. What gets me so excited about a lot of what I'm seeing in Solana is the co-evolution of, call it, protocol design, infrastructure, and products. You have folks like Alliance and Coliseum who are doing amazing work just kind of really quickly turning feedback loops by having great builders build really cool products and then feed that data back into, call it, Solana itself, or folks like ourselves, Privy, Helios, and other infrastructure providers. And for example, Solana launched confidential transactions. And you can tell from looking at the shape of that piece of protocol design that it was designed for specific applications in mind. So this version of, call it, the water cycle that's happening in Solana is, to me, the most exciting thing about this ecosystem, actually, which is apps are directly informing protocol design, but they're not bleeding into each other. The protocol is not the app, and your app should not suffer because of the protocol that you've picked to build on. And so with that, I think real symbiosis means your UX is granular. It's entirely centered on the user. And yet, it builds on sort of extensible, broad standards. And magic really happens when the two of them meet. So go forth, experiment, and thank you so much.
This next speaker is a friend to the ecosystem, one of the most talented researchers in the space, the founder of Solana Consumer Day, as well as Send AI. I consider him a very close personal friend and a very good dresser. Give a big round of applause to Yash Agarwal. Woo!
Hi everyone, I'm Yash from SendCoin, and today I'll be talking about how we are building towards the mission of attention capital markets. So at the start of 2025, we started with a simple mission. How do we accelerate agents and apps on Solana? So we first started with agents because that was the meta of that time. We hosted the largest crypto cross AI hackathon, Solana AI hackathon, which had 400 plus projects and had a peak market cap of $800 million from the tokens launched during the hackathon. Then we launched Solana Agent Kit, which has more than 50 plus protocols integrated and is currently used by 1K plus projects. And it's a bridge between the Solana and the AI world. So we did accelerate agents on Solana. But we are still early, and the agentic infra is getting built as we are speaking, and we are doubling down on MCP stack, and we will have banger announcement coming in the next few months. So now coming on to the apps part of it. So back in February, we started to think, how do we accelerate apps on Solana? And our simple insight was, go mobile. But why mobile native and why now? So the first thing is Solana Seeker is coming soon, and there would be a native distribution of 180K plus mobile devices on Solana. And Phantom proved that how you can bootstrap consumer distribution via mobile, and it also outranked WhatsApp and Instagram for a few weeks. The App Store policies are now getting lenient, and they are now more friendly towards NFTs, crypto payments, and so on. And we saw with the recent internet capital markets meta that anyone can launch a mobile app and just like launch a token along with that. And it has been doing like really great numbers. For example, the total market cap is more than $300 million at this point of time. So it's very simple that we need to go mobile. But shipping mobile apps on Solana has always been very hard until now. So introducing the Solana App Kit, which has more than 50 plus protocol integrations. And now you can build a Solana mobile app in just 15 minutes for both iOS and Android. You can launch your mobile app from AI to social to launchpads to wallets to trading. And this is not just a random starter or onboarding kit. It's a full-fledged Solana everything kit, which comes with a lot of protocols like Meteora, Radium, Pump, Jupyter, and so on. So you also get embedded wallets like Privy, Turnkey, and so on. And it has completely modular plug-and-play components, so you can just swap in and out of your UI the components which you like or not. So you get components like profiles, chats, interactive feeds, and tradable feeds. And then you can also have swap and copy trade via Jupyter. Then you can mint and trade NFTs via Metaplex. And you can also have configurable bonding curves via launchpads like Meteora, Radium, and Pump.fun. You can also publish your apps directly to Solana App Store. And you also get a lot of embedded wallets here, like Preview, Dynamic, and Turnkey. And you can also connect your external wallet using Solana Mobile's wallet adapter. So you can spin your own Solana super app using the simple command line, and you would get a mobile app with 15+ protocol integration. So this is how a sample mobile app would look like if you just run that command. You would get tradable feeds, you will also get swaps, and all the wallet connections and so on. And today we are not just announcing Solana AppKit, but we are also announcing 5 Vibe apps to prove our thesis that these apps are very easy to build using Solana AppKit and how we can get more and more consumer adoption. So the first app which we are launching is SendAI Mobile. So it would be something like Manus, but for Solana, where you can just swap, stake, launch a meme coin, and do more actions just with a prompt. And it is one of the first mobile MCP client, and it's powered by the God mode. The second app which we are launching is Send Guys. So it's inspired from Fall Guys if you have played in your childhood, and it's a multiplayer game, and you win soul and send whenever you play with your friends. The third app which we are introducing is a mobile native launchpad aggregator, and it's like one of the most exciting things right now since launchpads are the hottest meta right now. And it would have like option to launch from Pump.fun, Launch Lab by Radium, and then Meteora DBC. And you can configure your bonding curve, and this same engine would be used throughout the entire Send ecosystem to enable token launches across all the consumer apps that we'll be launching. And the fourth one is a social trading app. It's a simple reference app like Vector, and here you can post your trades, and anyone can click and copy trade from social feeds. And the fifth and the last one is simple Jupyter-inspired wallet, which is just a fun wallet. And this is just to showcase that you can also build wallets using Solana AppKit, and it would have all the discoverability of tokens, swapping of tokens, and just like any other wallet, has all the functionalities. So all these 5 Vibe apps would be going live on App Store and Play Store in the coming few days. But the Solana AppKit is completely live. It's completely open source, so you can just go and spin up your own mobile app using simple command lines and just swap whatever modules you need and deploy your mobile app. So you can just go to solanaAppKit.com and try out the app now. So what's next? We observed from the internet capital markets meta that tokens are the very best attention capital bootstrapping mechanism. And with AI meta, we saw that vibe coding has been increasingly becoming popular, and there are coding agents which makes building apps very faster. So over the next few months, we'll be heavily relying on both of these two powerful things, tokens and AI. And with this convergence, we'll make the Send ecosystem much more powerful. So the era of vibe apps begins now, and we are excited to see what comes out of it. Thanks.
For that, goddamn. Thank you for that, Mash. This next speaker is the head of design over at Magic Eden. Magic Eden, of course, is one of the OG platforms on Solana. Not only are they pushing forward the frontier for NFTs, but also tokens. Please give a big round of applause for Nathan Clapp.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Look at my intro slide. Isn't that different? Yeah, my name is Nathan Clapp, senior product designer at Magic Eden. But before I was a designer, I was actually a magician. And today I want to talk about magic. When it comes to products, right, surprise and delight in a product is something we're always aiming for. It's something that makes users fall in love with your product. But how does that look in Web3? And then just some thoughts on that. And I'll get to why I titled it Magicians in Space. But first, I want to open up with a little demonstration, actually, because you got to have a hook in any talk. So I'm going to do it with this piece of paper. I don't think people on the stream are going to be able to see this, so they'll just have to believe me. But if I take this piece of paper, hopefully, if I just put it on my hand here, I can get it to stick to my finger like that, and then I can actually get it to levitate. A magic trick. All right, so why does that feel like magic? What is magic? Why did that feel magical? Well, you could say floating is magic in general, but I don't think it's that. Fundamentally, I think that it's this set of constraints that we have in mind, that we all agree on, right? We live on Earth here where gravity exists, and we know that, right? And when I break that constraint, it's unexpected, it's a little delightful. But if I did that exact same thing, say, in space, it wouldn't be as magical, would it, right? The context is different. So that's the key here. I think that context and understanding what's expected and then breaking through that is what causes magic. So what does this have to do with crypto? So I'm going to make an analogy. I love analogies. My analogy is that Web2 users, the ones we want to bring into the space more, right? Let's say there are people used to space. It kind of works. It's more frictionless out in the Web2 world. You swipe your card, you log in with Google. It's become quite easy. And us over here in Web3 land, there's a lot of constraints we work within. To try to build things proper on chain, there's a ton of constraints that we know about, right? We've spent our time to dive down the rabbit hole and learn why it's important. But we can't expect new users to take the time to learn that too, and we shouldn't, right? So how do we break through and make magical experiences? Because you can do all this work to make an elegant product, and then you show it to the world and you realize it's not as magical to them because they don't understand the constraints we're working within. So how do we create magic? So I brought one example today. A company we recently acquired, Imagine, is a company called Slingshot. They create a mobile-first token trading app, and there's a lot of magic in it. And I want to talk really lightly behind the scenes what they do. It's fully on-chain, non-custodial, but it does feel like a familiar app. And really quickly, I'll just run through this, but say a user wants to get onboarded, they want put some money on the app. Well, they have their familiar cast characters here. Let's say they just put $100 on the app through Venmo. They have $100. That's what they see. However, under the hood, we actually abstract it away, but they have USDC, and again, it's in their own wallet. And in fact, some users, after trading a lot, could have USDC on a bunch of different chains. And again, we don't show them that, though. We just show them what they need to see. But it's actually super important that they have that. So if I go to the next side of things, on the Slingshot side, we always have, like deep liquidity reserves of USDC on a bunch of chains as well. I'm just showing the same three here that I'm using as examples, say Solbase and Barachain. But we have a bunch of them. So that's a setup. And in a typical transaction, they say they want $80 worth of PopCat. Okay, they sign an off-chain transaction. They sign it, no gas or anything. It includes their intent and a resource lock, which is essentially locking up their USDC, the amount that they need for the trade. Slingshot essentially uses a relayer, and we use our liquidity reserves on the chain of choice, which for PopCat would be Sol. That follows through, the transaction goes through, and the resulting PopCat goes to the user. As soon as it hits their wallet, the resource lock unlocks, pays out the liquidity reserves on their respective chains. Pretty elegant system. I love talking through it because I think it is fascinating, especially for people here today. But in the end, everyone's whole. You got your $80 PopCat, you got your $20. To the user, they don't see any of that. So this is how it looks in real time. I just bought $80 PopCat and recorded it. This is how it looks in real time. A lot of delightful moments in here as far as like the actual UI goes, which kudos to the team that designed it. But that's not what I'm talking about. I want to talk about the experience. And I guess the question is, why do all that work under the hood to get what looks like maybe a familiar app? And this is where I think my whole point is that I think the magic should be coming from and empowered by the fact that we're building on chain, and that's where they're going to feel it. You can abstract it all away and make it feel super familiar, and in fact, it's the experience of it that's going to shine through. So in this case, why do all that work and make it look familiar to user? Well, because this is one thing they'll feel, and I think it's one of the biggest, that you can trade anything instantly. So a lot of us know here the feeling of being able to go on Jupiter or something like that and immediately find a meme coin that just launched, and you can trade it. But if we're bringing in new users, they don't know that, and you cannot get that with a centralized app. But with Slingshot, anything that goes out, you could trade your Sol or your Bitcoin, of course, but if you want to trade a new meme coin that just dropped on the chain, you are touching the chain with the system, and so you do have access to that. So that's a magical thing for new users. Your dollars, they're actually USDC under the hood, so they're more powerful inherently. There's things you can do with USDC that they're going to feel. Even just like taking your money off the app, they might get hit with a bit of delight, realizing they don't have to wait 1 to 2 business days. They could just take it off to a personal wallet. And then, anything that's built on chain tool-wise that you could use, like limit orders, DCA, anything that continues to get developed, we can take advantage of and pass that on to the user because they are fully on chain. So these are just some examples, but I think the point is, and what I like to make the point is just that I understand, especially being in the space for a while, and some of these talks we're talking about it, that we can get we can be very proud about some of the ways we abstract the complexity, knowing what constraints we have in the Web3 space, but we can't expect new users to know that. And so I know that it can feel like we're trying to perform levitation to people in space and then explain why it's so great sometimes. But if they didn't know the rules or constraints, would it still feel like magic? I think that's the challenge to everyone building products out there that I would put out there. Would it still feel like magic to them if they didn't know all those constraints? And hopefully, if we keep this in mind, we can all become better magicians in space. Thank you.
One of the most prolific designers on Twitter, a passionate vibe coder, and creator of the Design Everyday series. 0x Designer is passionate about non-speculative use cases in crypto, and today is his first on-stage debut. Please give it up for 0x Designer!
How's it going? Wow, look at this. I want you to imagine you've just stepped into this room. Take a moment to look around. You've never met the person who lives here. What words come to mind about them? They're messy, creative, adventurous, maybe young. Now imagine you're in this room. Who is this person? Organized, more deliberate, more calm and mature. This looks like someone that would give really good advice. Notice how quickly and confidently you can judge someone you've never met based on nothing but the things they own. In 2002, psychologist Sam Gosling ran a study called A Room with a Q. He asked students to rate their personalities. Then, total strangers spent just a few minutes looking around their bedrooms, judging their personalities based on what they saw. From the assessments, the strangers knew the person just as well, if not more, as their close friends just looking at their stuff.
What this tells us is something simple but powerful. The things you own reveal a lot about you. You don't have to meet someone to truly know them. In fact, you don't even need to know what they look like. Most people on the internet know me by this photo. I've never revealed my appearance or my personal identity. And yet, most of the relationships I've formed online know a more authentic version of me than my close friends and family. Think about it. Why is it so hard to show another person your TikTok algorithm or your Instagram For You page? You feel vulnerable and naked, right? You're revealing deep parts about yourself. It took me a lot of courage to share this screenshot of my liked songs on Spotify. You probably know a lot more about me now than you would if I tore down this wall between us. Web 2 companies know this well. Every time you click, swipe, or buy something, it's behavioral residue that's collected to build a profile about you and your preferences. It's extremely valuable stuff, and they keep it for themselves. But what if that data wasn't trapped? How would your experience on the internet change? What could you build? I'll even take it one step further. What if every app you use knew your preferences without giving them sensitive personal information? Well, I have good news. Remember the bedroom exercise we started with? We can play the same game with wallet activity. What comes to mind when you think of someone that actively trades Farcoin? What about a longtime holder of Jupiter? If you're familiar with these coins, you'll likely already be imagining what each of these people are like. If you take a closer look at wallet activity, it reveals even more. There are all sorts of categories and variables that you can give weight to. Let's use my own wallet, for example. First, you know I have years of daily transactions, so you can probably guess I'm an early adopter. I'm holding all the NFTs I fell in love with in 2021, which means I lean more towards art and culture on-chain. I have nothing against meme coin trading, I'm just bad at it. But I've dabbled here and there, and I don't do it often, but it means I'm not particularly motivated by profit. I regularly collect content that's aspirational and aesthetic, which could mean I'm into lifestyle content. You'd also know I'm a content creator. There was a period where every day for 2 years straight, I published a design idea on-chain. I've attended every FWE Fest so far, which reinforces my affinity for creativity, art, and culture. When I connect my wallet to your app, I'm giving you just as much information as TikTok while maintaining my privacy. It's a win-win for me as a user and for you as the app creator. The only difference is I'm giving you this information before I use your app. By allowing me to connect my wallet, you know exactly what I want by simply scanning my history. I'm not just holding assets. I have behavioral clues. In design, we love to say context is king. Great experience are derived when you anticipate what I want and serve it to me as quickly and as easily as possible. Every single transaction hash tells a story about me, my tastes, and my preferences. You don't even need to be making a crypto app. So why would you, as the app creator, let that go to waste? You can make inferences on what I like and serve me personalized content. You can suggest things for me to do and guide me to action. You can bootstrap a social graph based on people that have similar activity and interests as me. You can let me share context with LLMs so they know me better from the start. There's a good chance that the person that actively trades Farcoin skews younger, has more Gen Z tendencies, and enjoys a more fast-paced experience, whereas the person who's predominantly a long-term Jupiter holder is more methodical. Generating these inferences accurately has always been a challenge. If you've never heard of either of these tokens and don't know what characteristics they represent, it's difficult to really know someone. What's more, thousands of new tokens emerge every second. So even if you have your finger on the pulse of crypto culture, it's still impossible to track what all that means. It's not as easy as seeing if I have a Dostoevsky on my bookshelf or if I have a guitar in my bedroom. But with agents and AI-powered search, you can gather information on someone's blockchain activity and the token's narrative and metadata in real time. And more importantly, you can make connections between the two. Maybe this is the true intersection of crypto and AI. I'm not just holding tokens. I'm holding so much more. You know a whole lot more than what's in my bedroom. You know more than if I have socks on the floor, how organized my desk is. The door's open. You're more than welcome to come in and snoop around whenever you want. Thank you.
This next speaker is the creator of GeoDNet. GeoDNet is using decentralized physical infrastructure, DePIN, to power robotics use cases. He's also a proud alumni of UC Berkeley. Go Bears. Give it up for Mike Horton, everybody. Woo!
Good morning. So I'm going to talk to you guys about robots today. And if you don't have a couple of robots at your home, I assure you within the next few years, you will have a few robots. And I'm going to explain why tokenization and decentralized physical infrastructure networks are the key behind the mass market adoption of robots, and how robots is going to actually end up becoming the largest marketplace in the world. So what is GeoDNet? GeoDNet is actually a service used for precise positioning of robots and localization of robots. And we provide a service that is really loved by customers for providing 1-inch XYZ accuracy, sort of anywhere on the planet, except for a few countries where it's illegal to operate GeoDNet. And we're also well known in the DePIN community for having very simple tokenomics that connects suppliers, people who run GeoDNet stations, with users, people who use our centimeter accurate positioning service through buyback and burn. There are two ways you can participate in GeoDNet. One is you can find an empty hex, and you can set up what we call a satellite reference station. And these are devices that listen to the US GPS satellites, the European Galileo satellites, the Russian GLONASS satellites, and the Chinese Beidou satellites, and track all the data from them, and provide that backbone for the centimeter accurate service. So you can set up a reference station if you're in an empty hex. The other opportunity to participate in GeoDNet is you can get a GeoPulse device, which is like a car navigation device. If you've ever been lost in New York City due to all the buildings, this solves that problem. And along the way, you're providing validation for the GeoDNet network, and you are also earning some tokens through our token quests. GeoDNet is backed by some of the leading Web3 investors, many of whom are here today and are incredible supporters of the Solana ecosystem, which is really, I think, building so much in the decentralized physical infrastructure network world, and it's amazing to be part of that ecosystem. So the next thing I want to do is show you a little bit of what GeoDNet is in real life through a video, and how it connects into robots, and how precise positioning is really an underpinning fundamental piece of physical infrastructure that has never existed and wouldn't exist in the form it does today without blockchain and without Web3. So in this short video, you'll see what precision GPS is, how it's consumer ready, and how it's powered by DeepIn. So this first thing is just a simple ground robot just to demonstrate the accuracy difference. So the purple is your phone's GPS, blue is GeoNet. And you can see it's about 100 times more accurate. That then in turn enables things like robotic lawnmowers. And if you don't have one, contact me, I can get you one, and how they can return to base, map your yard, all this. Precision drone operations, whether it's a drone in a box, drone delivery, drone scanning, just making drones more flyable in the wind. Augmented reality, I can't find my Pokemon. Where's my Pokemon? Connected into GeoNet, boom, I have put that GeoNet coin right in front of the door to symbolize our building in Asia. Boom, there it is. You can take GeoNet, couple it with LiDAR and cameras, you can build full HD maps. These are the things that power cars like Waymo. This is actually GeoNet plus a LiDAR, boom, scanning the space with another Web3 project on Solana called Rover that we're involved in, making that fundamental data product that is used for self-driving, easy and scalable across the world. So GeoNet is, in fact, the world's largest precise positioning network by a large margin. We have over 17,000 base stations that all have been installed because of the Web3 token incentivization. We are now 2.5 times bigger than the next nearest network. The next nearest network, like in the United States, Trimble, large, $10 billion plus public company, been building it for 20 years. We've created this network in 2.5 years, providing accessibility for centimeter accurate positioning to about 80% of the population of the world. It's unique, not only in its coverage and its cost, but also it is the first to track all of the satellite signals, including the latest GPS satellite signals, the latest Chinese satellite signals, all being collected by these reference stations on people's roofs throughout the world. The data has been validated by the National Geodetic Survey, the USDA, and other organizations as being really high quality and referenceable for things like civil survey, where they actually go out and measure points for building construction and other high-value applications. The project has done incredibly well. We have over 40 enterprise customers, 4 million in data revenue, which turns into 80% of that directly buy back and burn tokens. We have a community of 24,000 plus. We've had some unique relationships with the US government. The USDA has installed GeoNet nodes. They've done studies to validate the accuracy. And now we have a partnership where we're working with the USDA to enable precision farming for smaller farms. Precision farming is a widespread practice and large farm operations, but it hasn't penetrated into the 88% of farms that are small. And this combination of the low-cost infrastructure provided by DeepIn, along with some help in application development, is going to bring this precision ag into small farms. I provided congressional testimony on the value of DeepIn to bringing infrastructure into the United States quickly and affordable, and how that is a real-world, non-speculative use case of blockchain technology. GeoNet is also at the heart of working on full-stack solutions for robots and drones. I want to let you know that the majority of small robots and drones, probably you realize this from reading the news, but almost all of that hardware is produced in China today, more than 90%. And that's something that I think is an issue that the United States and other Western countries need to bring localized production of robots and drones into their environments. A key to do that is the affordability and also the integration of the technologies into system on a chip. So GeoNet is proud to announce that we are building a reference architecture for a system on a chip to power small robots and drones and make that available to bring mass manufacturing of drones and robots onshore in the United States and in other Western countries. At the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas this year, Jensen Huang presented this now very repeated graph about physical AI. And physical AI he's describing as robots and self-driving cars. And we believe, obviously, deeply in that. We think that market for physical AI is going to be, will hit $1 quadrillion in about 2050. We think with AI, and many others think with AI that's happening now, that's going to accelerate to 2030. You couple that with the fact that 70% of the world GDP is actually physical labor, and that's how you arrive at this physical AI, the robots, the drones that are going to do the work that we do today for us, is going to be the first $1 quadrillion market. And this will not scale without decentralized physical infrastructure network. A good example of that to think about is like Waymo. They're in 3 cities now after, what, $20 billion of investment, more than 10 years of development. DeepIn is what lets that scale by providing the things of sensing, learning, compute, connectivity, energy, all active DeepIn projects on Solana today. That's how we scale this to this global adoption. And last but not least, I wanted to say we're really proud that we're going to be bringing GeoNet service directly to the Seeker phone. This will enable hyper-precise location accuracy directly on the Seeker. It'll be the first mobile-only device that we launch on. It'll provide also a trustless proof of location. There'll be an SDK for developers to use to enable trustless location on the phone, as well as hyper-precise location. And of course, there'll be opportunities to earn geode and quests on that. So they're looking forward to that dropping. And that is the end of my quick lightning talk on GeoNet. I really encourage you to pick up our social channels, particularly our YouTube channels. We have a podcast. We have a lot of interviews with customers developing robots. And we have a lot of information on the future of robotics on our YouTube channel. Appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Go Bears. All right, this next fireside promises to be an absolute treat. It's about why you folks should start refocusing on mobile-first experiences. Who here uses Robinhood? I'm a Robinhood user. Any Robinhood users? Nobody want to dox themselves? That's totally fine. Well, we have the general manager, the head of Robinhood Crypto here, Johan Kerbrat, and he's going to be telling us more about his experiences building out crypto-first use cases for mobile. And of course, we also have the CEO of Rally. It is Chris Mattern, and Chris, of course, is building Rally. Rally is a wallet-like experience that incorporates social trading for everybody. And so, please give a big round of applause to Johan and Chris.
All right, good morning. So our good friends at Solana gave us 15 minutes, and I thought, who would I like to pin down and talk to about mobile for 15 minutes? And I couldn't think of anyone better than Johan, and he very kindly has agreed to be here with us.
That's not true. I was probably number 3 on the list.
You were high on the list. You were high on the list. So it's pretty clear that consumer crypto is reaching its mainstream moment, and Solana is reaching its mainstream moment. And for the next billion users, it seems pretty obvious that mobile devices are going to be where that happens, because half of the world is mobile first, even mobile only, and for the rest of us, it's where we spend a lot of our time. So Johan, for people who don't know, long and storied technology career, Airbnb, created Ironfish, and then eventually ended up as CTO of Robinhood Crypto, and then now runs Robinhood Crypto as GM. And so a few years ago, you made a choice, which was to leave kind of pure play crypto and bet on a mobile-first view of crypto at Robinhood. Like, why did you bet your career on mobile being where crypto gets adoption?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the two, right? Crypto is 24/7, weekends, not just like during the market hours, like the traditional finance system. And so when that's the case, people want to be able to access it from anywhere. And so obviously mobile became like our main focus. I think the second aspect was we want to target any time of customer, not just the people that are on a desktop with a Bloomberg terminal. Like, we want to be able to get to anyone. And so again, like, what is the best way to do it? It was mobile. That being said, we don't want to just like focus on mobile. We also want to offer like powerful web, advanced desktop platform. But at the end of the day, like, if you want to be in crypto, like, you need to be mobile first.
And so wait, are you saying maybe there are some more powerful desktop crypto features in the future?
Yeah, we have a platform called Robinhood Legend. It's like it's basically trading view on steroids with like very advanced, powerful charts that you can actually scroll down, up and down, like add indicators, add technical analysis, all this thing in like a few seconds. Super fast, super powerful, and so far like people have been really excited about it.
I didn't even know that. There wasn't even a plug. I literally had no idea that product existed. So, fast forward a few years, and Robinhood, traditionally brokerage, crypto on the side, You guys are entering non-custodial crypto now. You're building a non-custodial wallet. You had another moment there where you could choose, do we go mobile first with this? Or do we build where kind of some of the more conventional crypto stuff happens, make a browser extension, the web, all of that stuff? Why redouble down on mobile in the non-custodial crypto product?
So we thought at the time, that the Chrome extension thing was kind of overdone at the time. Like, there was many competitors of ours that were there, very easy to pay online on our website using your Chrome extension. And so we felt like this use case was done. What we felt like that wasn't really solved at this point was how people can use DeFi and Web3 and all this stuff without having to use this complicated extension, and also like 24/7, like I mentioned before. And so, at the time, like when you look at Curve, when you look at all this platform where everything was very complex, let's put it that way, like we decided to bring this wallet where we were doing gasless transaction. You didn't have to worry about the gas. Right now with Robinhood Gold, you can get like free Solana swaps. Like, we try to remove a lot of the complexity to make sure that people can actually focus on doing what they're trying to do and not just like trying to understand how to use crypto. And so I think for us, that was like the main focus. And then, we start to see a lot of people like playing games on their phone. Now they can actually pay the transaction with their wallet. And so that started to develop, and we're pretty excited about that.
So what you're saying is Chrome extensions suck, mobile rules.
I wouldn't say it sucks. It's just like it's a different use case, right? And so I think for us, we were more excited about the people that are actually using crypto on a day-to-day versus just using a one-off on the Chrome extension. But you also build a mobile wallet. So tell me about why did you decide to do mobile?
Chrome extensions suck. No, but like seriously, like I think the bar of what has passed for UX in crypto has been pretty sad for a really long time, and I think on mobile it challenges you to do two things. One, answer a clearer problem for the user because you need to capture that home screen space, be front of mind, be the icon that you go tap. And two, people just expect stuff to be fast and simple. And so I really enjoy that about mobile. I have for 10 years, and it's why pretty much everything I've built has been mobile first. So stepping a little bit away from Robinhood, when you look on chain and you see like this rich tapestry of stuff that's happening, there's so many things being built. What do you see happening on chain that's really exciting to you right now?
I mean, there's so much, right? Like you have all the tokenization of real world assets that is actually finally happening. I think for the past 5 years we've heard about it, but there was not a ton of action. Now you're starting to see action. You also see the decentralization of AI models and data. I think that's something that I'm very excited about. Like, right now when we hear about how the big giants are training their model, they are doing this like big partnership with Reddit and other platform. And so it's not clear yet how the people are being remunerated, like the people that are actually creating the content that the model are trained on. And so there is a lot of projects that you see the intersection with AI that I'm pretty excited about, because that was one of the main usage for crypto initially was small micropayments with like massive quantity. And so I think that's one way where we can train models in a lot more decentralized way than what's currently happening. And if we want this model to work for everyone, not just like the people that are in the Silicon Valley on the west coast of the US, we will need to have this content that is from the entire world. And so I think crypto will be super useful there.
Yeah. It feels like anything right now that isn't bringing finance on chain, isn't distributing compute for this revolution, or isn't solving the counter problem of that, which is like, how do we prove ownership and origination in a world where there is mass creation? Everything else is like kind of just a little bit of a waste of time. Okay, so bringing our eye back a little bit to mobile, what do you see playing out on our mobile devices over the next couple of years? What does it look like to be a mobile crypto product in like 2027?
I think we'll see a lot of development on the future derivative, perpetual things. For example, on hyperliquid has been going pretty strong in the past few months. We've been starting to see a lot of usage on this. We're also starting to see a lot more usage of DEX overall. Like I think a few years ago, volume on DEXs was maybe 5% of the total crypto volume. Now it's more like in the 20-25%. So you're starting to see this like great adoption that we've all been writing for. And then I think the access to this. Like right now, like there's only a few wallets that give you access to these DEXs, but I think we will see more and more centralized platforms that will also give you access to that.
Yeah, cool. I totally agree. I think you actually have a really interesting viewpoint on this, which is you guys are actually kind of involved in this from both sides. There is two races happening. One to bring everything off-chain on-chain, and one to bring everything on-chain off-chain in the form of ETFs and like other ways of getting access to it. How does that race play out? Which wins? Like, which happens faster? Like, does everything come on-chain and that eventually wins? Or do we eventually wrap everything into traditional financial markets? Like, how does that play out?
I think you will see both, right? So the ETF were pretty exciting. Not so much because now you could access the ETF. Like I think everyone already had crypto before the ETF, and probably the people in this room didn't really care about it. But it brought a new wave of investor, a new wave of institution. A lot of people that were staying on the sideline until now because they didn't want to get into it or they were unsure about the regulatory framework. And so with that, you also brought like stability in prices, less volatility. Like if you look at the Bitcoin price in the not the crash, but in the correction that we saw on the stock market in a few months ago, Bitcoin actually stayed pretty stable at 85 something. And so, I think that's one aspect that is interesting. With this institution, we'll be able to develop more liquidity pools. We'll be able to create more product overall. And then everything going on chain, I think that's inevitable. Like, people want access 24/7. They want fractionalization by default. They want price discovery. They want to be able to access anything, not be limited by accredited investor status or these kind of things. And so I think everything will come on chain at some point. It's just a question of how and under which regulatory framework, but you will see it happening.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we have about 3 minutes. I sent us some lightning questions. So besides Robinhood Crypto, and let's say you can't say Rally because otherwise that obviously would have been your answer, what is the most delightful mobile crypto experience you've had recently?
One time I visited a country where I was able to use a wallet for about everything, the entire trade, and that was pretty exciting for me. Like, not just like trading the asset for the speculation around it or because you believe or whatever, but actually being able to buy a coffee, buy the restaurants. And so at the time I was like, oh, it's pretty cool, like the payments aspect. But I think what I didn't realize at the time was the replacement of the banking system in these countries with stablecoins. So, they are able to get away from their high inflation currency and use stablecoin, and then they're able to use that kind of at an exchange. And, in the US, we have a great banking system. Didn't really evolve in the past 20 years, but still works. But over there, like they actually just keep that entire foundation and they just build everything on wallet. And so that's pretty exciting. I think when you think about what it will open to all these people everywhere in the world, it's pretty exciting.
What was the country?
El Salvador.
Sorry?
Salvador.
Ah, very cool. Okay, biggest frustration and the biggest thing that holds us back from making better products on mobile.
What do you think?
For me, and actually it's very different for you, on-ramp. On-ramp sucks. Laws around on-ramp are really, really hard. Even the best products are extremely inconvenient. And actually, I think it really creates a massive advantage for incumbents like yourself because you can create an on-ramp experience. It's like really impossible for us to build without significant licensure and other hurdles.
Yeah, that's absolutely one thing where I think regulation has blocked a lot of these companies, like yours, for example, to be able to use this fiat to crypto on-ramp. But I think now with the competition happening in the on-ramp space, if you look at all the competitors, you will see a lot more of this improvement that we've been waiting for, and speed to transfer will also increase, and price will go down. So I think it's just a question of like a few months, to be honest, and we'll start seeing a lot of development on the on-ramp.
Your mouth to God's ears. Okay, that is all we have time for, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us, Johan. Thank you for having us. Have a great day.
Okay, This next speaker, also a wonderful keynote, especially if you're into the Saga or the Seeker. Has anybody have a Saga or pre-ordered a Seeker? Oh, that's a woo! Come on, let's make some noise for Solana Mobile. Right, exactly. So Solana Mobile, obviously, they're running at lightning speed to release the Seeker phone. I know that we have some major updates coming from Emmett Hollier, who is the general manager of Solana Mobile. So if you want to see and hear about the latest innovations with mobile phones and Solana, please give a big Solana welcome to Emmett Hollier.
Hey everyone, I'm Emmett Hollier, General Manager of Solana Mobile, and I'm super excited to be with you today. The amount of apps and products and the amount of just chatter about mobile has been super exciting for us. We've been at this for a few years. It's really been our focus to bridge that gap between where crypto is and where mobile is. So having it so constant and just seeing it on the floor, seeing it on stage has been extremely exciting for us. Last time I was up on stage at Breakpoint in Singapore, we unveiled Seeker. Seeker is the definitive Web3 mobile device, and a ton has happened since then. We've moved from design and development to manufacturing and testing. There's over 100 teams in the Solana ecosystem building for this next wave of mobility, and we've sold over 150,000 Seekers in total. It's a super exciting time at the intersection of Web3 and mobile. But a few of you have been asking, when's Seeker? And by a few of you, I mean, I think all of you. Everybody is asking when's Seeker. First, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your confidence in the team, and it's great to see your excitement. Good news, I'm excited to be sharing that Seeker officially starts shipping on August 4th. Manufacturing is underway. We are in the final stages of testing. I've actually got a pre-production device in my hand right now. Not only that, our team has a bunch more. So if you have a minute, head over to the Seeker coffee shop, get your hands on Seeker. We want to see your reaction, and like I said, we're excited to get it into your hands. To those of you that have pre-ordered, we need your address. We need to make sure we're sending your phone to the right place. So if you haven't already, head to solanamobile.com/shipping and let us know where to send your phone. To those of you that haven't ordered, you can still do so. We've still got Seeker. We're excited to bring it to as many people in as many countries as possible. Shipping is very exciting, and Seeker is very exciting, but that's not even the biggest news I have to share today. From the beginning, Solana Mobile has had a super clear directive, which is to break down the walls that divide builders from users and the walls that divide crypto from mobile. Now, it's time for us to evolve. Solana Mobile is expanding the Web3 mobile ecosystem. And we're going to do it by decentralizing everything, the economy, the incentives, and the ownership of our platform. We'll be handing over control of things like device access, dApp distribution, and dApp store curation back to the community. In addition, the platform's growing to new types of devices and new hardware manufacturers, all powered by a decentralized architecture and economy. Seeker will be the definitive Web3 mobile device. It'll provide the best, most secure, most seamless experience available on any smartphone. But we think users everywhere deserve that same security and that same seamless type of experience. So we'll be making our software available to OEMs so that they can integrate the Solana mobile platform. To maintain trust and security as we grow and decentralize the platform, we'll need a new type of architecture. And to democratize the ownership and coordinate decision-making, we'll need a token. And that's the introduction of SKR, the native asset of the Solana mobile economy. Let me walk you through how all of this works. That new architecture we call TPIN. TPIN stands for the Trusted Execution Environment Platform Infrastructure Network, which is a mouthful, but hopefully makes a little bit of sense in a second. TPIN is a new type of framework that connects secure hardware with verified users, authentic builders, and a network of guardians who together can create an open and decentralized mobile ecosystem that scales with the growth of crypto. It all starts at the hardware level, at the hardware layer. And at the hardware layer, we need to start with trust. Similar to how blockchain networks depend on consensus, our ecosystem needs a reliable way to verify that devices on the network are trustworthy. TPIN's trust model starts at the Trusted Execution Environment, or TEE, which is actually a feature of most modern smart devices. You can think of the TEE as kind of a lockbox within your device. It's responsible for keeping secure and private things secure and private. We've used that same technology on both Saga and Seeker to protect crypto users' seeds, but that hardware is capable of so much more. With TPIN, we're expanding the capabilities of the TEE so that devices can create cryptographic proofs. Those proofs can then be trusted by the whole network and provide evidence of device identity, secure status, and proof that devices are running genuine, unmodified software. This hardware-backed foundation of trust forms the basis for the TPIN architecture. Next is the platform layer. The platform layer is where verified dApps meet real, authentic users without a gatekeeper standing between them. The key to the platform layer is on-chain verification. Anytime a Solana mobile device is turned on, it will prove its hardware, its software, and all of its certificates are authentic through the boot process. It will then take that proof, backed by the trusted execution environment, and compare it to records stored securely on-chain. That level of verification can create certainty that devices belong on the network and are trustworthy, and we've taken that same model and applied it to dApps, so that as new apps are distributed on the network, we get a similar verification between builders and the records on chain to just ensure that anything that's distributed is safe and legitimate for our community. When dApps and devices and users are all verified in a decentralized way, there's no need for a central authority. And without a central authority, there's no opportunities for value extraction and no opportunities for censorship. Finally, TPIN's third layer is the network layer. The network layer gives us the foundation for a governance structure. In the Solana mobile ecosystem, we'll be building a network of guardians. Guardians will be leading organizations and individuals within both the Solana ecosystem and beyond, and they'll be tasked with maintaining the overall integrity of this growing network. Guardians will be responsible for a lot. They'll be verifying new devices, dApps, users. They'll be approving new types of devices from new manufacturers as they come on board. They'll curate the dApp store, and they'll ultimately govern this policy of this platform as it grows. In order to accomplish this over a decentralized network, we'll need a medium of coordination. And that's where SKR comes in. SKR is the native asset of the Solana mobile economy. It will power the verification across all three of these layers of TPIN, but it will accomplish so much more. After the last 3 years of building, we finally have the last piece we need to get the mobile Web3 flywheel spinning, SKR. Its function will be to power the economy, the incentives, and ownership of our platform. It'll be core to a sustainable incentive mechanism, one that keeps this flywheel constantly turning. We're committed to placing this token in the hands of the builders and the users and everybody who is responsible for making sure that this ecosystem grows and succeeds. We'll have a lot more information to share in the coming months. But for now, let me walk you through what this flywheel means for the future of our ecosystem. For developers, this creates amazing opportunities. You can reach users worldwide without gatekeepers and no roadblocks standing in your way. You can connect directly with the most passionate, high-value users in crypto, avoid the high fees that are charged by existing app stores, and never have to worry about arbitrary changes to arbitrary policies standing in the way of your access to those users. It's been talked about a bunch today, but the biggest existential threat to builders are the existing app stores and their centralized powers. The flywheel also means incentivization. You get to build at the cutting edge of both Web3 and crypto. You get to take advantage of things like sensors, accelerometers, cameras, NFTs, all the things that make phones so unique and so powerful as you're building across payments, DeFi, DePIN, AI, gaming, whatever comes next on Solana. In June, we'll be kicking off the first Solana Mobile Hackathon. We'll have cash prizes, marketing and launch support, and a slew of partnerships to give teams everything they need to be successful. Our new head of DevRel, Chase Barker, who I think is in here somewhere, and his team have a ton up their sleeves, including new builder grant programs. So please stay tuned. We have a lot more coming. For users, the SKR flywheel means you get exclusive access to cutting-edge dApps and rewards and incentives that simply aren't available anywhere else. You get rewarded for your participation, your engagement, and there's community-driven assurances that everything you're doing on the platform is trustworthy. Being a Solana mobile user means you own your assets, you own your experience, you share in the value you create, and you have an opportunity to control the future. And perhaps most importantly, this means you get an exceptional user experience. You know, Saga users consistently rave about two things. The first is the security that Seed Vault protects their seeds with, and the second is the Genesis token, which is a soul-bound token that opens up infinite opportunities across our ecosystem. With Seeker, we're taking all that to the next level. We've introduced the Seed Vault wallet, Seeker ID, and tons of features like one-tap signing to make blockchain interactions effortless. When you combine all of that with our completely redesigned dApp store, which puts discovery right at the heart of the Seeker experience, the future of Web3 has never been more easy and frankly never been more fun. And finally, we're looking forward to bringing TPIN, SKR, the Solana mobile platform, to all sorts of new builders in the hardware space and new types of devices. We've got a growing ecosystem of users and builders, and we think more types of devices should have access as that community continues to grow. Our team is working on making the integration as seamless as possible so that manufacturers can maintain control over their own implementations so long as they follow the standard baselines that will be established for the platform to make sure that their devices can verify themselves as being trustworthy on the network. We think that this balance of freedom and standardization can lay the groundwork for a decentralized mobile future. Today, you can see the Solana mobile vision. It's an open Web3 mobile ecosystem where builders are liberated, users are empowered, and everyone shares a stake in the value they create. If you haven't pre-ordered your Seeker yet, please do so. Head to store.solanamobile.com and order yours. If you have, please tell us where to ship it. We want to get into your hands as quickly as possible. If you're a builder, come find our team. Like I said, we're over at the Seeker coffee shop. We want to hear from you. We want to know what you're building, what you need to be successful, and how we can launch together. You know, mobile is going to continue to be a theme for our industry, not just here today in this room, but for the weeks and months and years to come. And it's exciting for us to see this finally coming together and for us to have the opportunity to not only launch Seeker, but to build for an even more open future. So, Seeker season is here, and the Web3 mobile evolution will continue. Thank you so much.
Give it up one more time for Emmett, everybody. Woo! All right. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. You have to be back at 1:30. My name's Eno. I'm the Chief Vibes Officer over at Sanctum. It's been great hosting the West Coast. The West Coast is the best coast, of course. And yeah, we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you very much, everybody. Accelerate.
how are we doing this afternoon? How was lunch? Is lunch good? All right, as you're moving in, please take one of the seats in the closer rows, because our next set of speakers are super exciting. We don't want you to miss any alpha. And hopefully the alphas are sweeter than dessert. That's my first cheesy joke. There's more where that came from. All right, come on in. If you have trouble hearing, there are earbuds in the start entrance area of the stage. It will help you with noise cancellation so you can hear more clearly. OK. All right, so I'm super excited. Oh, my name is KZ. I am the co-founder of Chomp, and I will be taking you through the next set of speakers. And this first one I'm super, super excited about, because one of the highlights of our time of building Chomp for the last year is to see Chomp trending on this product. And the product is Phantom. It's really evolved from a wallet into powering a lot of discovery and financial utility for the blockchain today. So I'm excited to introduce to you Brandon, the co-founder and CEO of Phantom.
All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks for coming. Check out my talk. My name is Brandon. I am the CEO and co-founder of Phantom. I think a lot of you guys are Phantom users. And yeah, today I'm really excited to talk about basically how we're planning on evolving from just being a crypto product to an actual full-blown consumer finance platform, and all with the goal of supercharging the Solana ecosystem and really helping all the builders in the ecosystem compete with TradFi giants. So yeah, I mean, just starting off, we started Phantom because we strongly believe that usability is the main thing that's holding crypto adoption back today. So our mission is to accelerate the adoption of crypto by making it safe and easy to use. And we believe by perfecting the consumer experience of crypto, we can deliver it to a much, much larger audience. And yeah, the self-custody wallet is really the fundamental cornerstone of the entire ecosystem, and especially the on-chain ecosystem. And the wallet has a huge role in improving usability. We're still early in the adoption of crypto, and in the future, most folks are going to have a wallet in their pocket, and the on-chain ecosystem is going to be at the center of the financial lives of everyone. So by focusing on this mission of improving usability for the ecosystem, Phantom has played a central role in onboarding literally millions of users to the on-chain crypto ecosystem in the past couple of years. So this year at our peak, we actually served 17 million monthly active users. That's 5x off of the last year, and then more than 28 times the lows of post-FTX 2023. And all these users that are entering the ecosystem, they are using DeFi like crazy. The trends are pretty clear, especially in the last couple of years. Decentralized exchange volume has really outpaced centralized exchange volume. And most of that activity is being driven by retail usage on Solana specifically. Just last week, actually, the amount of total dApp revenue was actually more than 50% on Solana in the entire ecosystem. Ethereum actually sits at 13%. So there's no better place to build a DeFi app or any kind of Web3 app than on Solana. So yeah, we bet really early on the power of the on-chain ecosystem, and now it's pretty clear that the on-chain ecosystem is taking over, right? Now that we've really achieved significant product market fit, and so we believe we're just scratching the surface of what we can do for the ecosystem, and we really want to try to help push this next evolution for builders across the ecosystem. And yeah, wallets in the future aren't just going to enable access to crypto apps. They'll actually become the center of the consumer's financial life. I think everyone here believes that. And crypto will be this platform that's serving billions of users millions of businesses and helping them transact on a daily basis. So yeah, it's important for everyone to really believe that crypto is what is going to unlock finance for everyone. So this vision of this next generation finance platform for everyone across the globe, that's what crypto is going to enable for all of us. And without crypto, actually a true internet scale, so if you think about like Facebook, Google, like Twitter, there's never been a true internet scale finance network that's existed before. And although TradFi has been becoming more and more increasingly digital, so if you think about like mobile finance apps like Robinhood, Square Cash, and Chime, even though they're becoming more digital, they're still gated by geography and country-by-country regulations by virtue of being built on legacy rails, right? And on these apps, you very rarely have users that are interacting like in this borderless way, cross-border. And crypto is actually the innovation that unlocks the creation of what we're going to see to be the largest financial network that's truly internet scale, truly global. With crypto, the reach of consumer finance becomes an order of magnitude larger. When users self-custody, the total addressable market of financial apps actually becomes the entire world. And when crypto is being used as this technology, the network effects can actually become much, much larger. And yeah, this isn't just theory. Actually, we've been personally shocked at the growth of Phantom's international communities. We discovered actually this Nigerian community group that we just discovered them just waking up on Twitter one day. And they actually, those are bespoke, custom-made Phantom t-shirts that they actually created and produced themselves. And in Nigeria, users will actually self-organize and go door-to-door to help friends and community members onboard. And that's not really anything that's been seen in pretty much any kind of, obviously TradFi app, but even tech app generally. And this is just a really clear illustration of how the power of crypto manifests itself as this global force. But despite all of the advancements that the ecosystem has made in the last couple of years, crypto continues still to be plagued by this usability problem, right? I think most people can agree still. So we all know that crypto has this quote-unquote usability problem, but that's actually not really specific enough to be helpful. So it's actually really helpful to break it down and sort of frame the problems that crypto apps have in terms of the tech stack, right? So this is the combo of tools that Web3 app developers have been using for a very long time. At the bottom, Ethereum has been obviously the historic primary choice for builders at the protocol level. And yeah, the protocol layer has really been plagued by a lot of problems like speed, transaction cost, bandwidth. And problems at this layer manifest into really tricky UX issues like obviously exorbitant transaction fees at time of congestion, missed transactions, and ultimately all of that boils up into worse prices and harder, it makes it harder to trade, and it makes it harder to actually use financial apps. And so then on top of the protocol layer, we had the classic consumer interface layer, which their job is to try to obfuscate the technology for access to a broader audience. And at this layer, we've also seen a number of problems traditionally, like poor mobile compatibility, poor key management, fragmented key management, fragmented discovery. And then if you add all of these things together, two wrongs don't make a right. And it ends up creating this application layer that is dragged down by all these issues, right? And none of the apps here can really live up to their full potential because they're built on this sort of shaky ground, right? So if you're trying to build in Web3, it's been really hard to acquire users. It's really hard to get distribution. And in general, it's just really hard to create a business in Web3. I'm sure everyone here can appreciate that. But luckily, as we know, these issues are starting to get fixed. And it all starts with fixing the root of the problem with the protocol layer. And obviously, that's where Solana completely changes the game. completely changed the game for the crypto ecosystem at this protocol layer by fixing a number of crucial issues. And because of the foundational work done by the community here at this conference, crypto apps have a very bright future. So we all know high throughput and low latency enables a smooth and fluid experience for end users. Cheap fees means a whole new set of users who could never pay for transactions before. Cheap fees also means, on the developer side, a lot more experimentation, bringing new use cases, et cetera. And even from a community standpoint, I'd say a real tops-down emphasis on pragmatism versus dogmatism has really helped keep development in the Solana ecosystem super fast-paced, super focused. And that's something that we really resonate with at Phantom with the Solana community. And yeah, all of that adds up, and the results are already here. Solana has become the largest on-chain center for economic activity, leading the charge in a number of key metrics like daily transactions, active addresses. But Solana ecosystem has also been leading trends like stablecoin usage, mobile adoption, and real-world asset issuance, which is the topic of the month. And so now we're actually witnessing the emergence of this new Web3 stack, right? Where Solana is the foundational layer. And at Phantom, our job is to take all of the advancements of the protocol and infrastructure that are being built by the community here, and then actually marry them with advancements in modern UX at this consumer layer. And so that means no more seed phrases, consistent and safe discovery experience, and things like modern customer support, local currency, language, translations. These are all things that basically the Ethereum community in general has let fall by the wayside, and obviously to a huge detriment of the application layer. And so if we can combine all the innovations at both this consumer layer and protocol layer, it lets us develop a platform where consumers and app developers can thrive. And this is the key to evolving Phantom into the consumer finance platform of the future to actually start competing with folks like Robinhood and Square Cash. It's not just a place to store tokens or swap assets, but it's going to be a full-stack consumer finance platform built on Solana. So our vision for Phantom is to become the next generation mass market consumer finance platform that finally brings crypto mainstream, specifically the on-chain ecosystem. And we're evolving from being just a tool. We're actually trying to bring internet scale network effects to finance and build a platform that's going to start to take on some of the biggest TradFi giants. But to do that, like I mentioned, we actually need to force multiply the ecosystem at the consumer layer and help builders build thriving businesses. So there are three main bottlenecks that we're laser focused on solving for the ecosystem: onboarding, security, and discovery. And I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing in each realm. OK, so first bottleneck, onboarding. Obviously, signing up for a crypto app should feel no different from a normal app. First impressions really matter. And as the wallet, we're responsible for controlling a lot of that first-time user experience. And we take that responsibility very seriously. And in general, have strived to improve user onboarding by solving a number of common pitfalls. So for example, having to write down your seed phrase, a common problem that's been in the industry for years. But not only do we make onboarding fast and secure, we also make it really fun. So personalization and picking usernames makes onboarding a lot more fun and personal, and gives user a sense of identity when using crypto. Our work here ensures there's a stream of healthy and active users entering the app ecosystem. But users entering the ecosystem, user growth isn't just about adding onboarding as many users as possible. It's also about keeping them retained and keeping them safe and secure on the platform. So that brings me to our second bottleneck, security. So at Phantom, security is our #1 priority. And keeping users and their funds safe secure is fundamental to growing a very healthy ecosystem, right? But the open and permissionless nature of crypto, it poses unique challenges. It's a double-edged sword. Not only does it allow the ecosystem to grow very quickly, but it also creates an environment for scammers, phishers, et cetera. This open and permissionless nature poses a lot of problems that are actually quite similar to the internet itself, right? your wallet is very similar to your email inbox. Open and permissionless means anyone on the globe can send you a token, but the flip side of that is that, like some emails, not everything is sent with good intent, right? So that's why email clients evolved to incorporate spam filters because of the emergence of phishing messages and bad actors. And at Phantom, we've invested significant effort into token spam identification, real token verification, going as far as to acquire an entire company to work on this full time. Shout out to the Simple Hash team. But that's just one layer of protection. So keeping a user safe requires innovation in not only technical areas like spam detection or transaction simulation, but it also in operational areas like one-on-one customer support. I think that's something that a lot of crypto apps struggle with, is focusing mostly on the technical solutions and even to some extent just the UX solutions, but actually people need to be thinking about the entire user journey inside and outside of the app as well. So now, once users have safely and securely onboarded into the ecosystem, they're ready to make their first transaction, right? But often they fall flat when it's time for transaction number 2 or transaction number 3. Today, crypto users don't really have a great way of exploring what to do next in the ecosystem. And so that brings us to our third and final bottleneck, which is discovery. As the consumer layer of Solana, Phantom has this very unique opportunity to basically supercharge all the activity that's going on by solving the discovery problem. And we believe that the key to solving the discovery problem is actually going to be social. Crypto is actually an inherently social movement. So I guess in the audience, raise your hand if someone that you know, like a friend or family member, actually got you into crypto in the first place. OK, so yeah, pretty much everyone. So I think everyone can relate to this. Maybe they got you set up with Phantom in the first place or sent you some Sol. As a user, you're much more likely to use or engage with something if it came as a recommendation from someone that you trust, right? This is implicitly how a lot of discovery works in crypto today on open forums like Twitter or Discord or Telegram. Adoption is driven by word of mouth, right? People learn about new tokens and opportunities from friends. At Phantom, we really want to harness and optimize this inherent superpower of crypto and use it to supercharge the ecosystem. So imagine this example scenario. So if we can expose a user to a new up-and-coming NFT mint, for example, they actually go ahead and perform the action, we can highlight that activity to others in their network, and another user, for example, reacts to that activity, eventually leading to a different user in that person's network to bridge over Solana and participate in that same mint. So this is the ecosystem flywheel that we really want to start pushing forward more and more. And yeah, if we can make that happen, then we can really supercharge the ecosystem. And why do we want to do that? Because network effects are rocket fuel for growth. Not just Phantom, but for every app and token in the ecosystem. Social sharing and engagement is actually a foundational element of the vast majority of internet-based apps that we use nowadays. And there's a reason why the biggest companies in tech invest in making their products social. It's because when done right, social functionality actually creates compounding growth, opportunities for builders and developers by creating more paths to discovery and virality amongst a broader set of users. So over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be rolling out a set of social features designed to spark these network effects specifically for the Solana ecosystem. So first off, we're actually going to be introducing a feed tab in the app. So this is going to be completely new. And it's going to act as a hub for social discovery. So users are going to be able to, at a glance, basically see what's trending in the Solana ecosystem, specifically in their network. They're going to be able to see buys and sells from users that they follow, and actually also be able to monitor whale activity across the ecosystem. Coupled with that, we're also building a real-time push notification infrastructure to be able to push those same types of updates and insights to users in real time. So as we continue to build out new functionality within Phantom, it's super critical that we help developers and builders succeed at the same time. We think that Solana, the ecosystem, is positioned to be the clear and obvious home for anyone who wants to build and benefit from on-chain finance. But that means an uncompromising commitment to being user first, and that really means everyone here needs to be bought into that and be living that every day. And so just imparting a few lessons that we've learned on that journey and that are going to continue to prioritize, and I think everyone here should prioritize. So obviously, obsess over the onboarding UX. Good onboarding is a barrier to everything else in the ecosystem. But don't only focus on onboarding. Don't only focus on getting users through the door. Also keep them retained and engaged on the platform. Remember that user growth is onboarding plus retention. Take ownership over educating your users, both inside and outside the app. And I'll plug customer support again one more time. I think it's a really important overlooked aspect of many consumer financial apps. The current meta, I guess, in crypto is just to send someone to Discord, right? And that's obviously not a great experience and actually quite dangerous. And so, yeah, make support part of the product, part of the go-to-market. Make sure it's not an afterthought. And with all of this, really lean into all of the strengths of Solana and what makes it great. So lean into speed, composability, fluidity. And all right, that's it from me. If you want to connect, please follow me on Twitter or search for @BM on Phantom. We're hiring across all teams and functions. And if you're interested in joining us, please check out the website here or find me here later. And yeah, Phantom is all in on growing Solana. We've been all in for 4+ years now. And yeah, it's just super excited to collaborate with everyone here to make Solana the home for not just crypto, but for consumer finance broadly. Thank you.
Our next speaker has led his team to create multiple viral products and experiences on Solana, from messaging and alerts to blockchain links. Allow us to welcome Chris, the founder and CEO of Dialect, to share his thesis on building a new UX for a new internet.
Wow, it's really bright up here, but what an audience. Cool. All right, so I'm Chris Osborne. I'm the founder and CEO at Dialect, and also, incidentally, a proud New York builder on Solana. So raise of hands for that. Thrilled to be here at Accelerate today. All right, let's get started. Maybe. I'm not sure this is working. Oop. Oop. Huh. I think I see it changing here. Okay, all right. Let's give this a try. All right, so blockchains promise to transform how we interact with the internet, unbundling products and letting users take action on anything from anywhere. The problem is we're not quite there yet, and these same primitives that we've used to build experiences in crypto have been set up basically upside down. And anything that you try to do in crypto, I'm sure everybody in here is familiar, it takes too many clicks. Things like wallets and Chrome extensions make it too hard to get anything done. Today I'm going to tell you about our 2 product offerings at Dialect, 2 developer toolkits, blinks and alerts, that are going to not only fix these problems in crypto, but also transform and take us to kinds of user experiences that are not even possible in Web 2. One that lets you take action at the right time, which is like so critically missing in crypto today, and that's like a gripe of mine. but the other that lets you take action in the right place. And it's going to challenge your assumptions about what that means. And that's blockchain links. So let's start with right place and blockchain links. So we launched blockchain links, or Blinks, last year with Solana Foundation. And alongside Blinks, which can do a lot of things, we launched them with a creative trick to actually bring crypto into crypto Twitter. I'm sure a bunch of you saw this. It went crazy viral, honestly, like too viral. And hundreds of teams built with these things created all kinds of crazy experiences. Forget what you know about blockchain links. Forget what you know about Blinks. They are not a trick for Twitter. That's something that we launched them with. I'm going to tell you about Blinks as a new standard and suite of APIs for embedding actions from the blockchain from literally anywhere into anything, with a heavy focus on integrations into Web3. So take, for example, a deposit lending action. You want to deposit into a lending protocol. With a blockchain link, you can integrate that into all kinds of different Web3 native environments, whether that's mobile wallets, exchanges, institutional providers, trading apps, and even some like crypto-friendly platforms like Telegram. And it allows you to do this in a fraction of the time. So teams that build Blinks can get distribution into all kinds of crypto-native environments. They are so easy to use, it's like copy-paste for the blockchain. And let me show you what I mean by that. Backpack, one of the leading mobile wallets on Solana, integrated blockchain links directly into their app for dozens of actions that you would want to take from across the Solana blockchain. No site redirects, none of these app explorers that you can't navigate. Find the thing you want to do, tap the button, approve and sign, and you're done. It's really magical, and I encourage you to try this out. Monad recently launched their testnet site, and on launch day, they used Blinks from Uniswap and Dialect to let you buy your first meme coins directly from within their site. Mint your testnet Mon, smash the button to buy the meme coin. It's like super simple. It's so crazy because making things this simple, on launch day, Blinks were responsible for, I think, nearly 10% of all Monad testnet transactions. So it's like very straightforward that if you make something easier for a user to do, they're going to do it. AI agents are only as good as the variety of things that they can do for you, and a growing number of AI agent teams are, as I like to say, like choosing life and not grinding to build SDK integration after SDK integration, but instead calling blockchain links to deliver ready-to-sign transactions. This last one is probably the best example of what I mean by Blinks. At their foundation, blockchain links are just APIs, URLs you can call to get ready-to-sign transactions, and this is an order of magnitude speed up on integration versus traditional SDK integrations. There's plenty of parallels in the SaaSification of the Web 2 internet for this. We're just early in crypto, and this is inevitable. What's nice about blockchain links is they're not just one API, they're not just APIs for these transactions, they're one API. So developers who build with Blinks get a repeatable and predictable way to bring experiences and actions from protocols across the ecosystem in a fraction of the time. So this is what I mean about reaching users in the right place. It's not rocket science. If you can take an action that a user wants to take and put it right where they develop that intent, people are going to do more of it. And so it's like, it's so straightforward. I like to say that Blinks are just like really dumb and really obvious. And we can't wait to see what you all build with it next. So that's right place. And I want to talk a little bit about right time. Alerts are so critical to any UX, Web3 or otherwise, and insanely, they're missing from a huge amount of crypto. Spoiler alert, we have the solution to that. Dialect offers a alert stack that can get you up and running in under 15 minutes to your first alert to your users. This is boilerplate code that can take weeks or months to develop, and you can get in just minutes. This is our longest standing product offering at Dialect, and it's used by hundreds of Solana's most loved teams. Since launch, those applications have sent, and these numbers are actually a little behind, over 100 million alerts to over 1 million wallets. So this product offering is alive and well and growing inside the Solana ecosystem. What I'm excited to tell you about today is some major extensions we've made to our alert stack. So I'm thrilled to introduce to you the Dialect mobile alert stack. Everything you love about the Dialect alert stack, and now extended with a suite of APIs that can be used in any of the mobile native languages like Swift, Kotlin, React Native, and bundled with Firebase messaging so you get out-of-the-box push notifications. This is going to be rolling out in the next couple of weeks, and I'm thrilled to share one of our first partners with the mobile alert stack. We've teamed up with Jupyter to power push notifications and an in-app alerts feed from projects across the ecosystem directly within Jupyter Mobile. They just teased this. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I see some folks here in the front. It's good to see you. They just teased this integration on their planetary call yesterday. They've got a major new product offering coming. I think you guys already talked about this in the Say's. Native trigger and recurring directly within Jupyter Mobile. Amazing new trading experiences. We're going to be powering push notifications for all the transactions that get created in Jupyter Mobile. And I'm getting a please wrap here, so I'm going to leave Jupyter to talk about their stuff. And an in-app feed of alerts to reach your users around customers and all that. So can't talk about everything just yet, but it's going to be incredibly cool, and I can't wait to show you that. So I'm going to wrap here and tell you it takes great developer tools to create great user experiences. We've obsessed over the developer stack and made it up to 95% less engineering to achieve similar outcomes. And that means instead of just grinding to build products at all, you can spend all your time building great UXs and great products. And let's go prove Web 2 that Web 3 is a superior UX. Thank you so much.
So our next speaker really needs no introduction, but I'm doing it anyways, because he is the person I go to for intros to any person or any project in the ecosystem. So allow me to introduce the man that truly brings the ecosystem together, Cash from Jupyter.
How's it going, everybody? Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. What's going on? Ali Cat, all the homies are here. Listen, I have 42 slides, and I have 15 minutes, so I'm going to go very quickly through this. So just kind of forgive me on that. Before I start, important to know, I'm going to be talking about the global unified market and what Jupyter's role is in this global unified market. Quick little test. How many of you guys have heard of Jupyter? Can I get a little round of applause? All right, great. How many of you actually use Jupyter as well? Nice. Anyone use Jupyter today? All right, a few of the degens in here. All right, that's good to know. Well, I am the cat herder over at Jupyter, which is obviously a made-up title. But I want to start today with a little story. And like all great stories, it starts with 4 magic words: once upon a time. Once upon a time in America, there was no US dollar. And instead what existed was this kind of decentralized, disorganized fashion of banking called wildcat banking. This is from 1830 to 1870 in the US. And these wildcat banks were so called because they were oftentimes in these remote areas where they serviced more wildcats than human beings. This is a true fact. And this is some of the currency, like the Bank of Brest and their famous $3 bill that came out. There was about 1,500 of these banks out there. And these banks were created for a simple reason. Local communities needed ways to transmit value to each other, and they did not have a system to do it. There were no small bills at the time, only large bills from major cities, and there was no credit infrastructure where people, again, in these small places were able to do interesting things. And so these communities kind of bubbled up, and they made their own systems that worked much better. We would see this as they would start to paper everything. So you'd have communal currencies, like the thriving metropolis of Singapore. Singapore, Michigan had its own currency that was actually built out. You would see this in commercial currencies, like the banks and the railroads would issue their own currencies, like the Erie and the Kalamazoo. And you would even have social currencies, and I swear to God, this is true. I couldn't believe it when I found it out. This guy, William Wells Brown, was a barber. And as a barber, he issued his own currency that was redeemable, again, for haircuts. This whole system, as chaotic as it might have been, had a number of clear benefits for folks. It created real value for these real people in the real world and allowed them to transact. There was a bunch of creativity and experimentation that would happen, and there was also this kind of empowerment of local communities where they can kind of control their own fate. But the technology wasn't really there, and it didn't last for super long. Specifically, there was two main problems. The first one was the physical constraint. In the real world, what would happen is the further you got away from Singapore, Michigan, the less the currency was worth, right? It's a very physical world. It was hard to understand what was there, and they had very ineffective markets. So you didn't have a good way to understand what the real relation between prices was with all of these different assets. Well, after this era, permissioned asset issuance became the default instead of permissionless asset issuance. And you saw things like the New York Stock Exchange and other things really start to grow. Well, history does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And right now, Solana is actually speed running that history. We are obviously seeing an explosion in permissionless asset issuance happening right now on chain. And the good news is the technology is actually here to support it. So instead of physical constraints, we have virtual connections all over the world. And instead of ineffective markets, we have effective markets where you can identify the value of anything because liquidity is connected. It's a major change. But again, it kind of rhymes, right? We went from papering everything to now tokenizing everything. We went from communal currencies like Singapore to now we have communal currencies like Fartcoin. I don't know if there's any Fartcoin fans in the audience right here. Yeah. Hot air rises, as people know. We went from commercial currencies like these railroads to commercial currencies like the Jupe token, which is obviously a company-based token. And we went from social currencies like barbers to now social currencies like Toli on time.fun, right? So you can see there's all these kind of resonances that have happened, and the attraction has been immediate and irreversible. Just last quarter, 3.7 million new tokens were issued on-chain, and people really want these tokens. $600 billion in quarterly volume on the DEXs just for these kind of permissionlessly issued tokens, which is wild. But this is really just the first step. Last time we went from permissionless issuance to permissioned issuance. Now we want to combine them together. That is really the idea, because these traditional asset markets are still incredibly fragmented, whether it's by asset type, where each one of these different assets kind of has their own market and liquidity starts to get fragmented across them, or by location. Here are the 20 largest stock exchanges across the world, each in their own individual silo. And the dream of finance has always been the same here, right? Like one of my favorite movies, it is everything, everywhere, all at once. That is what we are trying to build. It's not DeFi versus TradFi. That is not the game. It is DeFi plus TradFi together in a single global unified market. And we're seeing this happen on Solana right now, where you have universal access. Anyone with an internet connection can join. We're seeing any asset, whether it's DeFi native or TradFi native. We just heard from Superstate and Kraken and all these people bringing tokenized equities on chain. And we're starting to see liquidity really accrue to this global unified market. Jupiter, of course, is at the center of this global unified market that is being built on chain right now. We've done more than $2 trillion in lifetime volume. That's trillion with a T. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Almost 2 billion lifetime swaps at this point, and we support more than 7 million assets just through Jupiter, which is pretty incredible. We have a pretty full-fledged product suite. Most people know us as a DEX aggregator, but the real way to think about Jupiter is as a DeFi super app. So it is actually the single best way to get on-chain in the first place. Jupiter Onboard makes it super easy to bridge or on-ramp or receive gifts so that you can come on-chain. And then, of course, we have Jupiter Mobile, which is a 10x better trading experience, fully native, self-custodial. Any Jupiter Mobile users here? Yeah? All right. Anyone who didn't cheer just now, take a little lesson and go download it after this. It is the best mobile experience out there. In addition, we, of course, have the Everything Exchange with Jupiter Spot, which has, again, done trillions of dollars in volume. I think everyone here is probably familiar with that, as well as Jupiter Perps, which is the #1 perps platform on Solana, more than $300 billion in volume done over there. How am I doing on time? Pretty good, actually. In addition, we have some newer products that people should get familiar with, things like Pro Jupyter Pro is an excellent way to discover new tokens, so you can actually do your research, find it across any and all launchpads that exist within 1 second of those tokens being created. Right there in Jupyter Pro, 10x cheaper than the other pro trading tools that you might be used to. And Jupyter Portfolio, which just released a massive upgrade yesterday, Portfolio V2, it is beautiful. It tracks more than 80 different protocols that are out there and allows you to stay on top of all of your DeFi positions for free. So you can kind of see the throughput here, right? Whether you're new, you're a core user, or you're a power user, Jupyter has something for you. And we really want to build this single kind of unified experience that's very low friction and benefits from the brand that we've spent years and years building. But that's not all. We also are powering the next wave of DeFi with a set of developer APIs. So the dev APIs right now, this is my favorite stat, by the way, about Jupyter across the board. The dev APIs have generated more than $500 million in revenue for other integrators, not for us. Jupyter's got a good business. We have not made $500 million, right? Our partners have by integrating our APIs, which is what we love to see. dev.jupe.ag for any of the builders in the audience who want to check that out. And we really think it's important to have high-quality infrastructure for any builder to be able to create, great DeFi experiences. If you're not so technical, but you still want to integrate Jupyter, we got good news for you as well. We have the terminal, add it to your UI, less than 5 lines of code. It just works perfectly, right? So you can again see this is the full suite of what's happening over at Jupyter as we're trying to support this global unified market. But there is one thing that's kind of missing from this list, right? If you think about a DeFi super app, there's probably some other protocols that you might expect, some other features that you'd want to see inside of there. And today, for the very first time, I am thrilled to announce something that I'm personally very excited about. I'm a little bit nervous to even say it because I'm so excited about it. But we strongly believe that the global unified market will have all assets, and those assets are going to be productive. The primary export of DeFi has always been yield, the way for you to earn with the assets that you already have. And today, I'm going to announce that we're taking one step closer to that vision as we officially announce Jupyter Lend, the most advanced money market on Solana. That's right, yeah. This is super exciting times for us right now. It is powered by Fluid. Fluid is one of the top DeFi protocols on Ethereum. Those guys, Semyak and the rest of the team, have been incredible partners as we build this out. For anyone who does not know about Fluid, proven leader in DeFi. They've innovated time and time again, and they're bringing that innovation over to Solana. They have more than $2 billion in market size, $900 million in active loans. The number 2 DEX on Ethereum is actually Fluid, and the number 4 money market is them as well. These guys have been incredible partners. They've spent the last 6 months building out the tech to make sure that it works on Solana along with the Jupyter team. What makes this the most advanced money market? I know that sounds kind of like marketing speak, but it is genuinely true at a technical level. There's 2 major things that anyone in here who uses money markets is going to be interested in. The first one, the LTVs are insane. 90% loan-to-value ratio on Sol. What you've seen elsewhere, 75% is usually where things top up. So this is substantially better LTVs. And the reason we can offer that is because we have the single best liquidation engine ever in money markets. It's a 100x improvement over others, where normally you might pay a fee of anywhere from 2.5% to 10% if you get liquidated. With Jupyter Lend, you are only going to be paying 0.1%. It's a 100x improvement. So it means you can get more, your collateral can go further, and if things move against you, you pay less of a penalty. We expect that this kind of technical innovation is going to bring lots of liquidity over to Jupyter Lend very quickly. It is powered by a 2-layer structure, this innovative kind of architecture here. There's a liquidity layer and then a protocol layer. On the liquidity layer, we have a single unified place where all liquidity can come together, rather than being isolated into individual markets. And this has a bunch of benefits for us. The consolidated liquidity hub just allows more liquidity to come on. As we all know, liquidity begets liquidity. So the more liquidity we have here, the more will eventually come. It's incredibly capital efficient. Any kind of upgrades that we need to do not require you to move your funds to a new pool, for example. We have dynamic limits per market, so we can actually isolate risk wherever we need to, despite the fact that all the liquidity is put together. And it's fully composable. I was actually just talking to some of the friends over at RainFi yesterday, and they were asking, like, hey, we want more things to build on top of from Jupyter. JLP obviously is a cornerstone of Solana DeFi. We're now expecting Jupyter Lend to become another such cornerstone where anybody can permissionlessly build on top of our liquidity layer to build their own kind of unique DeFi outcomes. That's the liquidity layer. On top of that is the protocol layer as well. We're going to be launching with 2 protocols built by us over on top of that. The first one is a lending protocol. You'll be able to deposit funds, get industry-leading rates, high-yield, one-click deposits, and you'll receive a token in your wallet that represents that debt position. You can then trade that, put it elsewhere, use it as collateral in another place, start to loop it. A bunch of very fun things that will happen with the lending protocol. And we will have a vault protocol that will allow you to borrow at incredibly good rates, along with a bunch of other really advanced kind of mechanisms. Advanced Oracle security to make sure that that always works. But really, these 2 are just the beginning. We're going to be building more protocols ourselves, and we would love to see everybody in the community building on top of the Jupyter Lend liquidity layer and helping advance all of DeFi even further. We're announcing this today. It is going to be coming and launching in July 2025. So you'll all be able to use it very soon. And just because you guys are all my closest friends, you can get early access right now. If you scan this QR code, you'll join the waitlist for Jupyter Lend. You'll be the first people to be able to deposit, borrow, and use it. I'll let people I'll smile for all the cameras that are out. Let's go, that's right. All right, Jupyter Lend, it is going to fundamentally change the Solana DeFi landscape. I cannot tell you how excited I am about this. It's going to be within the jup.ag interface, so you can go from swapping to trading perps to finding new tokens to borrowing and lending all in one place. The experience that you're used to with tech powered by Fluid. Major deal. The last thing that I would say, the world that we're trying to build towards at Jupyter with this global unified market is anytime you want to explore this global unified market, find assets, make them productive, there's only one phrase that you need to know, and that is just use Jupyter. Thank you all very much for coming out. Much appreciated.
Our next guest spent almost a decade building and scaling a chain and ecosystem and has had a lot to share about the ebbs and flows of building in our industry. And I love the title of her talk. Please welcome Kathleen Breitman, the co-founder of Tezos, talking about the 7-year itch.
Hello, hello. Tough acts to follow. But thanks for having me. My name is Kathleen Breitman. I co-founded a cryptocurrency called Tezos. Way back in the day, early days, 2017, the Tezos Foundation conducted a fundraiser and helped launch the network in 2018. So at the time, I was paying a lot of attention to the trends that were going on. And obviously, since that, I've been in the cryptocurrency industry writ large. And I want to discuss today, reflect a little bit about what I've seen in terms of progress. There were some ideas that took hold in 2017 that made a lot of sense, but the industry wasn't ready, wasn't mature enough to take hold. And then, more often than not, I've seen the cryptocurrency industry, perhaps because it's a little bit overcapitalized, pay attention to trends that really fundamentally make no sense or are somewhat incompatible with the nature of blockchain technology writ large. So here we go. 2017, what were people talking about? Well, unfortunately, The Economist wrote a piece called Data is the New Oil, and this kind of infected a lot of people's minds. The idea was that somehow your information on the web, which was basically a cat that went out of the bag, could somehow be commodified and monetized effectively by using blockchain technology. How this was supposed to happen, I still don't know, but that was a big meme. Another big trend in 2017 was the notion of dApps, or basically having tokens that would represent a way to go through turnstiles on the internet and, more often than not, commodify or monetize activities that were already being done for free. Again, this didn't make terribly very much sense at the time, and as you'll see, that notion has dropped off since. Another trend that, again, is aged like milk was blockchain, not Bitcoin, or the idea that private blockchains would somehow take hold and actually be a bigger deal than public blockchains. This was driven by a variety of things, but more often than not, it was corporate use cases and people in innovation labs who are reticent to use public rails for these types of infrastructure projects. 2025, fast forward, there are a few things that are trendy. Some of them make sense, some of them don't. But overall, I think we're going in the right direction. So what I'm most excited about is real-world assets, which of course are tokenized and transparent, lower-cost ways to represent financial products. A number of announcements that have taken place at this conference intimate towards that, whether it's equities or commodities going on-chain. This is all super promising. 2025 has also been still have the meme coin hangover, I'd like to call it, which is mostly a consequence of the overly aggressive Biden administration and their attitude towards cryptocurrencies. Sort of built this problem for the whole industry. And then AI agents. So more often than not, I see cryptocurrencies or blockchains, which are fundamentally accounting software, being conflated or suggested with AI-based applications, which I don't really see much overlap from. Anyway, going on to what fundamentally makes sense, cryptocurrencies, what's the promise? Lowering the ticket prices of financial transactions in a decentralized fashion. That's the punk rock element. That's what all of the people on the cypherpunk mailing list were getting hot and bothered about. And to me, that's truly the essence of why we're doing this. Everything else is, in my opinion, a symptom of an overcapitalized industry. So you see things like, tons of undifferentiated competitors all rushing for the same things, heavy subsidies for baseline activities, and then people fleeing once subsidies ran out. This is all symptomatic of having too much money that can't be deployed effectively. The parallel I make, or I think the most apt historical comparison, is to the 19th century's railroad boom, where fundamentally you would have this sort of banal task of moving things from point A to point B that were made far more sexy in order to collect capital and try to deploy it towards a certain end. You might think that when there's an overcapitalized industry, at least some of the fundamentals will get done correctly. But by contrast, actually what you found is that even into the 20th century, railroads didn't quite cohere. So even getting from Boston to Washington, D.C. required taking off in Philadelphia because railroads were not standardized despite the amount of capital going in. I think there are parallels to that in the cryptocurrency industry today, for better or for worse. Real-world assets are exciting to me. I think their time has come. And unfortunately, or for better or for worse, Tezos is really early to this. In 2019, we had about $1 billion put on the Tezos blockchain in the form of real estate investments. And the idea was to securitize these things on chain and to have, in effect, a way of accessing these assets to anyone over the globe. What has changed in the interim time? Well, primarily in 2019, people were focused on tokenization about primary issuance rather than secondaries markets. What we see now is that there's actually a really good infrastructure and resources for these secondaries markets. There's regulatory clarity, or the absence of abuse, really. And from that, we can see that institutions are actually getting interested. So you don't have this adverse selection problem anymore with what assets are being tokenized. And obviously, stablecoins and DeFi have made it much, much easier for people to rationalize and have faith and confidence in these systems. So what makes me excited? I gave this talk, The 7-Year Itch, which could look at it falling out of love, but I actually think it's more like checking back in and seeing what still gets you excited. What's been really great for me is that openly nihilistic projects embrace their nihilism. No one's pretending Fartcoin is actually a great piece of technical progress. Big change from 2017. Public blockchains won, and the absence of a hostile US administration means more experimentation, and that's better for everyone. So thank you very much for making me feel so welcome, and I look forward to checking back in another 7 years.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit while the guys set up in the back. So Accelerate is both a conference and a lifestyle. Speaking of lifestyle, have you guys been to Solana Spaces? No? Okay, if you haven't, it's on 57 Stanton Street. It's actually a lifestyle store that is funded by the token store. And you can actually pick up a lot of different things that are merch or products that are built by Solana ecosystem teams. So Solana Spaces has gone through many different iterations. Shout out to all the different sponsors that help make it happen, from Vibu, the originator, to Shaga, the gaming deepen, to Solflare, the Solana wallet. A lot of teams bounded together and made Solana Spaces what it is today, which is a true representation of the Solana ecosystem and lifestyle. So huge shout out. If you haven't checked it out, please go take a look. It's open till Saturday. And hard segue back onto the stage. So one of the superpowers of building in a decentralized manner is the ability to use this technology to give power back to the people. So today we have the president of the Liberty Project, Tamika, and Michael, the chairman of Decentralized AI Society, telling us why today in the AI-powered future is at most important for us to give people back the power of ownership over their own data.
Okay. Well, hi everyone. Thanks for having us. Michael Casey, chairman of the Decentralized AI Society. Tamika and I have done a few of these together, so it is getting the band back. One or two over the years, and we've landed back in the same place here. I run this thing called the Decentralized AI Society, and we are an association, a not-for-profit, that's bringing together all the various builders of what we see to be the technology stack that's going to be needed if we're going to have an AI economy that is built upon all the right privacy-preserving, open, self-sovereign, decentralized principles that we think, and hopefully all you do as well, the world needs, rather than this rather scary centralized AI vision. And Tamika, the big word of the moment in our world is the agentic economy. We're always talking about agents. And I think it's exciting. We can imagine this world where these independent agents are working together, doing whatever it is that we want done for us by them. But I'm often think about what sort of an agent do I want? Do I want Agent Smith from The Matrix? Or do I want Agent Jillian, who is my literary agent? I've been working with her for 20 years, and she represents me on every level. I know that I can trust her. And so it seems to me the best definition for agent in this context is probably that lawyers use. You are a fiduciary, and you have 100% responsibility to represent that person. Is that a good analogy? And how do we bring that into the reality of what this technical structure looks like?
Well, I think that is one of the key questions facing humanity right now. And at Project Liberty, we build technology that gives people control over their digital lives. That's been important through the last iteration of the internet. It has never been more important than in the world in which we are about to find ourselves, which is going to be an AI-powered world. And to think about this, I look back at past paradigms. One that's interesting to me is the world of sports. Our founder at Project Liberty, Frank McCourt, has owned and owns a bunch of sports teams. And if you look back to professional baseball in the 1960s, every player who played at that time was effectively owned by the league. The league had total control over them. At the end of the season, if you couldn't come to terms on a new contract, they would force you to play the next year for the same team. And that was just the way it was, and everybody was comfortable with that. And finally, in 1969, there was a player named Curt Flood who said, you know what? We're not going to do this anymore. He took a stand. He sat out a year. He filed suit, took it all the way to the Supreme Court. And ultimately, there was a decision that in the United States, and indeed in most countries, people should be able to own themselves. We should have control over ourselves. And that led to a world in which the players got agents, to your comment a moment ago, and those agents worked for the players in a world of free agency. When it comes to AI, we are at risk right now of ending up in a world where we're all going to have lots of agents working for us, but those agents are going to work for the league, or they're going to work for the team. They're not going to be working for us. And so one of the key solutions that needs to exist in the world, and Project Liberty is advancing this effort through an infrastructure layer called frequency, is giving people control over their own information and creating the interoperability and the data portability needed to use that information seamlessly across many different platforms. You solve for that, we're going to end up in a world where we're all going to have AI agents like Jillian, who's going to represent you effectively in the work that you do.
So, I mean, look, I think one way to think about this is the world of trading, right? Obviously, in our community, it's a big part of the crypto world. People are trading. And clearly, naturally, as the kind of first adopter type community that this is, people are starting to get agents trading on their behalf. We've had a look at the banana bot, which seems to be awesome. But, you know, like, how do I know, right, that my trades are not being front-run by somebody else, right?
Well, Banana Bot's a great example of that. Like, that's an awesome example. Banana Bot is super, super cool. It can do really interesting things. But and again, I don't know the back end of Banana Bot, but if you are trading, if you have an agent that's going to be executing trades on your behalf, you want to be really sure that that agent is working for you. Because if that agent is working for somebody else, there are going to be problems.
The story of Wall Street is the story of centralized intermediating banks literally trading off their superior knowledge of what's going on, right? So that's, to me, a perfect example of this. So we're obviously going to get a bit of the architecture that Project Liberty is supporting through frequency and DSNP. But before we do, I mean, there's also been a lot of policy initiatives at Project Liberty which are kind of putting some meat onto this concept of data ownership and the rights that are associated there. I was very pleased to hear that the Utah law was passed. I want to talk a little bit about that and the idea of portability of your data and that the book that I wrote with Frank, of course, bit of a shameless plug, guys, but I did write a book with Frank McCourt, the founder of Project Liberty, called Our Biggest Fight. Buy it in all your favorite bookstores. Nonetheless, did seem to have some role there in helping move things along. Tell us about that legislation, why it matters, and is there any prospect of it moving beyond the small but important state of Utah, which is
Absolutely. So, Project Liberty builds a lot of tech, frequency, and a single sign-on that we've developed, and a new foundational protocol called DSMP are great examples of that. But we also engage a lot on policy and movement work because we think that ultimately you need technical code and legal code coming together in a complementary fashion if you want to get the type of internet that all of us aspire to have and deserve, quite candidly. And what happened in Utah was really interesting. The governor there, Spencer Cox, read the book that you and Frank wrote together. He reached out to us and he said, we need a solution to give people back control over their information. What is it that we can do at the state level that will help advance that goal? And so over a series of months, we worked with the state Senate and the state legislature in the state of Utah to build out a groundbreaking new law that gives individuals the ability to have full portability for their information and interoperability using open protocols. That law is now passed. It is signed into law. Exciting news today. I can tell you New York is going to be introducing that same legislation. Vermont introduced that legislation a couple of days ago. And we have many, many other states lining up to be part of that new regulatory paradigm where people, not platforms, are in charge of the information they have, and they can move it seamlessly across whatever digital service they would like to utilize. That is one example of, I hope, how you're going to see policymakers and builders work together to create an internet that is going to give us a lot more confidence in the AI-powered world that we're entering.
It's super exciting. I mean, it just feels as if that is something of real momentous importance. It goes back to 1996, when one of the key elements of the Telecoms Act that led to the explosion, the growth of broadband, everything else, was this mandate that telephone numbers had to be migratable and interoperable, that you could take that number that you had and take it something that's, to my mind, it's far bigger because your data is so much more an important part of who you are. But let's move on now. Tell us a little bit about the architecture. Why frequency? Why DSMP? What role does it play? And obviously talk to the builder community here about if they're building social apps, social network apps, creator apps, those sorts of things, how can they work with you guys and make the most of it from a privacy-preserving data ownership perspective?
Well, the crown jewel of our personal data on the internet is our social graph. And the social graph isn't just who we're connected to. It is the compendium of all of the interactions we have with digital platforms online. Today, that social graph is owned by a handful of entities. Meta predominantly, and Meta owns most people's social graphs, but there are little pieces that exist across other entities as well. They're all very fragmented, and they don't work together, and they don't talk to each other. We believe that there is a massive opportunity to fix that and to open up a new era of open internet collaboration as we do so. When Project Liberty was founded 5 years ago, we spent a lot of time with individuals who had been present at the creation of the internet. People like Dave Clark, who worked on TCP/IP, or Tim Berners-Lee, who worked on HTTP. And what they told us, which they're happy to tell anyone, is that we are asking the internet to do a lot of things today that it was never intended to do. And unless and until we provide at the infrastructure layer a new set of solutions that will align the capabilities of the internet with the demands that we are placing on it, we're always going to be in this weird space. So enter DSNP, a new protocol that's been developed by a lot of amazing rocket scientists and brilliant technologists who come to work with Project Liberty. And we are fortunate to have incredible collaboration with technologists at MIT, Stanford, Harvard, Georgetown, and other institutions that are helping us get this right. It provides a shared social graph that you can carry from platform to platform. So rather than having your entire digital life owned by Mark Zuckerberg, you own your digital life, and you can leverage it and move it wherever you want to leverage it and move it. We have a single sign-on that makes that process totally seamless for platforms that are leveraging this infrastructure, and already millions of people using this on a daily basis to take back control of their digital lives.
It's truly, I think, a remarkable flipping of the switch on how we imagine our relationship with apps, right? Like Frank often says, let's get to a world where they are signing on our terms of service, not the other way around. And what I also like about the whole mission here, it's not to say that like all the incredible energy and development that's happening in the crypto space isn't incredibly valuable, but there's this idea, like the TCP/IP analogy, that is valuable because it's this like public commons idea that we need to actually, at that layer of the internet, bring in these protocols that are open to everybody to use and figure out how to integrate that with the rest of the system.
Well, and just quickly on that, TCP/IP was the first protocol to connect devices. HTTP was the first protocol to really connect data. We need a protocol that's going to connect people and allow us to use all of the incredible decentralized services that people are building on Solana and elsewhere. We think there's a real opportunity for DSNP to help solve.
I mean, I keep saying to people, like, as we barrel, headlong into the AI age, we need to give human beings a seat at the bargaining table with the machines, right? Give them the architecture, the structure, the ownership, the rights to be able to participate. And I think, in my view, we could then relive these explosive moments of innovation and growth that we've seen through history when you transfer property rights to other individuals. We've got 1 minute left, but I would be remiss not to throw at you the TikTok question, because I don't know if you guys know, but of course, Project Liberty was behind a bid for TikTok. It's still an open bid, really. How's it going?
So we've been incredibly fortunate. The people's bid for TikTok, which is what we call our effort to acquire the US assets of the platform, has attracted massive, massive support. If the Chinese decide to move forward with a transaction, and if the law that mandates that transaction is followed, we've got a really good shot of ending up with the US assets of TikTok. Those are two unknown questions right now, but assuming we get there on those, we're in a really strong position. And the exciting thing about TikTok is that it's 170 million users who would come into this new ecosystem, who would have control over their information, who would pivot from an attention economy, which is how we power the internet right now, to an intention economy, where we can specify the types of products, experiences, goods, and services with which we'd like to interact. But we have so many many other large platforms now that are coming onto the platform and frequency that TikTok is great, but it's no longer a need to have, it's a nice to have.
Nice to have, TikTok, I love that. All right, we will leave it at that. A round of applause for Tamika Timmerman, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have the perfect follow-up to why decentralizing the internet is important. A duo of builders that have taken the ambitious and important challenge of building out decentralized social graphs that you can own. Allow me to introduce my dear friend, DJ from Tapestry, and Linda from Farcaster, as they chat about why and how your social graph should be yours.
All right.
Hello, hello. Thank you for such a great introduction. My name is David. I'm the founder of Tapestry. We serve the best open social graph data on the internet in one API to developers, and we store all that data on Solana. One of the more popular social graphs that we provide is Farcaster, so I'm honored to be sitting here with Linda. Do you want to give an introduction of Farcaster for the few who may not know it?
Yeah, so I'm Linda. I'm developer ecosystem lead at Farcaster, helping to grow mini apps on Farcaster. Prior to that, I was building on top of Farcaster for a year and a half. It's a permissionless social network where anyone can have access to their social graph. So really excited to chat more today talking about Farcaster.
Totally. So the topic of this talk is your social graph should be yours. We should start there. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, for me, if you've built a following on a social network, you should be able to have access to the followers that you've built up. So if you decide to switch to another platform or you decide to build your own application, you should have access to that data. And so right now, it all exists in silos. And I think it's really important that people are able to carry their follower graph wherever they go. And then on the flip side, for developers, they should be able to have access to all of this data. And I think that's really important for people to be able to start and create all these clients where people can just immediately start using the network and not have to start over from scratch.
Totally agree. One of the superpowers of Web3 is composability. And an unlock for me was when I logged into my first app with Phantom. I had my money there, went to a different app, I had my same money there. And that same can be true for your social graph. It should be. This is a 10x improvement for both users onboarding into apps, but also developers who have to build up a network effect every time they try a new app. It's really difficult to do. So yeah, Open Social unlocks that. Can you talk a bit about what makes Farcaster different than other maybe Web2 social networks?
Yeah, so on Farcaster, one thing that's really different besides the permissionless social graph is that you have every user having a crypto address by default. So that means that people can send and receive crypto payments without having to figure out all this like wire information or anything. And you can send micropayments, and it's global, instant, very cheap. And so I think this is really powerful for creators to be earning and for builders to be able to have revenue for their mini app within Farcaster. And then we also have an embedded wallet within Farcaster, so you can just one click be able to interact with mini apps. And so announcing today that Solana support is now live on Farcaster, so you'll be able to use wallet and mini apps. And so you can download Farcaster. It's Warpcast is the client. And you can test out. And then thank you, SNS, for doing an airdrop to Farcaster users so they can get started with a small amount of SOL.
That's really huge. Farcaster on Solana is one of the bigger requests that we get. It's exciting to have you guys in the ecosystem, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun. The more open protocols that work together, the better data that we can provide developers, the better experiences for users. A question I have is, social graphs currently live across chains. What is the importance of making sure that all of these apps in different chains work together?
Yeah, we're still trying to improve the user experience across chains. Right now, we do support bridging from other chains. So if you want to buy SOL or tokens, you're able to bridge. I think there's a lot of work needed to do. We tried to make it very seamless within the embedded wallet, so users aren't having to switch to a bunch of different chains. But in the long run, we want to make sure that it's very abstracted away from a user, so they don't even have to think about it. And users can just come to Firecaster and start being able to interact with many apps.
Yeah, I speak to a lot of builders at Tapestry, and what we notice is there's a lot of experiments that happen. With open social protocols that store this data, these developers can do these experiments. They may or may not work, but they can keep the history of the users that they connect with, and they can try again using their same data. And I think that's super powerful. So looking ahead, we zoom out 2 years. What does Firecaster look like? How do they play? Like, what does that look like?
Well, yeah, in a success state, all of these users that are building their following on Firecaster are able to port their follower data anywhere they go. And I think an example of this right now is Coinbase Wallet is building a Firecaster client, and they have actually more users than the client we've built. And so everyone that's built a following on our client automatically has that following on Coinbase Wallet. And there's going to be so many more applications like TikTok, LinkedIn, Twitter, all these equivalents. And users can just choose wherever they go. So it gives more power to the users. And then on the developer side, you can build all kinds of things that weren't even possible before once you have that permissionless social graph. And I think that we're going to see like basically the early days of what Facebook could have been with like Farmville and this explosion of apps. And now when you have this on-chain component where it's really easy to monetize and users can interact globally, free and cheap, especially with Solana transaction fees, I think that's going to just be this like really huge economy that can exist within the social feed.
That's a really great point. And what Facebook did with by deplatforming builders that were building on them was kind of bad. It stalled early social builders from building big apps. It's cool that open social graphs make that harder to happen. OK, so last question. What's one primitive or building block you think is still needed to make Web3 social go mainstream?
I think one thing that needs to be worked on a lot is actually on the spam side. So in the space, we have a lot of people that are trying to use different networks because they're trying to maybe like airdrop farm or something like that. And people coming to a social network want to see high quality content, and they want it to be catered towards them. And so we spent a lot of time on trying to be able to surface high quality content that users want to see. And even within our ecosystem right now, it's very crypto heavy. And so if we were trying to onboard a lot of new users, they need to be able to see content that's relevant to them. Maybe it's not even crypto that they're interested in. So I think that is a problem that we're really trying to work on. And each client can have their own spam detection and filtering. But we have a long way to go to get to like a mainstream adoption to improving that.
And for us, we're just trying to get new sources of data on chain. So right now, you know, the tokens you buy, we do see the followers you have, but how do we get your Netflix history, your music, how do we get that on chain, and making that a resource for developers is a big focus for us at Tapestry. So thanks, everyone, and big thanks to Linda and the Firecaster team. Let's build an internet where our relationships belong to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a short break of 10 minutes and come back at 2:54 p.m. So when you come back, there's a lot of super interesting talks. Teaser, one of them has alcohol involved. So stay tuned for that. And West Coast, Best Coast. Bye.
GM New York. Hello, friends. It is such an incredible honor to be here, and it's very fitting that we are on the West Coast, best coast. Those of you who don't know, I'm originally from West Coast of Canada, but I have relocated to New York, which is incredible. How many people have visited Skyline? Yes, thank you. The New York community has exploded in recent months, and it's been incredible to see everybody come out. Your faces are very dark, but very beautiful. If anyone has a hard time hearing, there are earphones as you come in. I will be your beautiful MC for the next little while, and I have the absolute honor of introducing our next panel. So the title of the panel, they always talk about onboarding the millions and billions of users, but DeepIn is actually making it happen. We have the incredible Santi from Inversion. We have Ariel from HiveMapper, and the one and only Amira, who is leading DeepIn at Solana Foundation. Huge round of applause, please.
I like it. All right. Well, thank you all so much for being here, and particularly our esteemed debaters, because that's what we're here for. We're here for a debate. And the debate is the great build versus buy decision in DeepIn. The question that we're talking about is, will the first billion-dollar revenue DeepIn company be a Web 2 or Web 1 company that is bought and then replaced with crypto mechanisms, or will it be a Web 3 native company that starts with crypto from scratch? So we have two people who are probably the best in the world to be discussing this issue. Right next to me, we have Ariel, the CEO and founder of HiveMapper. HiveMapper is a community-built mapping company. In just over 2.5 years, they've mapped 500 million kilometers of the world. And to my right, we have Santiago Santos. Santi is the founder and CEO of Inversion. And Santi has been very vocal about how the way that crypto is going to get to the first billion users is a go-to-market problem. And what he's going to do is he's going to buy a big company and replace it with Web3 on the inside. So thank you both so much for joining me. I think it's going to be fun. So let's start just by laying the groundwork here. Santi, can you tell us a little bit about what your vision for Inversion is? What are you talking about when you say we're going to
Yeah,
do
definitely.
this?
Hi, everyone. The idea for Inversion is very simple. It is really predicated on this idea that we are very much ready to scale to over 1 billion users. The tech, like Solana, is high throughput. It can support way more activity. And also that traditional businesses will adopt crypto in the same way that 20 years ago, every business was kind of skeptical that the internet was going to be a big thing. And then we made this distinction between an internet and a non-internet business, and now every business uses the internet to be competitive. And I see that arc happening again here, which is every business over the next 12, 10 years is going to use crypto to make their operations more efficient, to be more competitive. And of course, very encouraged with DeepIn. DeepIn was that inspiration for me, having invested in a lot of networks, to say, yeah, this is how you actually cut costs for traditional businesses. And so Inversion is, think of it as a private equity fund with some crypto elements where we'll buy traditional businesses, we'll make them more efficient with crypto rails, and our North Star is really for crypto to be invisible, right? It's sort of on the back end, and it helps us to cut costs and offer different things to the user.
And Ariel, you've taken a different route. You've started organically, and you're growing a mapping company from the ground up through just pure granola means, through real crypto incentives. So tell us why you've chosen that route and what that looks like for you.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe just take a step back a little bit. Well, thank you all for having us and being here. I think for our perspective, it's every new technology has some unique characteristics to it that enable the formation of new kinds of businesses, right? Amazon didn't just take oh, we're now Walmart. They said, okay, well, now with the internet, you're just going to have massive, massive, massive selection, right? Which is fundamentally different than Walmart, where it's I don't know, you go in there, there's maybe 10,000 potential products you go in a Walmart, right? Then you fast forward to the mobile era, that created new opportunities for new businesses like an Uber or a Waze. And so I think the same thing is true with crypto, is you really have to find what are those unique characteristics of crypto that then enable kind of new capital formation and new businesses and new products. And so for our case, it's look, we can now motivate and incentivize tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people all over the world to buy a device like this that generates the map and that is constantly updating and refreshing a map, which was quite frankly unheard of before, right? And so you have to kind of find those, in my view, you have to find those really unique characteristics about that new technology and then apply them to your specific business and leverage them for your specific business to create something new from the ground up.
So there's only so much that we can cover in these like two very different approaches to scaling a deep in company. But let's start with financing, because I think you both have very different financing mechanisms. And Santi, I think your approach is interesting because you're basically taking a private equity style financing approach, but trying to get venture capital like returns and venture capital like risk for the equation. So how are you going to finance what you're doing, and why does that make sense for an investor?
Yeah, so interesting because initially I wanted to raise a traditional private equity fund. And normally, you raise a couple $1 billion, you need to invest that over 5 years and then eventually sell that business because your investors want their money back. And so I said, well, there ought to be a better way because I really draw a lot of inspiration from Berkshire Hathaway, which is this public vehicle where they use that currency to go buy businesses. And I think they've been so successful because you don't have to sell the business. And so you can be more permanent. You can be a better partner for these companies. And so I'm sitting there and saying, well, I don't want to raise the traditional private equity fund. Crypto is really good for capital formation. A lot of the foundations manage billions and billions of dollars. They're not using that capital efficiently. So I drew a lot of inspiration from that, which is Inversion will be a chain in and of its own. We'll go buy businesses. We'll bring them on chain. And then of course, the hope and the idea is with all that economic activity on the chain, then you bootstrap a really interesting permanent capital vehicle like a Berkshire Hathaway where I can continuously recycle that capital, right? And for instance, we buy one business, we make it more efficient, that generates interesting cash flow. We can use that cash flow as well as our token. We can either borrow against the token. We can either, raise a SPAC of sorts. It really is kind of like no different than a company, right? Traditional companies use their stock in the most efficient way possible. They either issue dividends, or they buy back the stock, or they go and do acquisitions with that currency, right? And so it's very similar. And I think of blockchains, particularly L1s, are economic networks. And we really take that type of mechanism to create a holdco structure where we can continuously buy more and more businesses, which acutely talks about like this is how we bring 1 billion users on chain, right? I buy telco is a big sector that we feel excited about, and go and acquiring mobile operators, transforming them with like Helium on the back end, and also servicing those users with stablecoins. And so I buy that business. That's a great funnel to bring more users. And then I want to go buy more and more of those. And we do that by bootstrapping a really interesting treasury that allows us to be flexible, permanent capital, as opposed to playing the near-term game that a lot of venture funds or a lot of private equity funds have to, by virtue of the structure, are kind of constrained.
So your answer is essentially, we're not using the private equity playbook. We're using the traditional crypto capital formation playbook and using that its strengths to do what we're doing. Ariel, you took a different approach, or a slightly different approach, which is raising venture capital for HiveMapper. You've also said that the era of cheap venture capital is over with rising interest rates. And of course, hardware businesses are traditionally very hard to finance, especially with VC. So tell us about your journey, why that made sense for you, and why new DeepIn founders might still want to consider a VC route.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things on this. I think the crypto VC market has definitely gone through some changes in the last 18, 24 months for sure. What's actually interesting now is like the non-crypto VC, let's call it just the regular VC world, is actually taking an interest in some of these projects, right, in the DeepIn world. Because of the regulation changing, right? I think there's a lot of VCs that in the prior administration didn't want to touch anything related to crypto. I think, that issue is, it's not gone, but it's definitely like much, much, much lower risk. So like we're seeing non-crypto VCs reaching out to us where like literally like even 9, 10 months ago, that was not the case, right? So I think that's an interesting change. I think the broader crypto markets, I was kind of, this is not related to HiveMapper, this is actually more related to Helium, which is Helium before it had product market fit, right? If you just look at the crypto markets, in my view, was overvalued. Now that it actually has true product market fit in what I would view as a massive industry, wireless, in my view, it's dramatically undervalued, right? And so I think there's this weird moment in time where like people are not looking at these projects and saying what is actually happening here in terms of product, in terms of capabilities, in terms of customers, et cetera, and making a determination there. They're just kind of like going back to the old school, like, who is the flavor of the month in the crypto world, right? And I think we as an industry, when I say we, the crypto industry, we kind of have to move past that, right? We have to move and say, like, okay, what's the product, what's the customer, what's the traction here, all those types of things, which you would do in any business, right? And so hopefully we kind of move beyond just the flavor of the month in terms of the memes and all that type of stuff to like really looking at the fundamentals of a project and the capabilities of that team and what they're actually providing to real customers.
Right. So what I'm hearing here is we need crypto VC to start becoming more and more like traditional VC in the sense that you're looking for businesses that are building real enduring value over time.
Yeah, exactly. And also the non-crypto VCs are starting to play in the crypto world, right? So you're seeing a convergence of crypto VCs aren't just interested in like, who's the flavor of the month. And also you have non-crypto VCs being like, oh, that's actually a really good business, right? That's interesting, like you guys actually have product market fit. That's interesting.
So I want to take the last couple of minutes and talk about product, because crypto is a very specific product and hardware is notoriously difficult to work in. And you're both working in, I think, complicated markets, X the crypto component of things, right? And Ariel, last time I saw you were in Washington, D.C., and you were telling me that you were constantly going to Pittsburgh to check up on the production of B-cams. Yeah. Tell me about the process of what it looks like to build your hardware from scratch specifically for what you might want to do, and then maybe we can challenge Santi's approach a little bit and tell us like why he might want to think what he might want to think about in the product perspective, and then you can fight back a little bit, Santi.
Yeah. Well, look, if you build hardware, it'll take a couple years off your life for sure. Like it's very, very stressful, but I think it's very satisfying in a way that I've built a lot of software in my life. Building hardware, I think, is actually more satisfying, right? Because you have like something that you can touch and feel, and other people pick it up and they're like, "Oh, that's cool." In a way that software doesn't have that same visceral. But yeah, so we design and build our product here in the United States. Obviously, there's contents within that product that come from overseas as well. We decided really to build here in the United States because of the fact that we were started building during COVID. Right, and so I wanted to make sure that, like, okay, if we're building outside the United States, I may not physically, if something goes wrong, and stuff always goes wrong with hardware, I may not physically be able to like jump on an airplane and go fix the problem. Because we're built outside of Pittsburgh, that's what I did. Right, I was like, okay, there's some problems here. I jumped on an airplane. I was basically living in Pittsburgh area with some of my colleagues in Pittsburgh, trying to fix a lot of the issues. So now we're past that. Look, I think that hardware is hard, but once, and somebody actually just commented on X, like they had the original HiveMapper dash cam, which we started to ship, I think, in like early 2023, late 2022, and they were still mapping with it, right? And they're like, I love it, it's easy, right? Like it's just, it's always there, it's always on. And so I think for us, that's the really critical thing, is like, this thing has to be embedded, integrated in people's vehicles, and they never have to think about it again. Right? Because then you know that A, it's passive, and that it'll just provide continuous coverage over time. And also from a cost perspective, this device will help us reduce all of our compute and data storage costs by about 95%. And that's not an exaggeration, right? Because all of the compute and processing to actually build the map now occurs on the device. So yes, it's an investment. Yes, it's really freaking hard. But in terms of what it means for the business, but also what it means for the users, it's obviously just transformational for us.
Santi, there are pros and cons to taking your approach, which is basically buying a network wholesale or something wholesale and figuring out, okay, how do we just take out the innards and make it crypto complete? So how do you think about the whole nitty-gritty process of taking a traditional Web 2, in some ways sort of a Web 1 company, and just cryptofying it? And what product challenges do you expect to face?
Yeah, great question. So I think as an industry, we built fantastic tech at the software, at the product level, at the hardware level over the last 12 years. If you think about traditional businesses and their P&L, there's very specific line items where you can say, okay, what's the friction point? As an investor, you always want to think about, okay, where can I remove friction and cut costs? And why costs? Because you always control costs. I don't want to assume that I'm going to increase revenue 100x and the multiple is going to expand. I think the interesting thing about Deepin and what Ariel is doing, you guys announced a partnership with Lyft, right? Why Lyft? And you might be wondering, well, because they're getting a very interesting solution here, which is having a different data partner, probably cheaper, more in maybe places where they haven't been able to get that data. And so when I think about the product, of course, I think as a deepened network, you have to, whether it's Helium or HiveMap or GeoNet, you need to be on parity or better than the existing solution. And that usually comes down to quality and reliability. So of course, we're very motivated to buy telco assets because they're grossly underproductive. So I can buy a large telco asset that is, 25 million users, and most of those users are not using stablecoins, but they're in a place like Mexico or Brazil, and they definitely want to use a stablecoin. And so, everyone here talks about crypto being this like room temperature semiconductor phenomenal products. The reality is, as an industry, we need to go and meet the user where they are. We shouldn't expect to pull them in because transformational technology requires that. And that's sort of in the classical inverting sense, I think we need to be more tactical in how we go about that process. Notwithstanding, of course, you need to build hardware to facilitate the capture of the data, to build the network. But the interesting and exciting part is we're there. And so when I look at a network like HiveMapper, they've mapped a third of the world's roads in a very cost-efficient way. The data is there, the reliability is there, or Helium is what's happening in the US for offloading purposes. And the last thing I'll say is, look, most people might be discounting DeepIn, but in my journey of talking to traditional executives in the real world, and you go and explain what HiveMapper's been doing, or you're going to explain what Helium's been doing, they immediately get it. And it's funny because DeepIn as a category is grossly undervalued, grossly underappreciated, because people in the real world actually really appreciate, again, going back to that example of the P&L, DeepIn is a cost-cutting technology for some of the largest companies in the world, and we're here to show it. As opposed to waiting for these executives, I want to go buy their business and make it more efficient.
That is an excellent place to end. Santi and Ariel, everyone, please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you guys so much.
Up next, building the future of RWAs and bringing literal liquidity on-chain. Welcome the Titans of Whiskey. We have Dan from Lofted Spirits, Chuck from Whiskey Advisors, and Svi from Baxis. Round of applause.
All right. Gentlemen.
Don't mind if I do.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Ooh. We're allowed to do this. So welcome everybody to Accelerate. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. I'm joined by Dan Calloway, who is the master blender for Lofted Spirits, Bardstown Bourbon Company, and Green River, and Chuck Morton, who is the founder of Whiskey Advisors and the managing director of the North American Whiskey Fund. Chuck's fund has bought and is continuing to buy thousands of barrels from Lofted Spirits from their different distilleries. And we're going to talk about my favorite subject, whiskey. So I put this up there, but I don't know if you guys know the history. Whiskey truly is America's original cryptocurrency. currency. It was a store of wealth, a proof of work, and it was ultimately used as a medium of exchange. So kicking this off on the economics, Chuck, you're actively deploying capital right now into whiskey barrels. More traditional assets are having, a little bit of pressure, shakeups, fears about different types of international trade. What makes now such an attractive time to be deploying capital?
It's what we would call a buyer's market, right? Much like real estate, when it's down, it's a good time to buy. So right now we're wrapping up investments on strategic barrels produced by folks like Lofted Spirits for North American Whiskey Fund, and we're targeting a 28% IRR on a 4 to 5 year term.
Excellent. So with the increased expansion of liquidity that comes from tokenizing barrels, bringing them on chain, who stands to benefit the most from across the supply chain?
Well, I think that gets spread out between investors. They get a high yield because of the lower price points. The brands get growth, and the consumers, they end up with a better, more flavorful product.
And that's ultimately what we like to focus on, is that full stack at Baxis, going from all the way from the producers down to the consumers and making sure that everyone gets to enjoy great whiskey. So on the topic of great whiskey, Dan, you've spoken about your living library approach towards blending. Can you explain to the audience a little bit what goes into the curation, hundreds of barrels being blended together from different rick houses? What makes maturation such a creative process?
Yeah, so I'll start by just saying thank you for having me. And Bardstown Bourbon Company, we positioned ourselves as being the modern take on a traditional industry. So we are all about innovation, collaboration, and transparency. Those are our tenets. We have the most technically advanced distillery in the country. So when you talk about the forward-thinking blending and how we pull barrels together, traditionally, if you have a blend of 500 barrels, you're literally going through and tasting every single one, handwritten notes. What we're able to partner with is to digitally track these barrels, map these barrels, and have historical data where we can put them together and be more efficient and ultimately get to a better product with our blends.
I love to hear it. I mean, I love to drink it also. But I mean, that's a big part of our Athena product that we have at Baxis, which is this using helium basically to track barrels in the rick houses, temperature, humidity, all of the factors that actually go into maturation. And so what would you say, Bardstown's been around for a couple of years, producing and now releasing your own whiskeys. Green River has relaunched recently, but a very, very long history in American whiskey. For new brands and smaller distilleries, what are the biggest pain points when starting up commercially?
Yeah, so the primary pain point, if you're getting together and you want to start a whiskey brand, where Bardstown positioned was a solve for that pain point, and the pain point being that you would essentially have 20 of the same bourbons on a back shelf with the same label, the exact same liquid, and they're not able to say where the liquid came from. That's because historically, if you wanted to purchase liquid, you would have a large distillery's leftovers. They would just sell you their excess. What Bardstown created was true custom distillation, where we can target 500 points of production, everything from the yeast, the barrel, the temperature off the still, the fermentation length, and now you're like a chef coming in and using our kitchen, and you're truly making your own whiskey. But the most important thing is through transparency, you can lay out exactly how you did it and created your own flavor profile. So the number one pain point being all the bourbons are the same, we've solved that.
I love that. And on that note, so obviously the new products that we're using at Baxis with Bardstown, you featured them, the dashboard, where you're able to actually go into your rickhouse digitally without having to leave your office, see what's going on across the different barrels. And that produces like an interesting question now, because now users have that provenance and that transparency about knowing the end customers, the buyers, those brands, about what they're buying. So Chuck, how do you view barrels as financial instruments in this model, in this world, in a world where you have distilleries producing not just bulk excess now, but like Bardstown, really custom products for brands. And especially with this type of transparency and traceability, how has this changed the whiskey trading world?
Sure. So, I kind of view these maturing barrels like a maturing bond. And at the end of the day, the upside for the investors matures just like a bond, except it's more predictable. It's extremely predictable over 4 to 5 year term. We know that it's excessively good juice, which is a term we use in this industry. Sorry. It's some of the best bourbon whiskey on the planet. And by being able to track those details, just like a bond, we're tracking this all the way through the process and able to get good returns for investors.
And have you found, a month or so ago, there was a couple of Scottish whiskey funds actually blew up. They, and the issue was that the owners or the people who thought they owned these barrels discovered that the barrels didn't exist. Have you found that there's more openness with the tracking and the traceability for regular consumers to feel, that they have more control and they know what they're purchasing, that they feel like they can actually see what's in the rickhouse?
Oh, absolutely. With the detailing that the tracking is able to provide, UCC filings, and it's in warehouses, bonded warehouses, like at Bardstown Bourbon Company, it's a very, very safe investment.
I love it. And Dan, using that same traceability, so we know how the financial side works of it, how does that change, or how do you think it will change your approach towards blending and maturation?
Yeah, so it's interesting, when you talk about blending in Kentucky, you've got to imagine a warehouse that is 7 stories tall, a 25-degree difference from top to bottom, and completely unique barrels. Every one is different in different locations. So what Baxis is providing us is a way that we can track development and flavor, know the humidity, the temperature, the change, and how that affects extraction, and then we can basically future-proof our blends. And then when that barrel comes out of the rickhouse, we know what liquid to put in that spot, and we can customize that with our partner brands. If someone wants to come out with something in 4 years with a rich sugar profile at a high proof, we'll know exactly where to put them, and it's not just intuition, it's backed up by traceable data.
So Dan, you were just a big star on 60 Minutes. They leaned into your Cathedral French Oak project. Can you share a little bit about what made that particular release so unique?
Yeah, so it's that same dichotomy, right? Bourbon is the traditional American spirit, but what we're seeing now is these explorations and innovations in flavor. So the one you referenced that was featured on 60 Minutes is we took wood. Basically, when Notre Dame caught fire, the French government set out to find the best trees in France, and they identified this certain plot of land in the Bercé forest used to repair Notre Dame. There was a tiny bit of wood left over after the repair, and we brought that over and made barrels out of this 300-year-old wood, the oldest wood in France with a tight grain, and made this incredible release we called the Cathedral. And we figured it was a one-off, so if there was any litigation, it was no problem with a cease and desist. It's out the door.
Excellent. And so bourbon, when it's made, can only go into fresh, newly charred barrels. So, these are 300-year-old French oak. Are you guys still using them? What are you doing with those barrels afterwards?
Refilled them immediately. A big thing in bourbon is finishing, right? So we just did the first American whiskey finished in Indian whiskey barrels, and we're seeing this cross-collaboration. So initially, yes, new charred oak to start, but then you can go into any sort of finishing, and that's another way we can just track data and see how these are developing.
Awesome. I have dibs on them when you're done.
Okay.
So, no, Chuck, I've got them. They're mine. And then with that same idea, that traceability, how do you see liquidity and really the capital markets of whiskey evolving from, you do audits and appraisals. How long do those take you? You go in and you have to manually count each barrel in a rickhouse?
Yeah, it's an arduous process for large banks, accounting firms, lenders. Yeah, you have to track each barrel. Each barrel has its own position. It's registered with the federal government. They want their tax at the end of this process, right? So everything is tracked. It's very tangible. That's the whole key to this. It's a tangible asset that can be tracked, as we've talked about. It's made by some of the best folks in the world. And being from the woods of Eastern Kentucky, there's nothing better.
So Chuck, you're about to be closing out another fund. You've already managed funds that have done hundreds of millions of dollars of whiskey barrel transactions. What does it look like on the liquidity side? Because it's one thing, you've got, I buy barrels of whiskey because I want to bottle them, we want to release them on access to consumers. But what does that look like when a brand is trying to finance their operations?
Sure, so the brands can be somewhat restricted by putting out the capital because these barrels are not inexpensive. So we like to come in, purchase a large swath of barrels from folks like Lofted Spirits, and then 4 or 5 years down the road, they acquire them from the fund, meeting our intended IRR. It's saved them the carry cost for 4 or 5 years, and it's a winner for everybody.
Amazing. So you're saying pretty liquid.
It's very liquid.
Excellent. So final thoughts on this. We're moving on from the traditional side of whiskey, but not away from it. People talk about speed aging. It's a myth, and it's really not good. I'm not a fan of that, but we are moving into this more technologically driven future of how whiskey will improve. Whiskey will continue to evolve, and it's exciting, really exciting to hear, Dan, what you guys are doing at Lofted Spirits. You guys have, like you said, really been at the forefront of producing these advanced techniques and advanced technology to be able to improve the customer and the user experience. And so obviously at Baxis, we're here to provide investor confidence, knowing that their barrels are there, to help the distilleries for their maturation and tracking, and ultimately to help consumers get better products at better prices on our marketplace.
To add on to that, I think it's important that through Baxis we can tokenize these barrels. Very important for the tracking measures. It all ties into the final product, again, providing more security in the investment. Yeah.
Amazing. And just, Dan, to close it out, I mean, ultimately, as the master blender, when you're looking at a product, obviously there's the financials, there's the product side, the numbers, but ultimately you're focused on the consumer experience, what they're getting so what is it that you feel like this whole process will help consumers learn from through that traceability and transparency?
Yeah, so it's something that's never been done before, and we're about to release it, where as a consumer, you can look at your bottle, your blend, and you will know the entire life cycle and history of how your barrel aged, every component, and you can really dive in and appreciate that flavor. And I truly feel what we're creating together will be the standard in the spirits industry within 10 years. It's just fun to kick it off.
Amazing. Well, Chuck and Dan, thank you so much for joining me and raising a glass to Solana and Accelerate. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for putting me in the middle.
DeSci is revolutionizing how we think about research funding, and here to talk about university research, innovation, commercialization, and decentralized science, we have Matt, professor at Newcastle University, Mark, professor at New York University, and Paul, the co-founder of Bio and Molecule. Give them a very warm welcome.
Woo! Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us for this panel today. Kind of in the spirit of the Solana vibe, I'm going to start with a meme like, yeah, go science. Because science, I think, is, like, in many ways, the backbone of society. And even the backbone of crypto, if we think about it. So if we go all the way back, cryptography is a science. And everything that happens in crypto, or all of our cryptographic networks like Solana, are based on scientific innovation. Fun fact, that was actually funded by the US government. A lot of those kind of cryptographic algorithms were developed in the Second World War. And today, I'm joined by two incredible commercialization leads, one in Europe and one right here. You said you had to take a 5-minute cab ride?
Yep.
Yeah. Before I'll let them introduce themselves as well. My name is Paul Kohlhaas. I'm the CEO and co-founder of an organization called BIO. BIO is a launchpad, the first launchpad on Solana for decentralized scientific communities, projects, and increasingly also agentic science systems. Yeah, so this may be the first time that you're hearing of DeSci, but you're going to hear a lot more, especially since we have the pleasure to work with incredible institutions like Newcastle University. But before we dive right in, Mark, could you briefly introduce yourself and your kind of role in funding and commercializing research?
Sure. So Mark Sadam, I'm the vice president for the commercialization arm of NYU. NYU has a research base of about $1.5 billion a year, so we're the size of a small pharmaceutical company in terms of research. And I manage the intellectual property commercialization and startup formation on our campuses in the hospital system in Midtown, the university campus downtown, the engineering school in Brooklyn, and our campuses in Abu Dhabi and Shanghai. So I joke that the sun never sets on New York University intellectual property. And in the office ourselves, in the university, we have several translational research funding programs. We have a venture fund. So we put to work about $6 or $7 million a year translating early science into something that might be marketable, commercializable, and licensable, either to a startup company or to a large existing company.
Matt, well, would love to hear kind of your role in commercializing research and a little bit about Newcastle University.
So I work as a tech transfer manager at the University of Newcastle, which is in the United Kingdom. Sorry, is that too loud? So I spend most of my day working with academics trying to find inventions that we can commercialize. And it's focused on a medical faculty, so things like diagnostics, medical devices, and therapeutics. So a lot of these inventions, you don't just find them in the university. It takes a long time to develop them once you're with a researcher who wants to commercialize their research. So I also spend a lot of time bringing in funding from external sources, mostly from government, so research grants, but also from industry and more recently from DeSci, which is an interesting prospect that we're exploring at Newcastle.
Yeah. So you guys were very early. I think one of the second university on the planet that was funded through decentralized science.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, I want to get to us in a little bit and talk about the huge funding cuts that have actually happened this year from the NIH. So about 2.2 billion was cut in funding, affecting thousands of scientists across the United States. And this could slow down the pace of research for years to come. But before we actually get to talking about why DeSci is so much needed, Matt, I'd love to hear about some of the earliest experiences, how it's been like pioneering this model. And I'll take a quote from you that happened just after we funded the first research project. So this was in 2021, and this is a research project that is focused on autophagy activators. So it's in the field of longevity. A lot of people want to age more slowly, right? Once you make a lot of money in life, you're going to ask the next question is like, how can I live longer, right? And so longevity is a really important field for many people. Pump Science, for instance, that many of you know, is also focused on longevity. And so we had the pleasure of working with Matt. And normally, it can take 6 to 12 months for an out-licensing deal. Mark, is that correct? What's your average time?
To do a license, I would say 3 to 6 months.
3 to 6 months. So that means 3 to 6 months of negotiations before the university gets the money, and then probably another month or two maybe before the researcher can start her research. In this case, we did it in 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the researcher, Victor, he applied for a grant and it came to our office. And you are right, it typically takes 6 to 12 months to get a research grant from government. It's a very long process. It starts generally with an expression of interest stage. There's a panel. There's a bunch of people that look at the grant. And it takes a lot of time. I mean, these applications can be 50, 100 pages long, a lot of work. And at the end of the day, if they fail, then that's a lot of lost time. And they, I think researchers spend, you say, 80% of their time applying for funding and not doing science, which is not great, right? So with VitaDAO, it took 4 weeks from the start of that project getting on our desk to getting a contract and the money in the bank, which was really quite impressive. Yeah. And it was just a very, very slick process. And within that process, there was also a lot of due diligence, which you guys did, which was really quite good. So you looked at the grant. You outlined 6 areas, I think. So IP, commercial potential, scientific background. And that was really good for the community that were involved in funding that work. So yeah, it was a really good process. Yeah.
And then I'll add some more context for all of you that are that are listening about this. So this was funded in 2021, late 2021. We're still very actively working and progressing that project. So you fund a piece of research, and then it takes a bit of time until you get first results. It was then turned into a first-of-its-kind tokenized research project on chain. So there was a liquid token created around it. You can find it. It's called VitaFast. It's being migrated to Solana soon. So in total, the project raised about 300,000. And it's fully kind of community-owned. So it's owned by a DAO, and it's owned by a global community of token holders. I can't reveal fully about this yet, but we're currently in talks kind of with a major government to pioneer a first clinical trial in longevity for this. So this drug will actually be put in humans to test whether it really extends lifespan, which is huge in the biotech world if you think about it. Typically, it can cost upwards of 50 million, 80 million to get a compound into a clinical trial approval. And for this to happen fully in a decentralized way is groundbreaking. So fingers crossed that'll happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark. So I just mentioned earlier about these huge budget cuts. How do you think they'll affect NYU, and how do you actually think they'll affect the scientific research ecosystem in the United States?
Yeah, I'm going to, since we're future talking, these are my thoughts, not NYU's thoughts, just to be clear. So, the government priorities have shifted. There's a lot of, the traditional funding model is under duress. I won't say under attack, but under duress. And I think what you're going to see is there are areas of science that have traditionally been funded that won't be funded now, for lots of different reasons. There's a change in stance on vaccines, for example. And so I could see that there are areas that where the use cases tend to be the commercialization tends to be a little lighter, meaning things like we talked earlier about antimicrobial resistance or vaccines that need to be cheap and available. Those are really hard to fund under traditional models because if you finally get something that actually works and the commercialization happens, and it might need to be a dime a dose in order for the vaccine to be usable. So I could see places for this type of funding to fill those gaps and to make sure that that area of science doesn't start to lose, because once you stop funding an area, it takes not that much time for something to disappear and a long time to rebuild it. So I could see these kind of models doing a lot of bridging. What it looks like in the future, I think, is universities are going to have to be a little more flexible than we are. What'll be interesting to see is how government is flexible, because a lot of the conditions under which universities usually work and do research in the United States, they're dictated by some of the federal laws of ownership and transfer and intellectual property transfer. So I wouldn't say that we're hamstrung by doing things a particular way, but I'm saying we're conditioned to do things a particular way because the laws have been in place for quite some time. So I'm actually curious to see if the federal government kind of loosens up a little bit on what they allow the institutions to do and how we could do transactions a little bit differently. I think a lot of people would encourage that, to see a little more creativity in terms of how we get things out into the market. Because in the end, universities generally don't look at commercialization as money-making enterprises. I mean, we definitely make money and we like that, but we really think about how we change society. And so we can't generate a revenue stream if society isn't changed, if somebody doesn't use the thing, if the vaccine doesn't get used, if the antimicrobial compound doesn't get used. If there's no use, then there's no revenue, and if there's no revenue, the university doesn't benefit directly.
Yeah.
So we really think about it as how do we accelerate and advance science to get into the world to make humanity better. Anything that does that, I think we'd certainly be open to figuring out.
Yeah. So we just talked about the role of kind of public money, let's say from the NIH coming in to fund early stage university research. Are you familiar with Andrew Lowe's work?
With who?
Andrew Lowe.
No.
He's a researcher at MIT. He famously published a thesis called the Megafund thesis, how a lot more early stage research could be funded. He also did research about how much blockbuster drugs actually originate out of academia in the last 10 years. Oh, yeah. And so he found that 20 of the last 30 blockbuster drugs in academia originated in academia. And so pharma actually, like the whole pharma industry that has come into being, actually desperately needs this innovation to come out. What I think could be really interesting is essentially for the public to come in, fund early stage work. But yeah, I'm curious on your work on that, take on that, Mark. You must have worked with kind of with pharma on out licensings or gotten interest from them over time. How do you think it actually affects their business model?
I couldn't hear the last part. I'm sorry.
Sorry. How do you think it affects the ability of organizations like the NYU to actually put medicine on towards commercialization?
Well, so I think the issue is really about the ownership of the intellectual property, and that's, I mean, a lot of the things that you talked about with existing companies, I'm not picking on them, but your Pfizers and Gilead Sciences of the world, is they want to make sure that they have full control of the asset in order to do something, because they don't want to find out they're on the verge of $1 billion molecule and somebody else raises their hand and says they have ownership of it. So I think one of the challenges that DeSci has to deal with is, yes, everybody wants to invest, and yes, everybody wants a piece of the revenue stream, but that actually adds complexity to the transaction, right? So finding a way to make sure that people are get a return for the investment that they make, but they don't necessarily have control over how that asset kind of goes forward in the future is going to be the balance, because it's kind of like venture. If you've got 75 people on the cap table and you need to make a decision, you got problems. If you've got 30 people who own a small piece of the intellectual property and you're trying to do a transaction, do you have to talk to all 30? Do you get to do what you want with it? So it adds a level of complexity. So I think in terms of funding the early science and getting things moving, it's tremendously powerful. But in the end, the vehicle that's going to get that thing into market is probably going to be either a very well-powered startup company, but more likely, especially in the pharma and biotech industry, it's going to be one of the top 50 companies, and they're going to want to see clarity on things. When we have, just for example, if we have two academics arguing with each other about who did more in a project, that can derail a deal, right? So if we've got 30 people with an ownership interest, that's going to have to be ironed out well in advance so that they know that they've got control to bring that thing to market.
Yeah. You raise a really important point, which is like, I think token models that are now coming new into the market need absolute clarity, how they work from a legal perspective, from a financial and, as we say, like tokenomic perspective. It's one of the reasons I think, I really like memes. I've always liked memes. However, I think it's a loss that a large part of the crypto ecosystem has kind of gravitated just towards trading memes when, hey, why not trade science? But if we want people to trade science, and if we want scientists or institutions to put their science on chain, we need really clear legal and tokenomic models. I'm personally really grateful that we have had a huge change in the US administration, both on the SEC, but also broadly the administration towards much clearer legal models. And so that's one thing that we're really working on.
I think the big thing to think about is that a lot of people confuse ownership with control.
Yeah.
And you can have ownership with limited control. You can have control with limited ownership, and to never confuse the two. We have that, like a university who owns an asset. Once we license it, the company really has control over what happens to the asset. Only if something goes terribly wrong can we maybe grab some of that control back, but we don't care because it's under control. So finding a way to get that theme through this kind of funding, I think would be really important.
Yeah. Matt, so you've had direct experience already with, I think, a world that can often look quite scary to people. Essentially what Mark is just talking about is like, how did, when we first approached the university after the first kind of out licensing, around like, hey, how do you feel about tokenizing the research project fully, meaning we distribute tokens or ownership or governance rights to anyone on the internet, basically. What were discussions like internally at that point, and how do you feel it's played out in practice?
So I think we did have a lot of conversations internally about the tokenization of the project, and it was quite hard to explain how that worked mechanically, especially with ownership. And one of the points raised was, how can you have 50 or 100 people having a part ownership of a project? It doesn't really work. But what we ended up doing was piggybacking on existing processes. And it sounds quite boring, but we do a lot of contract research with industry. And in the end, we badged it as another form of contract research and pushed it through the process that way. And that seemed to work quite well. In terms of the whole tokenization, I can see its merits, but I think there's commercial models that you could explore, maybe a revenue share back to the university, ownership going with the university, but having control rights. So there's a lot of room to maneuver, but I think it was it's hard to get this concept across to a lot of people in the university because they're just not used to it, and that's going to be a long educational piece for you guys to have to work through. Yeah,
100%. I think also one of the biggest opportunities, though, actually for ecosystems like Solana to enter a completely new vertical. So we're currently speaking with some of the best scientists across the US because they've been affected by these budget cuts and funding cuts. Like leading MIT researchers, for instance, hopefully soon, maybe with NYU. And you'd be really surprised that small amounts of funding can actually go really large, at least for what crypto is seemingly small. Mark, maybe to close us off, looking into the future, what's some of the exciting research that some of your scientists are working on, and maybe what are some of the funding amounts that they need?
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly at NYU, AI and machine learning is the big area of research that we're focused on, and that application goes across the entirety of it. So, in silico drug discovery, how we use patient information, de-identified moral, ethical use of the information that we have in the treatment of patients, to train models to improve healthcare. So those are some of the areas that I think are really exciting for us.
Yeah. Okay. Matt, any closing thoughts? Well, what would you like to really see DeSci achieve this year?
So I think one of the biggest points about DeSci is you build a community up around the researcher, and it really does help the researcher to move from the lab into the real world, because you get people within that community who are actually experts in certain areas, and that's worked really well in Victor's case, especially on the medchem side. So I can see that as being a real advantage. And also opening up science to the public, I think, is a really big point, especially in the UK, because impact and social engagement is a big thing.
100%. I think that last point, you'd be really surprised, maybe as a last comment, DeSci is really about moving science on chain so that it can massively accelerate. A huge issue for scientists is often that they just don't get input from people, or simply not enough people care because the research is invisible, right? And so a lot of these, what actually happened to Victor's project, in a way, imagine if it was suddenly run in a Reddit forum where a lot of people can give comment, make suggestions, but also those people have financial stake now in how the research progresses. And in Victor's case, that has turned out extremely well. I think, again, if a clinical trial can get approved for that, fingers crossed this year, that could be a monumental moment. And I think it'll begin showing that actually funding research through DeSci can massively bring down industry costs. With that, I want to give a massive thank you to Solana for putting on this amazing event, and to Mark and Matt for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to the legends of DeSci. Not only does DeSci have my heart, but also the creator economy on Solana is one of the best. We have such an incredibly diverse community on Solana, and it includes creators from artists, one-of-one artists, digital artists, photographers, videographers. We have the best. We have the best creators. We have today one of the legends. He is ready to tell you about the future of 101 art, the one and only JT Liss. He is the CEO of Exchange Art and the director of Bonk Art Masters. Can we have a huge round of applause for the legendary JT Liss?
So, the future of one-on-one art. It's a heavy concept, but I'm going to do my best to push forward with that. But I want to start with this. Exchange Art, whom I'm the proud president of, is the only artist-led and operated marketplace in Web3. I'm going to repeat that. It is the only artist-led and operated marketplace in Web3. So what? That's right. So what does that mean? Culture over leaderboards. Every major cultural movement in the modern era started as an underground grassroots movement and grew organically over time to become a force. Things that come to mind: hip-hop culture, punk, skater culture, started from a grassroots level underground and grew into something that could not be stopped. We have key values here that are going to help us in that direction. They're education, collaboration, opportunity, and outreach. So let's start with education. Education is at the forefront of everything we do, so artists and collectors can be more informed in everything that they do. This is the entire team here, made up of artists and creatives. Proud to announce that. We have daily writing and spaces content to help artists navigate their career at any level. Every day you could find spaces going on, talking about art, talking about culture, talking about art history, talking about professional development, all different topics that can help artists grow in their careers. We also have writing. Every day, every week, we have artists writing about art history. We have artists writing about culture and pop culture, things that will help us grow as a community. Quarterly educational workshops for both artists and collectors. There are a lot of young artists on Solana. We want to help them grow with these workshops. And our Dan Curtis right there is doing a phenomenal job at that. Want to focus on onboarding with basic crypto one-on-one education and support to make the process a lot smoother for new artists and collectors. We want to bring these new artists on, these artists from the traditional side. And we know, from myself personally, that it can be very intimidating when you're first starting out. You don't know how to move. You don't know about wallet safety. You don't know much about anything. So we have a team dedicated to help pursue that and push that forward. The grants team, not only providing financial support and to grant recipients, but to mentorship and to help set them up for success. We've been running a grants program for about 2 years now, and I'm proud to say we have had artists create exhibitions in non-traditional gallery settings in over 60 different countries, and we've helped them not only with the financial support, but with that mentorship to keep them going, to help them produce these events. Collaboration, working with other marketplaces. Yes, we're competing with them, obviously, but we want to work together. It's essentially us against the outside world that doesn't really fully understand what we're doing. So collaborating with these other marketplaces, with these other platforms such as Malo, Drip, Foster, and Threeland. We've done these things already. With Threeland, we had a collaboration during Art Basel this past year. Foster is going to be part of one of our events at NFT NYC. There will be an Exchange Art Drip channel. I think people never really thought that that would ever happen, but we're moving forward with that. And I'm proud to say that Malo and ourselves are working together, and we actually have, for NFT Paris, we rented out a gallery for 3 days, and we're going to have a co-exhibition with the two exchanges. Opportunity. The more opportunities artists have, the more supported they feel, the more space will be open for them to grow. Exchange Art and Bonk Art Masters have put a heavy focus on the following. Innovative and practical tools on the EA site. At this moment, right now, my social media guys should have posted this. Hopefully, it's happening right now. Yeah. Exchange Art has the first set of dynamic pricing tools for a marketplace, meaning artists can set their price in USD, and collectors can then hit the scroll down menu and they can purchase their artwork in any SPL token they choose. We have 4 of the main ones on the Exchange Art site right now, and we'll be adding more shortly. Thank you. More global exhibitions for artists to display their work. That is a major goal. We're going to get the artwork out there globally, different exhibitions, different art events, different conferences. More active role at Solana and other Web3 focused conferences. In the September, during Breakpoint, we had an Exchange Art gallery set up and it was beautiful. But to me, that wasn't enough. And so we're already starting to see it now. In the front of Pier 36, Queen Andrea, an incredible New York artist, created that design. We had live paintings from some of the best New York street artists in the world doing these paintings out here. We have a number of other artists who are going to be working with us from the traditional side as well as the digital side to keep this going. We just had a mural campaign in the Lower East Side that some of you may have seen with some of the best artists I've come to know. I want to thank Harris LaBelle for being my co-curator and co-producer on that. More grant opportunities through the Arts Ambassador Grants Program, Creator Grants, and Bonk Art Masters Commission Grants. Again, we want to provide more opportunity for artists to be able to do their thing. And finally, Solana is going to have their first ever brick and mortar gallery located in New York City. It's going to be open in 2025. We made that happen. And we're excited to bring that to New York City. Outreach. Exchange Art and Bonk Art Masters believe that outreach to the traditional art communities is essential in our overall growth and legitimacy. Teaming up with notable artists within specific art communities, welcoming and properly onboarding them to the ecosystem is an important step. These artists here, Crash One. I'm still geeking at the fact that Crash One did a Bonk mural. If you know who he is, he was part of an exhibit in like 1987 with Jean-Michel Basquiat, with Keith Haring, with Futuro, that propelled the street art and graffiti art movement forward. That man did a Bonk mural in the Lower East Side. It's crazy to me. Queen Andrea, again, on the front of Pier 36. Jenna Morello doing a live painting over in the Chicago spot. Frank 8, it's probably right over there. Misha Tatunik, who's doing the heart statue. We have Zimmer doing the live painting that we're going to do a reveal with a little later. Jeff Enriquez, who just did the Borussia Dortmund mural. And Solana's very own Wetico, who we are proud to have on board as well, doing a mural in the Lower East Side. So all these things together, education, collaboration, opportunity, outreach, it equals culture. And Exchange Art and Bonk Art Masters are taking a culture-led, artist-first approach, an approach that prioritizes long-term growth for artists over short-term price action. We are building this foundation now. We want this to be a culture that people want to be part of, not simply because someone made a huge sale. We want them to be part of this because it means something, and it's going to be something that we are going to grow in the future. So what is the future of one-on-one art? It's really dependent upon us, developers, artists, collectors, participants in this ecosystem, coming together and realizing that this is bigger than just making a sale. We're trying to create a movement here, and I'm happy to be part of that movement. Thank you very much.
We love JT. He is a local legend as well. So we're here at Accelerate to think and look forward into the future of Solana and the future of our larger decentralized crypto landscape. So here to talk about the future of decentralization through decentralized futures, we have the one and only Lance from the Columbia University Digital Storytelling Lab. Huge round of applause for Lance.
All right. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk to you about decentralized futures. So what we do at the Digital Storytelling Lab is we explore new forms and functions of storytelling. We explore new functions of I'm getting a little bit of an echo back. I guess it's from the monitors. Is there any way you could bring down the well, never mind. Sorry. Anyway, we explore new forms and functions of storytelling. Forms being emergent technology, and functions being storytelling for learning, healing, mobilization, policy change, and entertainment. But what I want to do is I want to go back into the past for a moment, and I want to talk about EAT. Has anybody ever heard of the EAT? Has anybody seen this building before? Yes. Maybe you saw it in a television show called Severance. Okay, well, this is Bell Labs. What's really interesting about Bell Labs is there's a gentleman named Billy Kluver, and in the 1960s, Bell Labs was really very progressive. They would say, look, you can follow your curiosity, you can work whatever hours you like, and Billy was super interested in art. He's an engineer, and so he goes and he starts collaborating with all these major artists in New York, introducing Andy Warhol to Mylar, introducing Jasper Johns to this idea of neon in paintings. So these artists would go to Billy and say, hey, we want to explore the possibilities through emergent technology. And so at a certain point, Billy decides instead of doing the one-offs, he's going to get together with a number of different engineers and match them up with artists. And they end up doing that. And I think what's interesting is what Billy starts to recognize is that the collaboration, that transdisciplinary collaboration, sparks all kinds of new innovation, right? And so what they end up doing is this program called 9 Evenings. So they go to the Armory, they get 10 artists who combine their efforts with 30 engineers from Bell Labs, and they end up staging these really incredible series of events. Robert Rauschenberg, Deborah Hay, all these artists that are exploring technology in their art. And what they start to realize is that activity helps to develop a variety of interesting new technologies, television projection and live video, fiber optic cameras, sonar, wireless sound transmissions, remote controlled moving platforms, and interactive environments. So this is all happening in 1966. So they look and they say, wow, the arts are driving innovation within Bell Labs, but then it's also exploding with opportunities in terms of the landscape of where they can go and what might be able to be possible. So they end up starting EAT, Experiments in Arts and Technology. It runs from 1966 to about 2001. It's picked up in a variety of interesting ways right now. You can see it in Rhizone's work. You can see it at New Inc. At the New Museum, where they have an incubator for interesting art-driven innovation. But I'm wondering, what if this was decentralized? What if instead of having to work with just Bell Labs, what if anybody could be part of this innovation? Any size builder, any engineer, any technologist, creative technologist, artist, no matter what their skill level is, what could come out of that? What could we do with that? What if there was the equivalent of a decentralized EAT, like an incubator for bold experiments, wild ideas? That's what we do at the lab at Columbia University, and that work goes global. So today, I'm excited because we're introducing a collaboration with the Solana Foundation in conjunction with Columbia University, where we're going to be staging a series of dinners and conversations, hackathons, and prototypes, where we get a chance to explore what this possibility could be. What could it mean if the arts were part of driving the future of the tech, and the tech was responsible for helping to push the art further. So if you want to collaborate with us, it's open. We're going to be doing our first event probably in and around NFT NYC. We're going to be doing some stuff at Lincoln Center, some stuff at the Skyline, and a number of other places around the city. So you're more than welcome to collaborate. We're looking for anybody who is interested in exploring the future of decentralized technology. And who knows what we might be able to kind of uncover. Because if you look, as today's creator economy grows increasingly automated and extractive, decentralized futures explores alternative models grounded in shared authorship, participatory design, and open access. It presents an opportunity to rethink how we make and who owns culture. This talk marks the beginning of an ongoing exploration into how decentralized art and technology can expand access and foster meaningful co-creation and reshape creative practice for a more sustainable future. So we're doing this event at Lincoln Center. If you would like to collaborate with us, if you'd like to attend, you're more than welcome to. And I think what I would like to leave you with is this is an incredibly unique moment in time with the rise of generative tools, the way that we shape them. I think arts and humanities can be a part of that. So humanity can help to shape the technology before it shapes us. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Oh, my God. Woo! Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you for this amazing welcome. It's 4 p.m. on the first day of Ship or Die. How is the energy? Let's hear it. Okay. Even the guys on the beanbag chairs here, they're like fully horizontal, just scrolling on their phones. I'd be right there with you, honestly. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm actually really thrilled that I got my Brittany mic. I've never had this hands-free microphone before. But I'm even more excited to welcome my dear, dear friend. She goes by Leah Wimberg here, but we all know her as Winnie. It was her birthday yesterday, so let's give her a big round of applause. Woo!
So I stand here, okay. So, hi, I'm Leah. You may probably all know me from the internet as Winnie, and I am the founder of Chipped and the co-founder of TapStack. Is this the next one? Amazing. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Chipped, it is the microchip manicure. It is the press-ons that share your socials by tapping your nail to your new friend's phone. We've been featured by Forbes, Who What Wear, New York Fashion Week, Highsnobiety, Hypebae, and Paris Hilton. We've been on the runway at New York Fashion Week and collaborated with many of our nearest and dearest in this industry, like Solana, ENS, Polygon, SheFi, and World of Women. As we take the mainstream, we have some culture-defining collaborations dropping this summer, and we'll continue to host thousands of women and allies through events across the world and onboard a new wave of users to Web3. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our small team has done over the last year as we have been redefining femininity for women in tech. And now, as a team, we are building TapStack, infrastructure for connections, rewards, and payments for real consumers through singular touchpoints. Despite being chronically online, I very much live in the real world, and even our industry does sometimes, especially for events like this. I'm a consumer of the nth degree, and I'm often spending my United States dollars on goods and services far more often than I should. And it's not always at a checkout or with a credit card. A lot of my transactions are peer-to-peer, like getting my lashes done, paying my friends back for dinner, or buying vintage Hollywood furniture on Facebook Marketplace. While building Chipped, I heard the same question almost daily: can I pay with my nails? And the answer was always no. Well, not yet. Not because it was impossible, but because nobody has built the infrastructure for it. As an industry, we're still building for crypto and not for consumer. And that's wild, right? We literally live in an industry where launching a launchpad is the current peak of our innovation. And so why can't I pay with my NFC-enabled wristband with Solana while I'm at Coachella? The same wristband that I've paid for, checked in with, yet it does nothing for me beyond that. It doesn't log my attendance, it doesn't unlock anything personalized, and it doesn't remember me when I show up again next year. And what's crazy is that this hardware is already there. NFC chips are in all of these products, in our phones, in tags, but the system hasn't been built to connect these pieces or to reward people for actually showing up. That's our opportunity now, is to turn every physical interaction into a value exchange and do it in a way that feels native, fun, and most importantly, social. All through a user experience that's not just seamless, but viral-worthy, and something we've already proven with Chipped. But it's not just about payments. It's about elevating the thing this industry already spends over $100 million a year on alone. That's merchandise, your little protocol t-shirts that get demoted to pajamas as soon as this lanyard comes off. And we're taking that spend and those products and turning them into a persistent channel for connection, value, and culture. Instead of the merchandise being the end of the relationship, we're making it the beginning. We're creating products that users turn into extensions of their identity because they feel seen and rewarded and not just as a billboard, so they show up again and again. TapStat connects the digital and the physical, making every item a rewardable experience. It's as seamless as Apple Pay, but for everything else. We're building for the people, for the real world, and how value should be shared, while keeping the end user at the center of this loop. This is the infrastructure layer that turns everyday merch into programmable wallets and programmable touchpoints, designed not to be worn once, but again and again. This isn't just about tap-to-pay, points gamification, or collecting empty digital badges. It's about building emotional and functional value into the things we are already wearing and giving reason to use them more. Not just because we're fans or power users, but because that item now connects us to something bigger. We're making it easy for any brand and any protocol to plug in. Our apps, wallet layer, and modular rewards engines let any team reward users for showing up, not just in one campaign, but across a network of brands and protocols and brands and experiences. So if a user earns something from one ecosystem, they can unlock value in another. It's not just marketing, it's infrastructure. Over the last year, we've been bringing chips to market, and we've uncovered all of the missing components of consumer, so now we're building them. And we don't just have a full tech stack to bring this to life, we also have built a world-class supply chain to help you manifest the manifestation of your experiences from start to finish. So this is TapStack. It is the wearable wallet layer for the real world. Thank you so much.
Hi, guys. Okay, I'm a little biased, but I think everyone that I'm getting to introduce is definitely the most interesting speakers that you're going to hear from today. I do have to buy us a little time for them to get the furniture set up, so here's a friendly reminder that if you're getting overstimulated by all the background noise, apparently they have headphones right at the entrance up here on a table where you can just listen in. They're like little earbuds, so the production value out here is crazy. Up next, we have a panel on why Web3 music isn't working. And I'd love to bring up Clayton Blaha. He's the former co-founder of Skrillex's label. And we're going to have a great conversation, guys. Thank you so much. Sure. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for having us. I'm Clayton Blaha, founder of Material Nonpublic, which is a consulting boutique that helps traditional media organizations understand blockchains, decentralization, crypto, stuff like that. To my right is Ray Jacobson, the CTO of Audius, the largest music streaming platform built on a blockchain. as well as Dan Smith of Artist House, who formerly broke artists such as Black Coffee, Kygo, and Sophie Tucker at Ultra Records. So among the three of us, we have broad domain expertise in the music industries as well as crypto. Dan representing more of the traditional music side, Ray being crypto-pilled, and myself, a former leader at Audius. I kind of sit in the middle, and I'll be asking them all the tough questions. First and foremost, in terms of those tough questions, is why Web3 music isn't working. So let's dive in. Ray, in terms of the technical aspects of Web3 music, discuss some of the some of the challenges that you've had to undergo or undertake at Audius.
Yeah, sure. I guess the first thing that I would say is consumer Web3 isn't working, and I think that's a pretty commonly held and understood belief. I think it's a problem that we are all here today to work on, especially on this West Coast stage. And I think the second thing I would say is also that music entrepreneurship isn't working, and there's a couple reasons for that. I think one of them is capital is really hard to come across because it takes a lot to build a tech company, and then I think what's also happening is that there's a huge data problem. And I think what the coolest thing about crypto is that we're so well set up to talk about both of these things and work through them, but it just hasn't happened yet. And I think these guys could probably speak to it a lot better than me as industry folks. But I think there are some really interesting nuances to the lasting effects of what some of the 2021 era of the sort of like NFT music boom left us with, which I think we should really get into in this. But it's hard. Building in the music industry is not a simple thing, and I think one of the really hard lessons we've learned along the way as Audius is you can't just come in and bulldoze an entire industry like this and rebuild it from scratch claiming, oh, we have the best technology, this is going to work right out of the box. But you have to really understand the deep relationships of decades and longer of a physical medium that became digital and all of the red tape and barriers that exist between some of the working partners in the space. And I want to get into that conversation. Hopefully we can, but I'll let you answer this too.
I think you made a really good point. There's very early on, a lot of really smart, logical people looked at music industry and said, this doesn't make sense. There's a more logical way to do it.
Yeah.
And I think they really underestimated how complicated rights are in the space. And that really halted a lot of things. But I actually think Web3 did work for music at a certain time. Like the NFT, phase that happened. Like there was a time where artists couldn't tour anymore.
Yeah.
So then that became like a saving grace for us. And then, the world shifted, and now we're in a new phase, and we have to start building new products that actually work for our fan base or for the infrastructure in the way that it actually works versus the way that the most ideal, logical way.
Right, and to be fair, Audius launched during the pandemic and grew to 8 million monthly active users really, really quickly. So Dan, I'm interested in hearing from you, what kind of thing do you think would need to happen again to make Web3 tools a no-brainer for artists that you work with under the current circumstances in the current music industry environment?
Well, yeah, I think music industry, from this perspective, we've been really bad at dealing with fans and putting fan communities together. And you see a lot of that with like traditional music companies. Universal just announced their new office space, and they're going to have a retail space for super fans. And so every single company in the industry is thinking about fans, but nobody really has the right answers yet. And I think one thing that I saw from Web3 and from crypto area is like, this is a community that really understands community, understands fan building, and I think there's a lot of things that music has even taken from that ethos. Like at this point, most artists, even if they're not crypto native or crypto adjacent, they still have a Discord. That's something that really came out of this.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I think we should really try to stop talking about artists as like crypto-friendly or not crypto-friendly or like Web3 music. Like, we are all music builders. Like, I'm on the technical side, like these two are on the sort of like business marketing growth side, but realistically, like, no one gives a shit what the infrastructure is and what the technology is. And like, we just keep on doing this thing where we come to these crypto conferences like this and we're like, oh, like if we tokenize this or we make one of one that on chain with this like parameterization, and it's like, we should look at examples that have worked, like Polymarket. Like, no one cares that that's a crypto thing. They just know it's basically a betting app.
It barely is.
They use it for that.
Yeah.
And like, we should be approaching music this way. We should just build cool things. Like, let's get into the bottom floor of the Universal project that they're doing and actually build something that's just a community tool, and it says nothing about crypto. Maybe it uses the Rails under the hood. Maybe it uses something else. Like, there's so many different ways to do that.
Yeah,
I think that's where we should spend our time.
100%.
Got it.
One of the things I talk to a lot about with clients is the fact that like Web3 is used often as an asterisk for products that we're building to kind of denote something that probably isn't as good as something that would be built without a blockchain. And that is, if there's anything about Web3 music that isn't working, it's the Web3 component, you know? So what do you think needs to happen, Dan, maybe this is probably for both of you, what do you think needs to happen? Is it a lost cause? Like, how many bridges do you think were burned since we really kicked this thing off?
Well, it's not a lost cause. It's a branding issue more than anything, kind of like which we're talking about. It needs to be not presented as Web3 crypto to music crowd, because quite honestly, there have been moments where music crowd has been burned in a big way and in a public way. So it really has to be about how it powers the things that we need to do. And the things that we need to do on music is gather our fans in a way that makes sense for us to interact with them. It also, you know, there is an investment component that could happen on like a more consumer level, but I think some of the projects I've seen launch where you're like investing in a master of a song or something like that, the economics were so off or so just astronomical for their projections. It was more of like a fan or a souvenir thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's more about building the right products where the technology isn't the point. The technology is what powers it in the best way.
Yeah. And I think also, in my experience, the way that we approach creatives and artists is one thing, but I think one lesson that I learned in the course of my work with Audius and other orgs is that there's so many gatekeepers that also need to feel like they're not being pushed away from the table. And I think that's one thing that technology companies often get wrong, is that they don't think about the fact that the manager probably doesn't want his artist using your platform if it means he doesn't have a job. So I think that bringing all of the stakeholders into a product is an important part of this. And I know Audius has been starting to kind of think about back-end products and infrastructure that assists in those kinds of things.
Yeah, totally. And you know, it's probably not common knowledge across at least this conference, the inner workings from a technical perspective about the music industry, but you would, you know, if you're technical in the audience, which I imagine a good amount of you are, you'd be probably shocked to find out that most music that even makes it onto the front page of Spotify today is distributed via XML files on SFTP buckets that email correspondence is used to share the password to the FTP bucket. It's absolutely batshit crazy. Like, of course, artists don't care about this at all, but like, actually the most compelling thing about the technology that we're all here for is like, under the hood, what this can do. Like, it can provide access to, you know, a global repository of music. Like I mentioned at the beginning, like music entrepreneurship is really hard, and you're like, cool, like I want to build an app that competes with Spotify, and then the first question you ask is, where do I get the music? Turns out no one wants to give you the music because it's this like really privatized, like, you know, dominated space by a few giants who really like they don't want to give you the, you know, access to this stuff. And that's really what we're here to do is you know, forget about the like the pumps and the, you know, the weird integrations and all this stuff, but like actually just think about like where is the data and how do people build on that data? And that's what we want to make possible. And if we just stop talking about Web3 and crypto and build really, really good music products, build things as good as Partiful, like people will come to this space. And that's what we're, you know, really here to do.
Yeah. And with that in mind, like I think that we often, I always go to the artist directly. That pisses a lot of people off. It's what I'm good at. But we talk a lot about what artists want. And I think it's not a secret that right now musicians, professionally or otherwise, want more money. It's a challenge to be a working class musician right now. It's a challenge to pay your bills with creating art or digital content wherever on the internet. But I think we have an opportunity right now to ask somebody who's well established in the industry, like, what do you want, Dan? How do we make your job easier as a label person and as a publisher?
Yeah, honestly, it's fans. Right now, everything is fans. There's a lot of infrastructure that's been built out for the industry. Streaming has sort of like become a mature industry, and now we have a player in the Web3 space as well that is really important. And I think as we build on top of it, it's about finding ways that we can engage with our fans in a creative way. Because if we have a touring artist, sure, they can go to a city, but now the economics of that are changing. So artists can't go on tour in the same way, even though COVID's not a thing anymore. Like, artists can now go out, but the economics of it have made it really cost preventative. So the more ways that we can find ways to connect with our fans online, that's really what's important to us.
That's great. And I have another one for you. Being that we're at a Solana conference, it's very likely that a lot of people here are in the woods in reference to crypto and decentralization. What are some non-crypto music tech products that you find yourself using that you absolutely love that we're competing with as builders in music tech broadly?
Non-crypto, what buckets of music tech products? Are we talking data? Are we talking like marketing? Are we talking
Which ones,
A&R?
if you were going to get a tattoo of a music product, and I always say the brand is not working unless you have people that are willing to get a tattoo. There are people with Audius tattoos out there. So how do you feel, what music products do you feel that way about?
Yeah, well, it's hard to say because there's one for each specific bucket. And really it comes down to, whether it's something useful to us, whether it's something, I'm really blanking on without a direction here. Because we use so many different data platforms to the point where we're building internal databases just to ingest all of the information. So even just getting more information and more data is not really useful to us because we have a waterfall of data already that we don't know what to do with.
Got it.
So to that point, it's almost, if somebody built a plug-and-play solution where we can plug in all of our data sources, that solves a lot of people's problems.
Awesome.
My words to that is I don't think anyone's getting a Spotify tattoo here.
They're probably out there. I wouldn't recommend it. Also, it's easier to get a tattoo removed now than it ever has been, so in case anyone has. Ray, what is the future of Web3 music in reference to Audius and just larger ecosystem-wide?
Yeah, I think it's really the proliferation of applications for really specific use cases in music that get built. Like if you've been on the East Coast stage at all today, the whole conversation is about the sort of eventuality of all technology running off of blockchain infrastructure because it's better in so many ways. And I think what we need to see is just people being super, super creative and build really awesome music experiences where your very niche drum and bass fan experience is probably going to look very different from the K-pop people. It's just wildly different cultures and subcommunities. And that's what our tech can enable across the industry, not just speaking for Audius. And I think that's what we need to just keep pushing on for this to work.
All right, and last question. Dan, what's going to bring back the traditional music industry to Web3?
Don't call it Web3. Tell us about the cool function or how many users you can bring in or how we can all make money together.
Awesome. That's all I got, guys. Thank you.
What's up, everyone? My brother out there is always ready to start the dance party. If you want to go dancing, find the guy in the mega ETH hat. Bad vibes. I personally am so excited to never say the word crypto or Web3 to anyone ever again, as they were saying on the panel. Let's just get rid of that branding and just go all in on onboarding in the normies. And next up, I'm so excited to bring up D. He's the co-founder of Zora. We're coining everything, and he's going to be talking all about tokenized social.
All right. Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for joining me on this wonderful afternoon. My name's Dee. I'm one of the co-founders of Zora. I'm going to be giving a talk today called Tokenized Social. I have way too many slides, so I'm just going to dive right in. We're going to start with a little bit of definition. So what is tokenized social? I try to keep it pretty simple. It's just a social network where the posts, the profiles, and the communities are tokens with open markets for people to participate in. Tokens is just a fancy crypto way of saying they're assets which have been issued. And open markets just means that you can buy and sell those assets or direct your capital to them or form your capital around them as an investment of sorts. Cool. OK, I'm going to use, all right, my slides were exported from Figma to PowerPoint, so you got to bear with me if there's any issues here. So I'm going to use coins and tokens somewhat interchangeably throughout the talk. And this slide is a real reason why. So meme coins, I think, were actually the primitive, if you will, of tokenized social. because they wrapped up all of the profiles, posts, and communities into like a single thing that was a meme coin. But what they proved was that you can form capital markets around creativity on the internet in new, unbounded ways. And as we're seeing this space mature, we're starting to see more definition around the different types of coins that are coming to market. So on Zora, we help people to launch content coins. On other platforms, like what you've seen from Believe in the founder sense, they're helping people to launch creator coins. We're also going to be helping people to launch creator coins in a bit. I'm going to talk about that in just a sec. And I think if you have open markets, really, at the meme coin level, open markets at the content coin level, which means you're able to monetize the post, and then open markets at the creator coin level, which means you're able to form capital around profiles, those are all the ingredients you need to form what I'm going to call a new creator economy. And so it's like the domino effect to get there is actually by opening the markets at each level. OK, cool. So what does tokenized social look like? A lot of people might think it looks like a bunch of crypto engineers and devs and whatnot, but it actually looks like this. So every post that you see here is actually a coin and a token that is available to buy, sell, and trade on Zora. We've got video content creators, NBA players, photographers, underground musicians from the UK, DJs, meme lords, you name it. Some familiar faces in here like Bangers and Gabriel, who are all posting their content on this new social network. It doesn't look at all like crypto, to that point earlier around stop saying crypto. It just looks a lot like Instagram or TikTok. It just so happens that there's open markets for each of these posts. OK, so like, why are people posting on Zora? They're all cluing into this same universal truth, which is each and every person here, me included, you included, we're all way too online to not be making money. But the problem is all of the money being made, or it's like really the question is, I should say, why are we not all making money? Why are only like the top 0.1% of creators on the internet making money? Well, it's because all of the money is getting gobbled up as ad revenue by major social networks, to the tune of $164 billion for Meta. I think it's like 91 billion of that was actually Instagram ad revenue, 36 billion for YouTube. And by the way, the incentives for these networks aren't geared to make the creator the real asset here. They're geared to just keep people on the platform, spending their time so that they can monetize our attention, monetize our impressions for their own take rate. And so I actually used to have a picture of Hayden in the bottom right. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with Hayden, but it's like the traditional social networks, they start to feel like very max extract, where they're like, how many eyeballs can we get on here? How many creators can we get on here? To just max extract ad revenue, rather than driving that value back into the creator economy. Plus, there's all the eligibility restrictions. Like, a lot of people want to say, yo, content creators don't make a lot of their money on the platform. They make it in brand deals, da-da-da-da. Well, this is why. Earnings on Meta are actually capped at 5K, and you can only get paid if you're in the United States. YouTube, you basically need a Harvard-style degree of video content creation in order to get paid there. On TikTok, you can't be eligible unless you're actually at 10,000 followers, and so the majority of creators are actually prohibited or restricted from earning in this way. The solution, open markets. Open markets unlock new market participation, new value, and allow the billions of dollars that are currently trapped in ad revenue to flow into the creator economy. So they flow to creators instead of corporations. So we built a mass market app called Zora that allows everybody to do this. It allows everybody to post and have all of the power of the New York Stock Exchange and the elegance of an Instagram post. And then it allows consumers all across the internet to participate in these markets and benefit from sharing their attention with the creators and content they love. In a nutshell, it's a social network where every post, and soon to be every profile, are a coin. What's it look like in practice? It looks a lot like Instagram, like I showed earlier. But again, you have all of the power of the New York Stock Exchange at your fingertips by just posting an image. And so this horse here, viral horse posted by a creator on Zora, it's been remixed by everybody from Pokemon to Pizza Hut. It's won insane amounts of attention on the internet. Now it's actually able to capture that value in an open market where anytime that post gets remixed and goes viral again and people discover this market, they can buy, sell, and invest in that post. It allows new money to flow to creators. It's funny, this is actually a post from yesterday. As I was putting the slides together, there was a creator from the UK. Her name is Walking Me Home. She's been posting on Zora at a consistent clip for the last 6 months. I think she's made $11,000 or something like that, which just blows my mind because a lot of the images are just lifestyle content. but she really illustrates the point that I want to make around the potential of open markets and tokenization to allow money and value to more freely flow to creators rather than getting gobbled up in the ad exchanges that we see today. Okay, so benefits to creators in a quick nutshell. Unbounded upside on your content, uncapped earning potential, and so get rid of that $5,000 limit that you see from Meta. No eligibility requirements like what you have in TikTok and YouTube and Instagram. It's a new way for your audience to participate, and it's a fresh place to post without any expectations. We see a lot of creators, major influencers, content creators alike, who all come to Zora as just a new and fresh place for them to post and share their content because it doesn't have the pressure of all of the established networks. And then this one-liner here is, coins actually create an incentive. I hear a lot of people talk about how, there's limited reason to want to really distribute the coin, but once you own a post, you're incentivized to share that post as wide and as far as you possibly can to maximize attention and bring people back to that open market. And so it actually creates an incentive for people to rapidly distribute content across the internet. And then here's what it looks like from the trader side. This Labubu post you see on the left here, I actually bought a few days ago for like 22 bucks. It's now up at like 28. I think if you checked it today, it's up at like $30. And so if you're early as a consumer or as a fan or as a follower to a piece of content, you can actually benefit from that economically and financially. There's no way that you can do, I mean, we see a lot of this on, Twitter or Instagram where they're like, oh, investing at 9 likes or in before 1,000 views. Now you can actually turn that into money in your pocket by being early and participating in a market around a piece of content or a creator. And by the way, you can buy as much or as little as you'd like. And next up, we're going to move up the stack where we're not just going to allow people to create coins for their content or their individual posts. We're actually going to be creating open markets for the creators and the profiles themselves. I'll speed through this because I'm running out of time here, but what this unlocks is the ability for all of the people who want to invest in or bet on their favorite creators to actually go long those creators. So if you don't want to have to invest or bet on like a single post, you can actually say, hey, okay, maybe that video from Mr. Beast for the Squid Games was pretty viral, but I actually just want to invest in Mr. Beast, the creator. You're now able to do that with creator coins. And we like to say, oh man, my slides and PowerPoint are doing me dirty. This is the last one here. The real unlock is that creator coins are a fundamental shift in the way that value is driven from the post to the creator. Every creator coin, we're joking that it's called PvP protection technology or PvP prevention technology because it means that every time a single post is traded, which is paired with the creator coin, it's actually driving value back to that creator's market. And so all of the post activity leads to value accrual at the creator level, and then the creator leads to value accrual at the ecosystem level. And then this is what it looks like in its sort of final form. Like I said, we're tokenizing posts as content coins, and then we're allowing creators to tokenize their profiles next. And then the sort of tip of that spear, if you will, or the flag of that entire new creator economy is the Zora token. It aligns the community of creators, it aligns the content, and it aligns the audience, all under a single flag of this new creator economy, which is powered by Zora. I'm Dee. I'm just out of time here, and so I want to thank you all for the 7 and some change minutes that you gave me to walk you through tokenized social. Download the Zora app, zora.co/app, and I'll check all y'all later.
What's up? Let's give it up for Dee, everyone. Most of you probably don't know who I am, don't know me, so you won't know this about me, but I actually used to work at YouTube with creators, and I got into crypto and this whole rabbit hole because of exactly what he was talking about, being able to support creators when they're just emerging and kind of following them along on that journey. So with that, I'm going to send you all off onto a 15-minute break, come back exactly at 4:54 on the dot, and we have lots of exciting stuff coming up from, let's see, Pudgy Penguins, Doodles, so much more, so I'll see you there. Hello, check, check. Okay, what's up, everyone? Welcome back from the break. We are so back. I'm excited to welcome up our next lightning talk. This is going to be Ray Chan, co-founder and CEO of Meme, and let's hear some more from him.
GM, when Pedro and Tiffany of Solana Foundation asked me to speak here, I was finishing the last episode of season 2 of Solo Leveling. And then I thought, hey, why don't I just talk about solo leveling as a founder? Right? And then that's why the topic of NIGAT is just a placeholder that I forgot to update. So what is my leveling? It's like meme coin, and meme strategy. Of course, first thing first, GM. Yeah, although it's an afternoon, but it's always GM in crypto space. So back in 2008, my 4 co-founders and I started a small company called NIGAT, which is a platform for people to sharing funny pictures. At the time, people didn't call it meme. It's just funny pictures. Because meme refer to all these like insider pictures on internet forums, on 4chan, on 2chan in Japan. Basically, people just call them like funny pictures. They are not called memes. And then at the time, we thought that, okay, maybe we can just create a website for people to share those pictures. Because back in the days, that was like 17 years ago, people were still using AOL Messenger, MSN Messenger to share funny pictures online. And every time you have to wait for it to upload, and then you click send, it takes a long time. That's why we thought, okay, maybe creating a website can work. That's why we created that website. And then we figured out our company mission. We want to make the world happier. And that was already like almost more than a decade ago. With NIGAT, we are quite lucky, right? Because in 2011, we joined 500 Startups. We are the first company from Asia to join them. And then we raised a small seed funding, $2.8 million from US investors. And then in 2012, we joined Y Combinator. Funny story. One of our batchmates is actually Brian Armstrong from Coinbase. If I listened to him and bought Bitcoin at the time, I wouldn't be speaking to you here right now. Yeah, but one thing that we are still quite proud of is we literally have been sharing memes before Satoshi created Bitcoin. Fast forward to 2022, that means like 3 years ago, I fell down the rabbit hole of NFT. That was a bit quite late already, right? Because the heyday of NFT was in 2020 and 2021. Yeah. But then at that time, I thought, oh shit, this is great, right? Because at the time, I didn't understand why people would spend so much money to buy a JPEG. Right? But after I bought my first JPEG, right, then I immediately understand why people would love that. Because at the time, Twitter, at the time they still call it Twitter, I started to support NFT as a PFP. Instead of buying a Lamborghini, where only a few hundred people can see your expensive car every single day, you can spend thousands of dollars to buy a JPEG and let the whole world know that you are actually rich, right? And that was the moment that I understand, oh shit, people spend so much money, right? On one hand, to join the community. On the other hand, it's also a way to flex their identity, to flex their vanity, to flex their wealth. Right? That's why I spent around 3,000 ETH to buy all these random overpriced JPEG. At the time, ETH price was like $4,000. Yeah. So, and then I joined all these communities. And all these projects, they keep mentioning that, oh, we are community first, we are community first. But how come all these founders, right, they only show up, right, before the mints, right? After the mints, you never see them, right? Then I was like, shit, if these guys are building communities, then maybe I could build my own communities on Web3 as well, because we have been building communities for over a decade already. That's why in June 2022, right, 2 weeks after Luna crash, yeah, we launched our first NFT. It's called You the Real MVP, which is a tribute, right, to Kevin Durant's MVP speech, yeah, when he first got the MVP. And then after that, we launched a free mint called Put the Potatoes, right, which is the highest full-price free mint NFT after CryptoPunks, right, at the time. Yeah, I think right now it's still pretty high. Yeah, and then after FTX crash, then we launched our main collection, right? It's called the Captains, which is also from a meme, right? It's from the movie Captain Phillips. There's a pirate say that, okay, look at me, I'm the captains now. Right? So basically, we launched 3 NFT collections, and then we thought, okay, NFT is great for building the community, but maybe there's a better way to distributing the value. That's why we launched our token, right? It's called meme coin. We literally call the token meme coin, and the ticker is meme. Right? Because what's better, right, than calling a token that we have been sharing, the funny pictures, all these years, right? And then we were lucky to get onto the Binance launch pool, and then we were the biggest launch pool project of 2023, and then we launched a token. And then fast forward, right, like to this year, in the beginning of this year, right, we acquire a public company in Hong Kong, and we name it Meme Strategy. Right? The stock code is 2440. I'm not asking you to buy, right? But the stock code is 2440. Yeah. Of course, from the name, right, you know that the inspiration was from MicroStrategy. We thought, okay, people are buying Bitcoin, right? Public companies are buying Bitcoin. In some ways, Bitcoin is the biggest meme coin, right? Because other than the so-called digital gold narrative, most people don't think Bitcoin is very, very usable. So I thought, okay, why don't we create a public company, right, so that we can get institutional investors, so that we can get normal retail investors to buy meme coin, right? Can we become the bridge of Web2, of capital market and meme coins, right? Yeah, that's why we execute this vision. Yeah, and we fully acquired the company a month ago, and then we plan to start our execution, our so-called meme coin strategy, right, in the coming months. Right? And of course, one of the steps is, maybe we should accumulate some Solana, right? That's why I come here, right? Because at the end of the day, I think if you look at the meme coin activities, I think Solana is one of the most active chains of meme coins. So after almost 2 decades of building community companies, what are my takeaways, right? What are some things that I think is worth, I wouldn't say sharing, but at least worth talking about? Number 1, culture is a verb. A lot of the people in the space, they talk about culture, right? For meme coin guys, they talk about culture. For NFT guys, they talk about culture. And most of the time, they think that, oh, I'm the OG, right? OG should be respected. But the thing is, culture is a moving word, right? Culture, like 2 years ago, is totally different from cultures today, right? So if we actually are a guy who understands culture, we always should, on one hand, respect the OGs, respect the old culture, but at the same time, we also have to update ourselves, because at the end of the day, culture is dynamic. Culture is a verb. Second, community is a bitch, right? All these communities members here, right? All these communities members, right? Before the token launch, before the TGE, all these community members, right? Before the NFT mints, but they are gone. The moment that your token is launched, the moment that your token is down bad, right? Even the best founders on earth, right? If the token price is down bad, they are called scammers. They're called ruggers, right? So community is a bitch. But at the end of the day, you love that bitch. Because without that bitch, there's nothing that you can build, right? Because at the end of the day, I think Web3 is all about community. It's almost like it's very annoying on one hand, but it's something that you love on the other hand. It's kind of like how I see my wife, yeah. Number 3, challenge is growth. This is a cliche, but people understand that in Web3, it's like challenge every day. It's like the worst is yet to come. When is the next light chain kind of like got stuck? When's the next chain that next protocol that got all the funds stolen? When is my hardware wallet right get compromised? Even though it's my even though it's by my stupid moves, right? But I always blame, oh, Ledger, maybe you get compromised, right? Instead, I click the wrong link, right? But on the other hand, we also have to understand that challenge, be it building a company, right? Be it growing in life, right? It's actually an opportunity for us to grow, right? So embrace the challenge is something that we need to do as a founder or even as a human being. The last thing, people talk about community a lot, people talk about culture a lot. The other C that we don't talk about enough is actually commitment, right? Most of the founders, right, they just gave up, right? When the token launch didn't go well, right? Most of the so-called community members, they just gave up the moment that the token is down bad, right? But if a random guy from Hong Kong can build a company, right, for over 17 years, right, by just sharing funny pictures, maybe we all can be more committed, because without commitment, nothing great can be built. So culture is a verb, community is a badge, challenge is growth, and commitment is underrated. Last thing, and this is something that I think I would be the first. It's the first guy to share a Bible verse at a Solana crypto event. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Right? Whatever you are doing, let's keep leveling up every single day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray, for your words of wisdom. Everybody remember, community is a bitch, but we love that bitch. Next up, we have Austin from Doodles. He's going to be sharing some amazing, amazing alpha with us.
All right, how are we all doing today? Woo! Perfect. It's great to be here. So my name is Austin. I am the head of strategy and business development at Doodles. And over the last 3 years, I've helped lead our evolution from an NFT project collection into a globally recognized entertainment brand. We've partnered with giants like McDonald's and Adidas. We've launched unforgettable activations and reached hundreds of millions through our music, animation, and merchandise. But today, I'm not here to talk about Doodles' past. I'm here to talk about something bigger, the future of storytelling itself and how it's about to fundamentally change. So let's be honest. Today's media model is broken. Creators publish, audiences consume, and fan creativity is treated as free labor where they get no credit or value. And now, here come the AI giants, who scrape everything, monetize it, and give creatives nothing in return. The system has always been extractive. It rewards the platforms and not people. And it's time we flip the script. So enter DreamNet. DreamNet is a storytelling protocol where agents and humans and creators work together to build persistent narrative worlds. Think of it kind of like GitHub for storytelling, a living lore graph where anyone can build on top of it. This is infrastructure for the programmable entertainment era. DreamNet is a new kind of storytelling layer. Characters, items, and scenes become collectible assets on-chain, composable building blocks for anyone to use and speculate on. As these assets connect, they form a shared canon, one that AI agents can reference, remix, and expand. This ultimately turns story into a marketplace, where ideas move, evolve, and accrue value over time. So, collect tokenized lore and assets if you're a creator or builder, characters, locations, items, or story beats you believe the community and builders will adopt. And with DreamNet, anyone can create an agent, a character that acts autonomously, evolves with the narrative, and contributes to world building. Builders can reference these agents and assets to create games, animations, quests, and more. And then here's the really powerful part. As those assets get used, fees and rewards flow back to the creators and the holders. Ultimately, what we're building is a flywheel for participatory IP, one where everyone shares in the upside. And so for communities, you can collect these tokenized lore assets Sorry, but DreamNet isn't just for builders, it's for communities. Fans collect tokenized lore assets, characters, places, items they believe in. Their activity feeds the canon, their attention becomes input, and they earn rewards by interacting with content, completing quests, or simply just spreading the word. And they redeem those points for early access to new agents, story arcs, and upcoming universes. In our world, everyone plays a role. So what can be built on DreamNet? This isn't a single product. It's a playground for programmable storytelling. Some ideas that we expect to see: AI-native streaming shows, interactive on-chain comics, agent-powered role-playing games, fan-owned universes, virtual events run by characters, token-gated narrative hubs, and remix platforms for community-created IP. And we're excited to announce that DreamNet will be coming to Solana this summer. We've chosen Solana as our official blockchain partner on which to build the future of community-driven AI due to its growing financial and AI infrastructure, high-speed throughput, and unparalleled onboarding UX. And it's all going to start with our Character Agent Hackathon kicking off June 26th at Solana HQ in NYC. We'll be releasing a set of lore-rich agents from the Doodles universe for builders to experiment with. There's over 50,000 in prizes and an opportunity to help shape the foundation of the new creative economy. And so treat this as your invitation. If you're a builder, a creator, a brand, and you believe that the future of IP is open, agentic, and on-chain, we want to talk. Whether you're writing stories, building agents, designing quests, or remixing worlds, DreamNet is for you. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's hear it for Austin. And up next, we have Luca Netz from Pudgy Penguins. Let's give it up for Luca, everybody.
Hello, hello. Hey, everyone. I'm Luca. I'm the CEO of Pudgy Penguins. And because this is a Solana event, we're going to maybe kick things off with talking about our favorite token of the year, Mr. Pengu. For those of you guys who are not familiar, on December 16th, Pudgy Penguins launched Pengu, airdropping over 50% of the supply to the Pudgy Penguin holders and OG Solana community members. At the time, it was the biggest airdrop on Solana ever. $1.6 billion to 6 million eligible wallets. And today, it is still the 8th biggest airdrop in the history of crypto. $500 million of that went to Solana OGs, so I hope you guys were stoked, including Phantom users, Jupiter users, Magic Eden users, Drip House users, Helios and Jupiter stakers, and some Solana phones. So December 16th is when Pengu made history by taking care of everyone in the space, and I coined Pengu as the people's token for that reason. Now, that's the airdrop, and most of you guys are familiar, but some of you may not be familiar with what Pudgy Penguins is and what Pengu is. And in simple terms, Pudgy Penguins and Pengu is the most popular crypto-native IP in the world, and our hope is to become the mascot of crypto and ultimately the face of penguins around the world as well. Our growth has been attributed to a couple things. A really wise man by the name of Elon Musk once said, "The person who controls the memes controls the world." I have an extension of that quote, and that extension is, the person who controls the GIFs controls the memes, and the person who controls the memes controls the world. To anybody here who's building memes, I do have a good piece of advice for you, which is I think Giphy is the most powerful memetic distribution platform in the world, and Pudgy Penguins is crushing it in that regard. So here's a growth metric. We have about 50.7 billion views on our GIFs. We're averaging about 400 to 500 million views just on this platform alone. This makes us, from a data perspective, unequivocally the most popular and prominent crypto-native character of all time. And the beauty of GIFs is it just permeates. People always post about it. And as you guys will kind of see here in the next couple of months, this is going to get a lot more crazy on our side as we've kind of been working on some tooling to, I think, scale this to even further, bigger and greater heights. But the beauty of GIFs is it's really a part of internet culture and a part of messaging culture. And there's no better way to express yourself than a Giphy. In total, over the last 6 months since our launch, we've accrued over 120 billion views around the Pengu character across all social channels. I'm pretty proud of that number, to say the least. I think one of the core theses for us is for crypto to win, it needs to be for everyone. And Pudgy Penguins is the crypto brand and the community for everyone. And I think that speaks if you just know some of us. And so whether you're in America or in Europe or in Africa or in Asia, there isn't a major metropolitan city in the world where there isn't a Pudgy Penguin holder there to help you or hang out with you or have dinner with you. I've been saying this for a long time, but I think it reigns true. I think Pudgy Penguins is not only the best and most important community in crypto, I think it's one of the best and most important communities in the world. And there's been a recent trend within the Solana ecosystem, one around internet capital markets. And I actually think Pudgy Penguins is a really great example of this, though many people probably don't think of it this way. I think this is probably an interesting lens. On one side of the spectrum, you have this character that gets billions of views every single month, that everybody knows and loves, that's lindy, that's fun, that's mimetic. But on the other side, you also have a business that's doing tens of millions of dollars, growing 2x year over year. And it's quite a perfect example, I think, of internet capital markets. You know, this is another example. On the top, you have our Vandy collab. So Vandy just did a collab with Pudgy Penguins. This collab before this was with Pokemon. And below it, you have a penguin featured on the New York Stock Exchange. And I think it just kind of shows the duality and the lindiness of what we've got going on. 2025 has been a pretty hectic year, so congratulations to most of you who've survived the volatility. But we've had some really big wins over the course of this year, and the best is yet to come. But to go over, I think, the wins that we've accomplished, I think the first one is we filed for the Pengu and Pudgy Penguins NFT ETF, the first of its kind. There's never been an ETF that was filed that was both for a token and an NFT, and we're proud to have helped pioneer that. We also launched Pengu Validator, so for all of my Solana whales in here, go stake your soul with us. We partnered with Solana Strategies on this, and it's a pretty cool initiative, to say the least. And we became government advisors. I know it sounds like a meme, but it's actually not a meme. We actually got approval. But our whole goal and focus over the next couple of years, or one of our huge goals and focuses over the next couple of years, is really to help push crypto legislation and insert ourselves as one of the premier examples of what I think these type of tokens can do. I think a lot of people maybe let this go over their head, but you know, Pudgy Penguins is really easily digestible to the regular person. And so on one side of the spectrum, you have memes, you have character tokens, you have IP tokens, you have brand tokens now, which is a new thing which I love. But the Pudgy Penguin is really easy for a lawmaker or a government official to really rally behind, because on one side of the spectrum, they understand memes, they understand crypto native characters and community, but they really understand toys and Walmart, movies and TV shows and games. And we've really been able to insert ourselves as a prime example of what I think crypto characters can become and should become. And we're working on more tooling. So you'll see this actually with some of the biggest Solana companies here over the next couple of months. But a couple of things that you'll be seeing from us is actually partnering and doing more Web3 activations. So we have a Pengu AI trading bot coming out, as well as a couple other things to help provide more tooling for the rest of the ecosystem. And so, over the last 6 months, we've crossed over 10,000 retailers across the world, including Walmart and Target. For those who may not be familiar, we actually have 500 arcade machines around the world. So Dave & Buster's, Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, my time is up. God damn it. And we got a multi-book publishing deal with Penguin Random House. We just launched our animated series Lion Friends and Lotte are two of the biggest companies in Asia. We have a partner across 300 amusement parks across the US. We have a collaboration with Pez, Vandy, the Hundreds. We actually today have the biggest Telegram mini game in the world in Pengu Clash. And we have a AAA mobile game coming out in August in partnership with Mythical Games. And then we have the ETF. And to wrap it up, what's next? Everything. Movies, TV, gaming, more products, more expansion. And I have one promise for you. Our biggest moment is coming in 2025, so I hope you guys are ready. Thank you for the time.
Let's give it up for Luca, everybody. Actually bringing Web3 to the masses. We love to see it. So this is my last talk that I'll be introducing to all of you. It's been so awesome hanging out with you guys. And it's going to be a little fireside chat with our friends at Flexa and Soulflare, Philip and Trevor. Give it up.
All right. Thanks for having us. Yeah, it's great to be here. So, Trevor, we don't have a lot of time to talk about a
we don't want to get
really
cut off.
interesting topic, and that's payments. And we talk to our users a lot. And there's two things that are constantly being mentioned, and that's I want to trade better and more successful, and I want to use my crypto for payments. This is why actually we're launching our Soulflare card. It's going out in 1.5 months from now, but we also see like a lot of new other cards launching. But we're also super excited to actually explore other payment options as well. And we're super excited to partner up with Flexa too. So can you tell maybe everyone else how Flexa is different to crypto cards?
Happy to. I think when comparing Flexa with crypto payment cards like credit and debit cards, we should probably start by talking about what's similar. Both of us help connect merchants to crypto. Everything else couldn't be more different. At the end of the day, Flexa is a private, asset agnostic, and ultimately faster and more seamless way to pay. So where you might want to pay a merchant with Pengu or Sol or a stablecoin like USDG or Stash, you can pay a merchant seamlessly and completely privacy preserving, and the merchant can receive whatever they want, and they never know a single thing about you. And so that's very different than how credit and debit cards have evolved, and that's part of the reason why we're so excited to introduce these features for Soulflare users. But in terms of how we are going about doing this, there's a lot more to explore, and I'm sure we can get into it today.
So to recap, no KYC, asset agnostic, you can pay with every coin that is available in the Flexa ecosystem. And how are you able to do all of that?
It's a good question. I think the best way to look at crypto payments companies is through kind of two axes. One is the type of approach, and the other is your direction of approach.
Okay.
Type of approach, are you using a digital-only approach, or are you using analog payment rails like credit or debit cards? And then the direction of approach is, are you starting from the blockchain and trying to approach merchants, or are you starting with merchant problems and then solving them with a blockchain? And we are squarely in the problem of merchants solving space, but we also don't touch credit or debit cards. So we're really, really focused on enabling payments that are completely settled on the blockchain, and then we sit on top of that as more of an authorization layer. So how it works is you open up the Soulflare wallet, you scan your QR code, or you scan at the point of sale, you send a regular blockchain transaction over Solana Pay, and the merchant's point of sale lights up and says you're good to go. You've never touched a card, you're not sharing any data, it's not trackable or traceable. It's a completely random number that authorizes the payment. And ultimately, we care about building this both on behalf of customers and merchants, so we're trying to build something that can persist into the future, as opposed to a credit and debit card-backed system like what we have been bolting crypto onto for the last several years. We want to see something that's much more future forward.
Yeah, but still, we see actually those huge payment networks like Visa and MasterCard actually making huge commitments to integrating blockchain and basically transforming their businesses onto new blockchain rails. So how do you think of that? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hard-pressed to figure out how they would do it differently, right? Visa and MasterCard are some of the highest margin businesses on the stock exchange. They are higher profit margins than Apple, Meta, Google, Alphabet. Every single company that processes the payment through Visa and MasterCard is ultimately just enriching their profit margins because they take a cut of every single payment. And when we look at what the future of crypto looks like, I think everyone here and at this conference probably agrees, blockchains and public distributed ledgers are how money is going to move in the future. And it's not going to involve converting a blockchain into a proprietary closed network and then converting it back to a blockchain on the other side. It's just a pure replacement. And so if I was at Visa or MasterCard, I would absolutely be trying to convince my shareholders that my approach is going to exist in the future, but we just don't think that's going to be the case. And so we're trying to build a separate solution for merchants to help them connect to on-chain technologies so they don't have to pay these fees or expose their businesses to risk or worry about breaches and things like that in the future.
Got it. And I mean, that all sounds exciting, but what merchants do you actually have on? Like, who did you onboard so far? How is that going?
So when we launch in Solflare users will be able to pay instantly and completely on-chain at Chipotle, GameStop, Regal, Barnes & Noble, Ulta Beauty, Dunkin' Donuts. We've got another large purveyor of coffee that we are excited to bring live very, very soon. Number of other large retailers that will be part of the Solflare launch. We've focused on building for the enterprise scale of merchants ever since we started. And so helping customers spend crypto on everyday purchases across a wide variety of verticals, that's what we're all about.
I love that. So when I didn't even think of it like 3 years ago or 4 years ago when you started Solflare that you would be able to just walk up onto the counter to a Starbucks, open up your Solflare wallet, and basically pay with exactly with USDC, Sol, or whatever it is. So it seemed like back then, it seemed like a distant dream. So I'm super excited about trying it out very, very soon and see this in reality. So for the first time.
Me too.
But OK, we know how hard and challenging it is actually to talk to some of these huge corporate companies. Like, how does the pitch look like? Like, you come in and you say, why should they accept crypto?
So I think it's worth talking for a second about how lucky we have it in crypto and how quick it is to both build against these new and rapidly evolving technologies, but also we have much smaller companies and much less bureaucracy. In fact, working with your team has been phenomenal. When we had these upcoming launches with these new merchants signing up, and we reached out to the Solana Foundation saying, we're finally ready to do Solana. Who should we talk to? They pointed us straight at Solflare, and we couldn't have been happier with that. So huge thanks to your team for making this so easy. When we integrate payments at a merchant, it's like trying to unwrap a tree from an iron fence. It's been 70 years where this tree is built completely around the fence. You sometimes can't even do it. But you have to talk to 6, 7, I think our record is 13 different teams, and convince them one at a time that this is not only safe, secure, legal, but ultimately it's going to be better for their business. We think that will get easier over time, but the pitch to merchants really breaks down to one of 3 approaches. One, this is another payment method that you can add and enable to reach a broader base of customers. 2, this is crypto technology, and maybe there's somebody at the company who cares about crypto and really wants to see that push through. Or in some cases, we're doing this long slog of really trying to orange pill or purple pill somebody so that they finally get it and understand, and now they want to use crypto as well, and we move them into that second category. Takes time.
Yeah, and especially when you said that basically you need to go through 15 people and 15 clearances. You finish up with the first, and on the 14th, the first one got fired or replaced, and then you need to get it. Has it ever happened to you like that? How long does the usual sales process for such a huge corporate take long?
Oh, we're in the midst of some 8-year sales processes right now. Our motto internally is 10 steps forward, 9 steps back. So it's just a constant set of disappointments, and we have to screen when we hire for extreme patience. But at the end of the day, we believe this is how it has to be. We don't want to see the credit and debit networks of yesteryear that were built 20, 30 years before the internet be the way that we expose our data into the future. And if you think about it, there's really no way to secure a credit card payment than personal data. And that's why, my favorite story about this is that's why we have billing addresses. There was a product manager at one of the card networks trying to figure out how we make credit cards work online. The card numbers and the security codes kept getting stolen, so they thought, what's one more piece of data that we have that we can attach to this payment? And so much to the chagrin of web developers everywhere who now have to code 9 different fields to fill in your line 1, line 2, zip code, whatever, that's just a choice someone made way back when to try and secure payments. Payments don't need any of your personal data when you plug them into the blockchain, and that's what we're trying to proliferate.
That deserves an applause. I agree.
Yeah.
And I think that you need to be resilient when you want to take down those huge payment networks that have been built for the last 50, 60, or 70 years. So kudos to that. Kudos to that. Is Flexa available only US, or are you more global?
We are partly global, so in order to pay merchants, we need certain regulatory approvals in the US. That's money transmission licenses, can take the form of other licenses abroad. We power a lot of payments, especially for small businesses down in El Salvador, and this would then enable payments in El Salvador as well. And we're focusing on expanding throughout Central and Latin America, as well as Europe and parts of Asia this year and next. So you could turn on Solflare immediately in Central America.
Is this just because of the proximity to the US, or is this for more strategic reasons?
It's more a combination of demand and regulatory progressiveness. So we've seen what's happened in El Salvador with the Bitcoin law. That's starting to make ripple effects across the rest of South America. And I think there's pent-up demand to use more stable or more convenient types of assets in those markets. So that's probably why we see that growth.
And it makes a lot of sense, because most of the times those countries have high inflation. And for them, just owning stable coins is a hedge against that inflation. And they can use it in a self-custodial way to actually pay for those, store their wealth, and build their wealth. And this is also what we are up about at Solflare. So and it's a huge market for us, and we want to give them as much as possible, like everywhere else. So do you have any plans on expanding to Europe, potentially?
Absolutely. We are currently exploring opening up the special European SEPA zone to enable payments throughout the EU and elsewhere. I'd say that's probably early next year at this point, but we'll be there. I'll visit you in Croatia, and we'll go and pay with Solflare somewhere in person.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No. What's next for Solflare?
What's next for Solflare? So first of all, we have the debit card launching, and also we see huge demand there. So we have, without any incentives, without any referrals, affiliates, paid marketing, whatever, we have 25,000 people on our wait list from all over the world. I think we have 112 countries, people from 112 countries lined up. So we're really excited about that because we see there's demand. And for example, Solflare users are currently holding more than $20 billion just in Sol and USDC. So around 16 billion in Sol, 4 billion in USDC. And when we see this huge amount of users who are holding a huge amount of stable coins, we have to make them happy. So they have to be able to use them. First of all, payments, but then we also want them to earn. So pretty soon there will be USDC yield options in Solflare. And this also plays well into the payments narrative. So you earn, and you can instantly pay, and money is not just sitting in your account. And this is one of the superpowers of crypto, because everything can be instant, and we're all built on the same rails, and that is hopefully Solana.
Right from a single app on your phone.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect. And that is the end of our time. Thank you all for
Thank you so much.
everything.
All right, everybody, thank Philip for the last session there. I am Kay. I'm the founder of Venture, and I'm going to take us into the last section for today. We're going to talk about ticketing and crypto. But while we're just waiting for them to clear the stage, well, actually, they're quicker than I thought, so let's go. So what we're going to do is we're going to welcome Nico and Tom from PassEntry that are building loyalty and ticketing into tap-ready passes on your Google and your Apple wallets. Thanks, guys. Come on up.
Hi, we're PassEntry, and we've done a partnership with Solana and the Oakland Ballers about truly revolutionizing loyalty and membership with the blockchain. So I'm Nico, co-founder and CTO at PassEntry. I'm a penny-farthing endurance athlete and a one-time hackathon winner. And this is my chef.
I'm a chef, also known as Tom, software engineer at PassEntry, and also 11-time hackathon winner now.
So who are PassEntry? We issue Apple and Google Wallet passes for membership, loyalty, and ticketing. Now, what have I told you? Getting on chain was as easy as adding a boarding pass to your wallet, completely frictionless. We call it one tap, rewards and payments together. When a fan makes a payment at the Oakland Ballers, the embedded Solana wallet in the pass will link to that transaction.
So I'm sure we're used to when we try to apply loyalty at merchants, you have to open the app, you have to look for the QR code, scan it here. What if I told you could do this in a single tap, and you could get points and pay and earn points in the same tap? So here, watch real closely. We're going to spend $100, and what happens? Pulls out a normal bank card. At the same time, it pulls out the loyalty pass, the Oakland Ballers pass, and we can see here we've earned 100 Baller bucks. So these tokens we can are stored on Solana. So each point earned is a Baller buck. It's minted on Solana, and it's a self-custodial point that the user truly owns. Once you've earned these points at a point of sale, you can then redeem these at our online marketplace. And what's really great about these tokens, I'm sure you're all aware, with standard Solana SPL tokens, you're normally spending 20 to 40 cents per user, which gets really expensive, especially when you're working with someone like Oakland Ballers, who have thousands of people attending each game. So we're using compressed tokens by Light Protocol, which means basically we don't have to pay this, and the only fees we do pay are the transfer fees and the mint fees, which is a lot cheaper. And when you're scaling thousands of users, it's a huge cost saving.
So the tokenomics, super simple. Each dollar spent earns 2 Baller bucks. Each game day ticket used at check-in earns 100 Baller bucks. And you can simply redeem these Baller bucks for merch and food discounts. He's put this word in. Okay, these tokens are interoperable. I'm too dyslexic to say that word. With the user truly owning their points, they can earn and spend them anywhere they wish. The onboarding, as I said, is super frictionless. The Oakland Ballers fan will receive an email that directs them to their fan site, where they can create a new wallet via Privy. This wallet will be linked to their email address. It's as simple as fill, build, and use.
So here's the demo. You log in or sign up using what you're used to, Google, email, etc. And like you mentioned, it's a Privy wallet, so it creates a self-custodial wallet on the back end. And these tokens are being ready to accrue. So we can see we started off with 0 Baller bucks. Once this account is created, we can generate a pass, which is stored in the Apple or Google Wallet. With one tap, it builds a pass, and it deep links straight into the Apple Wallet. So we click Add, and this is ready to be tapped at point of sale, to earn points, to redeem for merch, etc.
What's the opportunity? Well, we saw that traditional loyalty, ticketing, and membership systems are broken, as the fan never truly owns their points or knows how to utilize them. Our solution allows fans to have a self-custodial Solana wallet where their Baller bucks are stored. These wallets can be linked to digital passes stored in the Apple Wallet or Google Wallet, allowing for them to access these rewards through a very familiar interface. Who are the Oakland Ballers? Well, the Oakland Ballers, also known as the Oakland Bees, are an independent professional baseball team in California. They compete in the Pioneer League and Partner League of the MLB. Why the Ballers? Well, for us, we know that they're truly innovative and want to leverage their fan base and enhance their loyalty program. They will be trailblazers in this space. The Pioneer League is responsible for testing all new MLB innovations, including fan experiences and loyalty. The goal of this test is to expand to all MLB teams. the pass or the ticket that we issue for the Bees or the Oakland Ballers has a lot of functionality, ranging from fan engagement to push notifications, data collection. We can even geo-fence their stadium as you go in, live updates, and we can even link it to their existing application in the App Store. Now, what are the expected outcomes and impact of what we're doing?
So we want to provide a seamless Web 3 experience. So not only do we want to match a Web 2 experience people are used to, we want to take it one layer extra by adding the one-tap functionality that pretty much no one has seen before. So with a single tap, we want to be able to access our decentralized blockchain technology without any users ever knowing that they're doing it.
For the fans, a seamless loyalty rewards through blockchain, enhancing the fan experience.
And for merchants, you want to take the marketing level up. So through tokens, through digital assets, you can increase engagement and use interoperability to collaborate with different merchants.
For Solana, expanding Solana's use case into the loyalty and fan engagement sector and pushing adoption further.
And for utility, users will truly own their self-custodial wallets, and their points and collectibles will be theirs to own.
Because it's interoperable, using SPL tokens or standardized formats, this ensures that Solana's assets, like the Baller Bucks, can be used with Apple and Google wallets, no matter what platform. It's live. It went live yesterday, so become a baller and test out our experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nico and Tom. Next up for the golden ticket, here's Michael Saunders of XP Ticket, the fan-first marketplace where tech-forward tickets trade at fair market prices with zero junk fees.
Hello. Hi, I'm Mike Saunders. I'm the founder of XP, and I'm going to tell you a story, and I hope it resonates. So about 2 years ago, I purchased some Olivia Rodrigo tickets for my 2 teenage daughters, and I really was like the champ for doing this. They were super excited. So I bought it a couple months in advance, about a week or two before the event happens. We go, we're getting ready, they're getting their fit, they're all excited, and we look at the tickets, and I bought the wrong day. So it was panic in the house. The day that we had it for, we were out of town. The next day is what we needed it for. And I had to figure out what to do to look my 2 daughters in the eyes and be like, you're going to go see Olivia Rodrigo. So I was really, stuck with this position here of what do we do next, right? My choices are here, not many, right? I could go to a StubHub or SeatGeek where I don't know if I'm going to sell it. I don't know if, how long it's going to take to get my money back for these tickets and then hopefully get new ones. And I know I'm just going to get ripped off, right? The price that I paid for the tickets and the price that I could sell it for, the spread was like 35, 40%. My other horrendous option was go on social media, go on Reddit, go on Facebook, go on Twitter, and start just asking who wants to buy my tickets. Immediately, I was getting inundated with DMs from accounts that were created like an hour ago. It was just clearly I was about to get scammed. And once I did find somebody who seemed legit, I didn't know, do I send the tickets first? Do I get the money? How is this all going to come together? I really was kind of stuck with these really 2 bad options. And, knowing, like, at the end of the day, buying and selling tickets really does suck. Like, you think you're getting the ticket immediately, and you're just not. There's all these middlemen in between that create all these problems. And when you try to figure out, am I going to get my ticket? Everyone's warning you, there's a lot of scams here. Now, blockchain's supposed to be built for this, right? Blockchain's supposed to be built for trust. And really, that's what we're trying to solve here. So let me back up a bit, introduce myself again. I'm Mike Saunders, founder of XP. Really, my whole career was building marketplaces. The one you probably know most was Grubhub. Sold a company to Grubhub, was part of them as we really became the middleman that ultimately was able to, provide value between buyers and sellers, diners and restaurants. The problem with this is the fees that come out of the middle of this. It helped us as a company we took it public. It was great. But as a restaurant or as a diner, it was really not great here. So let me tell you what really our journey. I left Grubhub really when I found Solana, when I found blockchain, excited that this is the technology that's going to unbundle the middlemen and really give all those guys a run for their money. So in 2023, we submitted to Grizzlython. We came in first place in the payments track, and we're like, this is the technology. It works. We're all excited. How do we get this into the hands of consumers, and what problems is this actually solving? So we drafting off of our 2023 Grizzlython win, we started building XP. XP today, if you go to xp.tickets, we've got 50 million tickets available nationwide. You can see the Knicks when they're in town again. You could see Beyonce. You could see all the top performers. We've ended up getting the same inventory that you're going to find on a StubHub from the same set of brokers, but we're able to offer it at a 20 to 30% cheaper price. So, our customers today, yes, you could pay with USDC, yes, you could log in with your Solana wallet, but most normies don't really want to know Solana. They just want to get better, cheaper tickets without all the BS, without all the hidden fees. And that's been fantastic. But really, what we're excited to introduce, which is coming real soon, is the ability as a fan, when I go back to my initial problem of, hey, I've got these tickets, I've got to sell them. I don't want to buy them from brokers. I want to be able to sell them safely and securely. How can I peer-to-peer swap this, fan-to-fan swap this? So I'm going to walk you through a bit of a demo. This is screen recordings. Demos in real time are a little bit dangerous here. But what we're doing here is a fan is trying to sell their ticket to Kendrick Lamar. They're basically telling, they're initializing a smart contract of what they have. And it's allowing us to basically create the first step of this kind of this escrow trust, where the only thing that's escrow that you need is the math. So you create the smart contract that's initialized. Someone has these specific tickets for Kendrick Lamar. They generate a link. The buyer can click this link, see that these are the tickets available, and then put 12 USDC into a smart contract, right? It's guaranteed, it's on-chain, you can see the money is there, and it becomes locked. Now, the next step is, once this all happens, the seller needs to transfer the ticket, right? Ultimately, this concert, you need Ticketmaster. You always exit to Ticketmaster for this one to go to the venue. They're going to take that email, that proof of receipt, and that's going to unlock the contract. And we really allow two people without knowing each other to connect directly and trustlessly trade these tickets. And we think this one's a game changer. So again, the earlier problem, you don't have to, you can avoid the ridiculous fees. You really can make a safe transaction. You have these both options together. Excited to announce, last week we announced we raised a round of funding to really kick this into overdrive. Super excited to take the next step and really grow this. With this, come reach out, follow us on X, XP Ticket. We're hiring and they're ready to take on all those evils of the ticketing process that I'm sure you all know and don't love. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody make some noise as we close out the ticketing section with the rise of the people's Ticketmaster. Give it up for Ahmed Namali from Kid Labs, putting artists, venues, and fans back in charge of ticketing on-chain.
How is everybody doing? I'm happy to close today off. I know everybody's tired and a little bit restless, so I'll make this pretty quick. So, my name is Ahmed Namali. I'm the son of a musician. I've worked at some companies you may all know, one called Ticketmaster, where I've worked on creating experiences that enabled you to go to festivals like Coachella, Tomorrowland, and also buy tickets with your loyalty points. Now, when I was at Ticketmaster, I had experienced something that was completely unprecedented. It was the pandemic. I talked to thousands of venues and artists, and the one thing that we learned, as these venues and artists that have been around, some venues being around half a century, is that, hey, Ahmed, we need our data. We want to come back stronger. Hey, Ahmed, can we at least get our emails? Hey, Ahmed, what are you guys doing to make this better as Ticketmaster and Live Nation? So, looking at the problems and looking at the headlines, as a product leader at Live Nation and Ticketmaster, I went to our team and said, hey, what are we going to do? And lo and behold, I was told the best way to help venues and artists is to create virtual concert tickets. Now, that didn't make any sense to me, so I spoke out. And what I said was, this makes no fucking sense. And ultimately, I was told by a certain executive, who the fuck is this kid? And that was the beginning of what is Kid Labs today. So with that thesis, I said, what if venues have their own operating system and we're able to use their data to reach more fans, to sell more tickets on TikTok, and vertically integrate in a stack that doesn't require them to sell through a middleman. My co-founder David and I built that in 2022. And we were initially on Solana, and I'm glad to say that we're back. Now, looking at Kid, in New York alone, we've serviced over 200,000 fans. But most importantly, our customers are major venues, which we compete and won as a Web3 product against companies like Dice, C-Ticket, and more. Because we did one thing really well. We made our customers more money, 30% more. Now, when we look at the future and we look at scaling, the biggest wedge we have is reaching customers. So I'm glad to announce today that in Q3, we have already signed Hollow, and we are signing 2 additional New York venues to bring New York on Solana. And what that means is every single fan in those venues that buy tickets are buying tickets with the ease of use and simplicity, and venues are making more. Now, there's more to come in Q3 and Q4 that we're super excited about, but the big question in the room is here, how the hell are you going to compete against Ticketmaster? So I'll let you guys into a little secret on how Ticketmaster owns its monopoly today. Ticketmaster is not a BlackRock. Ticketmaster owns commerce rights. So the way Ticketmaster acquires those rights is venues book talent. They have high-end production costs that they have to front. So venues provide this upfront capital to lock venues in. Sorry, Ticketmaster provides these upfront capital to lock venues in into long-term deals, and ultimately holds their data hostage. With Kid, we realized that was the only thing stopping us from scaling. We don't have the balance sheet that TM does, but we're on chain, and there's other ways to solve that problem. So we're happy to announce today a way for venues to have the liquidity they need to produce the shows that they want and have access to their data, enabling us to win these exclusive ticketing deals through providing you all a way to earn from your friends going to their favorite shows. I'd love to announce to scale to the next 100 venues, we are launching Kid and Tix. Kid is a way for you to all choose to deposit your USDC into venue-oriented pools, selecting one that meets your needs, parking your USDC there. Now, from there, we provide that liquidity to the venue in which we have long-term deals with. Think of us as a Stripe. We make 20% every time each time a ticket is sold. And lenders, depositors, earn Kid every time a ticket is sold. The best part is we're also programmatically buying back that Kid. Now, they can also stake their Kid, enabling them to choose the next venues we can power, seeing yields based on that venue's past history. Now, for fans, it gets a little better. Instead of service fees, they earn rewards. So they earn ticks, which enable them to go to their favorite shows, and earn ticks which can be used to buy tickets, used to buy drinks, merch, or get access to sold-out shows. This model gives venues, fans, and artists a way where they're equally incentivized and they're all win. The best part about this is that the KID network token provides an ability and ownership that's unprecedented. Where today, ticketing is owned by a conglomerate, in a world where KID is the operating system, it will be owned by venues, artists, fans, and depositors. Now, my ask to you all is this. We all enjoy live experiences. Why not earn from it? Why not contribute to the success? Why not earn from the success of the shows that you're contributing through your hard-earned dollars? Why not earn from real revenue-based businesses? Why not empower creators and build a world where you're not paying a mortgage to go see a show? My name is Amin Amali, and I'm a big believer in keeping your distribution. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ahmed. Now, before we close out the session for today, I mentioned before, I'm Kay, I'm the founder of Venter, and we are building the simplest way for merchants to join the digital economy. But before we get there, we need to have developers, we need to have institutions, and we need to have people join the digital economy. So I reflect on day one of Accelerate. Thousands of people descended on New York City. Who was excited today? Absolutely incredible conference. I've got to say, this has probably been one of the best conferences I've been to, and Solana knows how to throw a conference, and I've been to a few. But Solana is global. And being global, we have people from all over the world. And as you guys think about what you're going to do tomorrow, I want to show you something you should do in the next couple of weeks.
They said, come build in paradise? I didn't know it'd be so rewarding.
Breaking news, it's 2025 and Solana Summit returns bigger than ever.
Solana was calling. We packed up the code to nang in the rear view. Now we're in build mode. No sleep for the dreamers. Just heat on the node. Yes, Solana is a long, long road. Yes, Solana is a long, long road.
Solana Summit. Solana Summit is Solana's largest founder and developer conference. But it is by and for the ecosystem. What does that mean? It means all the ecosystem teams come to put on a conference to build, develop, and hopefully have the next set of unicorns. Last year was the first Solana Summit. It was in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. We had over 2,000 applicants, 1,000 attendees. But more importantly, 50% of them were founders and developers. 70% came from abroad. They are incredible numbers for a first-year conference. This year, we are proud that we are putting it in Da Nang in Vietnam. Think Miami, but in Vietnam. Huge developer ecosystem, gamers, and a lot of people coming from the whole of APAC. We have already approved over 1,000 attendees. If you want something to do in the next couple of weeks, and you have the time, come to Vietnam. Not only do we have 3 days of a free conference, we have conference extensions. We have a Deep In Day, which is looking absolutely incredible with Deep In teams from all over the world coming. We have a VC pitch day where some of the top VCs around the world, including Rockaway X, Mechanism Capital, are joining us. And for all those gamers out there, we have a gaming village. Please register for Solana Summit if you're interested in coming. Absolutely, we need more developers and founders because Solana is global. As we wrap up the programming today, guys, I want to do some housekeeping. So the great news is that the East Coast stage is still going. We've concluded our programming on the West Coast for today. The doors here will be open till 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, just some notes. Doors open at 9 o'clock, but we're going to start programming at 9:50, not 10 o'clock. And more importantly, if you want to come and experience Venta, come over to the Global Dollar Network store where you can experience real-world payments yourself with some amazing merchandise. I'd like you guys to thank everyone that's been speaking here today, and we'll see you all tomorrow.